The classroom was packed to the top with students. There was an unimaginable noise, some sitting in their seats, some standing and talking about something. The classroom door creaked open and the teacher's voice rang out. The man demanded silence in the classroom, for a new student had come to them. "Anyway, this is your classroom now," he said, turning to the new student. The new student stood a few centimeters away from him. The boy continued to stand still like a statue. After waiting for a while, the boy said in a calm voice that it was nice to meet you. He said his name was Ju Young-ha, and he is happy to see all these bastards here. The boy looked at them with a stern, searching look. It had only been 2 months at the new school, and he had already acquired his own gang. The rest of the students looked out of their rooms with great consternation and watched what was happening. Joe was walking in front with his cronies walking beside him, and a whole crowd of other students behind him. Kim Do-yoon, a guy with long yellow hair braided into a small ponytail in the back. He's a student from the graduating class. He asked what kind of freaks dared to touch their guys. Lee Gi-dae, a big bald guy with a massive jaw, replied that it was Daesung High School. "Those freaks are pretty strong. They can give them trouble." Our hero, Jo Young-ha, was holding a cigarette. He was in the same graduating class and was in the leading first position. The guy exhaled smoke and commanded forward. Soon a very bloody fight broke out between the rival schools. Joe swung around and with all his might hit his opponent. The blow was so powerful that the boy could not stand on his feet and flew in the opposite direction. Shouting and cursing could be heard everywhere. The fight was in full swing. One of the students at Daesun High, a bald guy with menacingly frenzied eyes, was watching everything that was going on and managed to swat away his opponents himself. He shifted his gaze to Jong, who didn't even notice anyone around him and just swung his fists. Suddenly, the protagonist was distracted from his fight and shifted his gaze towards the person watching. In a few small leaps, he approached the watcher and immediately put his fist right in his face. A crunch was heard, and blood flowed from the student's mouth. Soon the fight was over. All the students from the opposite school of death and their emaciated bodies were lying on the floor. Groans could be heard everywhere. He looked at his victim, Daesun High School. The boy paused for a moment. How dare they even bother his guys? The student, bleeding and a voice weakened by pain, begged for mercy. He swore he would never dare to do it again. Before he could finish his sentence, Jo Young-ha swung round and gave him a powerful, straight punch in the nose. But the protagonist didn't even think of stopping. He swung again and hit his opponent again. His fist came down on the poor man's face again and again. The friends of the protagonist stood aside and quietly smoked a cigarette, watching their leader beating his wounded prey. Kim Do-yoon looked around the room. There was an incredible amount of blood. His mate stood a little nearby and smoked a cigarette. The head of the neighboring school was kneeling, completely bloody. He was barely breathing, dizzy, and ready to faint. Joe said that if they dare to touch their guys again, they're corpses. As soon as the guy said that, he swung round and quickly grabbed his opponent by the throat, so that he only managed to let out a suppressed groan. The protagonist grabbed his neck even tighter and leaned right up to his face. He called out to his opponent, who could not see anything with his bloodshot eyes. Joe said in a measured voice that if they saw the guys in Kumdan school uniforms from now on, they should crawl away. Yonha looked at him with a frantic, unblinking gaze. His pupils narrowed. The student's eyes started running in different directions just to avoid looking into the eyes of this lunatic. A second later, another whiplash sounded. After those words, a buzz went through the group of students. The boys were happy that they were able to defeat Daesung High School. Young Ha was immediately surrounded by his mates. One of the students handed him a pack of Marlboro cigarettes. The boy took out a Marlboro cigarette and smoked it. A satisfied smile appeared on the boy's face. A burning lighter was brought to him to light the cigarette. A picture from his past life appeared in front of the guy's eyes. Back in high school, he was very far away from fighting and all that. He was sitting, looking around the classroom fearfully. 2 guys came up to him. One of them smilingly asked if he would go shopping with them. The boy put his hand on the shoulder of the other boy with glasses and said, "This jerk's treat." Soon he and his friends went to the shop, talking amongst themselves in a friendly manner. However, their lives weren't always so bright and cloudless. Suddenly, the 3 boys were clicked by someone's gruff voice. The boy with glasses stopped fearfully and turned his head in the direction of the voice. His knees immediately shook, for he knew that nothing good was going to end now. As it happened, a high school student walked up to him and slapped him hard on the back. "If you look weak, you will be bullied." That's the law of the jungle. There is prey, and there are predators. And a blow and the poor boy fell to the floor choking on blood. Joe watched in horror. The high school students who were bullying them were typical school gopniks. One of them smiled and holding a cigarette in his hand said, "Look at them." The protagonist was holding the head of his mate whose mouth was leaking vomit. He gritted his teeth in rage. It seems he's really sick. Should we call an ambulance? Their leader, however, didn't think to stop. He swung his foot to kick the hard sole of his trainer right into the poor man's face. Something clicked in Joe's head. Up until that moment, he had thought it was okay to tolerate bullying and humiliation. At the moment when he was being beaten to a pulp, the other guys were just sitting on the sidelines and thanking fate that they were not prey this time. The adult teachers were also of little use. For them, their main concern was that there was order in the classroom. The boy finally realized that it was all useless and nobody was planning to help him. So he decided to take control of the case. At that moment, he still found the strength and hit his offender with his fist with all his might. The blow was so strong that the high school student did a backflip and fell down. His henchman immediately ran up to the high school student and fearfully asked him what had happened to him. He rushed to the hospital as fast as he could. The doctor said that his friend could die of a ruptured intestine at any moment if he was even a second late. Soon he arrived at the place where the high school students had called him. They went in a group as usual. The same high school student he had punched in the cheek was squatting and said in an angry voice that day that Joe had run away like a coward. Before he could finish his sentence, the boy came a few steps closer to him and punched him in the face again. The other boys did not even have time to react to prevent the fight. Yes, of course, they tried to pull him away. But suddenly it turned out that Joe was stronger than all of them. Now there's rage in his eyes. He wouldn't take any more bullying. He looked at the seniors with a furious look. Their faces were disfigured by the blows, all of them swollen and covered in blood. He himself had a smashed forehead, but it didn't seem to bother him. Now his place in the school hierarchy had changed. He and his friends were marching forward towards the very freaks who had beaten them up last time. Those guys didn't even dare to look into the eyes of the newcomer, the fear was so strong. They just looked away in silence and walked as far away as they could. And so began his long career, climbing the school ladder. Suddenly, a tall, muscular guy walked up to him and asked if he was Ju Yong-ha. Following that, the bulky guy received a hard fist right in his eye. He gritted his teeth in pain and surprise. His mate was next. Joe was massacring them one by one. No one could stop him. He could stand his ground even against a whole crowd. From now on, the order in this school is set only by him. His mates were fighting as a joke among themselves, and laughter broke out in the classroom. But suddenly the protagonist interrupted them and ordered them to shut up, so that there would be silence in the classroom. Naturally, the boys did not dare to contradict him. They immediately closed their mouths, and the class was dead silent, because he had put a lot of effort into making it happen. To achieve this, he overcame and changed himself, became stronger and more powerful. The most effective argument among school children is strength. They understand strength. They understand cruelty. Then they begin to fear and respect you. Joe sat surrounded by beautiful girls who obviously liked him. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. Putting the smartphone to his ear, he asked in a calm voice, "Who is it?" On the other end of the line came someone's hysterical voice. On the other side of the handset, a furious man was sitting on the other end of the phone, leafing through a lot of papers. They were all statements against Joe. The man was holding another piece of paper with a statement written on it. It was a complaint against the protagonist. At this time, the seniors were resting. They were sitting in a small cafe having a good drink. Kim Do-yoon looked at his mate and asked what's wrong. "Who called?" The boy said it was a detective. Without any further explanation, the boy got up from his seat and opened the front doors, waving goodbye and headed outside. Soon the guys had left the place and were now walking briskly on their way. Kami Do-yoon and Lee Gi-dae were walking ahead of them, talking to each other. Do-yoon grinned. Their mate had only transferred to this school about 2 months ago. Gi-dae smiled and replied that, however, the fact that this person is incredible is a fact. If it wasn't for Joe, they would have had a very hard time. The girl who was walking beside them smiled and asked, "Is she gossiping behind her friend's back? Well, she'll tell him everything." Do-yoon turned around and asked what was she talking about. But he quickly cooled down. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by a jolt. A passerby who was passing by pushed him, and his cigarette flew out of his mouth. "What the fuck?" the guy asked the passerby, who didn't even seem to notice him. The man in the red sweatshirt walked past, pulling his hood even tighter over his head. However, the guy wasn't about to give up. He was pushed and didn't even apologize. He turned to the stranger and called out to him, "Hey, bastard! If he pushed a passerby, shouldn't he apologize?" The one in the red jumper turned round and looked at him through his hood. The guy walked closer to the stranger and asked in a commanding voice, "Didn't he get it?" He was ready to punch the insolent man, but suddenly he turned to face him. The guy grabbed him by the scruff of the neck and pulled him closer to him. "He's going to get it." The stranger didn't even fight back. Kim looked at him with a predatory look and said he'd ask again. Didn't he realize? His face blurred into a smile that got wider and wider. Suddenly, the guy opened his eyes in surprise. Who was this guy anyway? He stared at the stranger even harder. There was a face looking at him from the hood. The guy's eyes were a reddish hue, as if he hadn't slept in days. The crowd slowly began to gather into a circle. What the fuck is that degenerate staring at? He messed with the wrong people. They were outnumbered, so this stranger was no threat to him. But the guy didn't move. He just stared ahead with a studying gaze. His eyes squinted as if he was preparing for a brawl. Smiling, the guy asked, "Did they want to fight him or what?" This question put the guys in a stupor. It sounded so caustic and defiant that probably no one would be able to resist. As expected, Do-Yun didn't tolerate such humiliation. He was just being a moron. The man raised his weighty fist and prepared to deliver a targeted punch to the insolent man. But to his great surprise, his fist missed. The stranger quickly stepped aside, and now the guy flew straight to the ground, unable to control his balance. The stranger did not hesitate and brought his heavy arm down upon him. The blow came right on the back of his head. The blow was hard and fast, and the boy fell to the ground with a loud thud. Everyone else watched in horror. His mate had just been knocked out by some prick with a single blow. Lee Taiji roared with rage. He ordered the others to kill this prick immediately. The guy continued to stand in the center of the crowd that had already rushed towards him. He seemed to be in a desperate situation, but somehow he wasn't afraid at all. At this time, Joe was standing near the door that led to the detective's office. The guy continued to stand and patiently waited for the policeman to finish lecturing him. The detective's stern voice came out and said he would ask him just one question. He sat at a small square table in front of the detective. There was a folder on the table. The man continued. He asked the boy, "Does he really like living like this?" The boy remained silent and looked straight into the eyes of the furious detective who no longer knew how to talk to him. The man asked if he was aware that he was not afraid of anything in this world. Meanwhile, the very same stranger continued to throw everyone in different directions, as if they were just sparring toys. Finally, the detective finished his lecture and let the protagonist go, saying that he should stop living a life he would regret. The guy spat irritably on the ground. This was starting to piss him off. Every time he tried to defend his honor, it was that fucking detective who kept getting in his way. The phone rang, his mobile vibrating in his pocket, and only then did he remember that he had left his friends at the bar. He had to get back. The guy took the mobile phone out of his pocket and put it to his ear. In an annoyed voice, he asked, "What is it?" On the other side of the wire came the startled voice of his mate. Ijiichi sat leaning against the wall and said that they had been badly beaten up. Beside him lay several other goods who were in the group. All the guys had serious injuries. Joe asked, were they beaten up? And who are they? The guy already mentally prepared himself for the fact that there was going to be another showdown. Tai-Jae said in a frightened voice that it wasn't them. It was him. The last sentence was said with a special emphasis. Suddenly Joe's expression changed. What? He couldn't believe that his company of experienced fighters could be beaten by just one person. They were beaten up by just one person. The protagonist warily asked, what did the person who beat them up look like? His comrade began to frantically tell that this man was wearing a red hoodie, a black jacket, and on the back of the inscription. Naturally, it just so happened that this unfamiliar man was walking right past Joe. As soon as he heard the detailed description, he turned his eyes to the man walking next to him. He told his mate that it seems to him that this type just passed by him. Without waiting for a reply, the guy hung up. Young Ha put his hand on the shoulder of a stranger in a red hoodie. He called out to the guy and pulled with a sharp movement towards him. Without choosing a special moment, the guy swung his weighty fist and aimed straight at the stranger's face. However, despite the fact that the main character's movements were fast, the stranger managed to dodge immediately. The guy was shocked. Was he able to dodge his punch? At that moment, he realized that he wasn't going to get rid of this dude so easily. The stranger looked at him and asked him what he was doing. Without waiting for the right moment, the stranger tripped him up, and the protagonist tries to keep his balance and starts waving his arms around. In a few seconds, the guy's gonna fall to the ground. His balance slowly began to leave him, and the protagonist leaned to the side to avoid falling. The stranger waited for the right moment and swung his huge arm. After a few seconds, there was the sound of a slap. Yong-ha didn't expect such force and speed, and the impact even caused sparks to fall from his eyes. His eyes slowly began to close. Joe kneeled down to keep his balance. His body wouldn't listen. Why did one blow make him so weak? Just one blow? Was it even possible? The protagonist let out a stifled groan. Thoughts from the past days began to swirl in his head. The boy lowered his head, and the stranger continued to stare at him with a disdainful look. He wasn't going to hit him again. His face was calm, his eyes slightly squinted, and his hair was dark blue in color. At this moment, Joe boiled with rage. What a degenerate, how dare he? On the guy's back was the inscription Halim Academy. Jung tried to get up, but his body was petrified. He only managed to let out a moan of some kind. He couldn't move. He was on his knees and screamed a cry that was a mixture of despair and pain. The rage was boiling in his head more and more. He can't just lose, he just can't. He screamed and was angry with himself. The guy had never allowed himself to do that. Now he was ashamed of himself. However, he was not destined to finish his thoughts. The stranger didn't stand for it and swung his soul right into his face. After flying a few meters, the boy hit his back on the concrete wall. There was a crunch. Thank God he did not break anything, but the pain was hellish. And at that moment, the protagonist almost lost consciousness from such a strong blow. Blood spurted from his mouth, and soon he realized that he couldn't handle this guy so easily. The exhausted body of the protagonist slid down the wall, and he sat with his hands in front of him, unable to understand what had happened. The same stranger stood in front of him a few meters away, staring intently. He only watched the protagonist trying to come to his senses. At the same time, the boy's mind was going through a hell of a mess. His thoughts were gradually becoming confused. What the fuck? Finally, the stranger turned around and cast a last glance at the protagonist, quickly began to move away into the night darkness. With horror, the boy realized that consciousness gradually began to leave him. Apparently, the blow was really very strong, and the boy's head was not weakly banged against the wall. However, he came to his senses quite quickly. The first thing he saw was some vague silhouettes of people. The voices were not very distinct, because the boy had not fully recovered. It was a good thing they'd met him. A man seemed to be trying to shake the protagonist. The boy opened his eyes again, and this time he saw that the man had approached him. Then the men didn't wait for an answer, and walked quickly backwards. The boy was still lying in a semi-conscious state. The man stuck a piece of paper in his thick hair. Hopefully the guy would read it when he woke up. Soon he began to be surrounded by his mates. Do-yoon stubbornly tried to shake the boy to finally come to his senses. Do-yoon moved a little closer and noticed a piece of paper sticking out of his mate's hair. What the hell is that? He reached out his hand and pulled out a small piece of paper that had PvP written on it and a phone number. The protagonist didn't even seem to notice it. The guy looked at the piece of paper in surprise, scrutinizing, what does it say to us? What kind of PvP is this? Do-yoon didn't understand anything. Some kind of strange advertisement they have. Then he leaned over to his mate and asked, what degenerate gave him this? The protagonist continued to sit leaning against the wall. The guy still didn't understand. What the hell was this? Slowly, his consciousness began to return to him. His face began to be covered in gore, and pain erupted all over his body. What the hell had happened? Some guys were here saying something. Wait, had he really been beaten up? Had he really lost? His eyes finally opened, and the first thing he saw was a group of his friends in front of him. With a quick movement, the kid got to his feet. His friends looked at him worriedly. The boy started questioning him, is he all right? The boy didn't answer a word. It's just impossible. There was no way he could understand this. With incredible anger, he turned around, and with all his might, he slammed his fist into the wall. The blows came one after another. His friends even stepped aside a little, as they saw that their comrade was not in the best of spirits today. Someone tried to call out to him, but the boys just stood there, watching their leader defeated, and now he looked like a wounded beast. Soon the boy was done raving. He leaned against the wall, and only one phrase came out of his mouth. Find them. Find who? The boys understood nothing and stared at their boss with frightened looks. Who should they find? Young Ha was furious. His eyes were bloodshot and his body was on fire. He had forgotten that he had just been slammed against the wall. The pain was gone. Gi-tae was the first to come to his senses and shouted at the others. Why are they standing there like pillars? Let them turn the place upside down. Soon they began to realize, and without wasting a second, they ran straight to the place where the battle had taken place. There was a deafening stomp. Don't just stand there. Punish that scum. 2 days later, they still had no luck finding those scum. The protagonist and his cronies were walking down the street thinking. The students did not stop and continued to look for the scum in those who dared to infringe on their honor. Everywhere, everyone fussed and searched every corner, but all was in vain. Soon the messengers returned. They searched all the schools, but they could not find the slightest trace of the men in any of them. Gi-tae glanced at his mate, digging through all the places, but they couldn't find a trace of them. From the looks of it, this dude isn't from around here. He's probably somewhere far away by now. Jung said that was enough. His eyes were covered in a red grid of capillaries from anger. He said in a menacing voice to tell everyone that if they couldn't find him today, then let them prepare to die. Do-yoon laughed and asked his friend, "What's wrong with him? He doesn't look like himself. The guys are running around all day looking for this guy. They'll probably find him soon." But the guy realized they weren't in the best position. Where the hell did the bastard go? Once they find him, he'll be a dead man. The boys rounded a corner and suddenly they were met by another group from another school. They were dressed in bright green suits. The boys were happy to see their old rivals. Talking amongst themselves, they said that it was Young Yeon Ha from Gyeomdang High School. They could hear the contempt in their voices. No attention was paid to them. However, the guys in green suits continued to talk amongst themselves. Some guy single-handedly scattered them all. Everyone heard about it. Squatting comfortably, their leader began to reason. He said that he had heard that the main character in high school was a real sucker. He got fucked over by everyone. And then, all of a sudden, he's out there throwing everybody left and right. He must have money, and he's just bribing everyone. His boys laughed. Now everything was falling into place. Their leader was laughing a hearty laugh. He couldn't believe that the storm of the school had been so easily fucked off by some obscure dude. The kid wouldn't stop. What the hell kind of degenerate is that? He laughed as hard as he could. This situation really amused him. Young walked up to them with his friends. The kid continued to sit on the courts as if he needed to. The guys stood in front of him with their eyes downcast. Young Han naturally heard all this. Add to all that he was angry after the last defeat, and now you get killing machines. Soon there was nothing left of those assholes. The guys were lying scattered all over the street. The main character was beating them up, kicking them over and over again. The guy was already begging for mercy. His whole face was smeared in blood. He was covering himself with his hands as hard as he could. He was begging and saying he was wrong. Of course, it was his fatal mistake. Young Ha didn't even think of stopping. He dropped his heavy trainer right into his face. There was a crunch and the guy clutched his eyes. The trainer ran across his face, leaving a bloody trail. Jong beat him again and again. Blood flying in different directions. The man was just furious. Someone dared to doubt his strength. Lee Ji-dae was already even a little scared himself. This was too much. He had seen his boss so furious for the first time. Such a state was very difficult to control. Do-yoon tried to stop his friend, took him by the shoulder and said that he would kill this jerk. Does he want trouble with the police? However, the guy hesitated and the protagonist elbowed him right in the nose. The guy flew a few meters away and fell to the ground, losing his balance. All he could manage was to let out a low groan. Jung asked him what he was doing. What the hell is he doing? The boy's rage was boiling over more and more. Jong became furious again. His eyes were bloodshot. Did his friends think he was a weakling? Kim, in a frightened voice, said that he didn't mean it. As if he had lost his mind, Jung swung his fists and once again prepared to throw a direct punch right in his friend's face. I wonder which fly bit him. However, right in front of his face, the protagonist's hand was stopped by someone. It was Tae-gae's hand. He managed to make it at the very last moment. The protagonist didn't realize, what the fuck is going on right now? Did his friends turn against him? He ordered his mate to get out of here immediately. But the mate tried to calm him down. He realized that his friend was in a very fucked up position right now. The man said that those arseholes had already got what they deserved, and indeed the company that dared to hit them was already unconscious. However, now their friend was overreacting. Do-yun held on to his injured nose, which was bleeding. He asked his friend if he thought that raising a hand against them was too much. They are comrades after all. Ji-dae slanted his eyes and made a more serious expression. The more he does this kind of thing, the more it looks like what other people are saying about the protagonist. Hearing those words, the guy was surprised and didn't know what to say. He just stared dumbly in front of him. Anger had completely taken over his mind, and now he naturally couldn't think straight. That's why this has to stop. The protagonist pushed the Coke can in the other direction and it flew towards the road with a clatter. Of course, the guy didn't listen to them. He just sent them the fuck away. He didn't even turn around, just took a quick step in the opposite direction. He spat to the side again and left his friends to ponder. They remained standing in the same place, Do-yun holding his nose, and Gi-dae looking thoughtfully at his friend's back. The protagonist needed to calm down. From that day on, everything went downhill. He walked down the street and berated himself. After that day, it's like everything went off the rails. Now he couldn't control the rising emotions. He was raging with anger. He couldn't forget the first time he'd been defeated in his life. He couldn't forget that look. That dude looking at him like he was rubbish. That look reminded him of a long-forgotten feeling. A feeling of fear and insecurity. It was like that look brought him back to the distant days of high school when he was bullied. It was the most life-changing moment for him. Yong-ha was walking down the street and shifted his gaze to the side where his face was reflected off the nearest window. A face full of rage, with eyes burning with anger. But now he saw something that made him slow his step, and soon he stopped and stared at the glass. In the reflection, he saw the same stranger. Without thinking for a second, the protagonist rushed straight to the man, ran across the road in a few big leaps without even looking around. Young shouted at the top of his voice. He called out to the man and ordered him to stop. The guy's eyes were bloodshot again, now standing a few meters away from his abuser. Suddenly, there was the sound of a car horn and the squeal of burning tires. The guy noticed too late that he was standing right in the middle of the road, and a car was coming at him at a great speed. There were only a few meters between them, and the driver at the last moment had time to react and twist the steering wheel to the side to avoid tragedy. The car rumbled a few centimeters away from the protagonist. In a second, there was no one at the place where his opponent was. The place was empty. The devil. The guy passed out to himself. He couldn't get far. Without wasting a second, he ran in that direction again. He had to catch up with that freak. He couldn't let him get away. The guy ran and ran. His heart was pounding with double frequency, but he didn't care. Soon he found the man after all. The guy in red walked calmly inside the house, filled with rage and the certainty that he would flatten him to the ground immediately. The protagonist rushed towards the still open door. The open door was only a few meters away, but that was no obstacle for the protagonist. If he could get a hold of it, everything would happen very quickly. However, he still didn't make it in time. Cussing hard, the boy gritted his teeth in rage. Fuck. He didn't make it in time after all. The door slammed right in his face. The boy immediately grabbed the doorknob and started yanking it frantically in different directions, shouting for him to open it. However, the door was firmly closed. Young-ha banged on the door with his fists and demanded to be opened immediately. The guy didn't even notice when someone started to approach him and a soft voice was heard. In front of him stood a middle-aged man dressed in a stylish jacket. He had sunglasses on his eyes, which glittered bright orange in the sun. The protagonist had not yet recovered from his run, and was staring at the stranger with blood-red eyes. The man continued as if nothing had happened. Does the boy think the door will open if he bangs on it like that? Meanwhile, the man went to the door and put his finger on the code lock. The door immediately opened and gave a slight click. The guy was still standing there and couldn't understand a thing. The door opened and gave a slight click. The man kept smiling and said that the boy could come in now. The boy was still standing there confused. No, it wasn't the type he was worried about right now. 220. There were more important things to attend to. The boy finally began to calm down and his gaze became serious and concentrated again. Suddenly, a bright spotlight hit him in the eyes. The boy covered his face with his hands so as not to be blinded, but still continued to stare intently ahead. What the hell was going on in there? What he saw inside made his heart sink for a moment. This was definitely something he hadn't expected. His eyes widened, and he couldn't take his eyes off what was going on behind that door. In front of him stood a real ring, just like in a fight without rules. There were two men fighting in it, one a huge man with a bald head, covered with a huge mountain of muscle. The other, a little smaller but still just as muscular. The crowd roared. The sounds of shouting could be heard everywhere. The two fighters were just mixing each other with mud. The sounds of punches could be heard most clearly. The bald fighter dodged and hit his opponent with a powerful uppercut. Barely able to stay on his feet, the man fell backwards. His legs failed him and he fell to the ropes. His opponent wasted no time in rushing at him with his huge fists in front of him. The crowd roared in anticipation of the spectacle. Everyone was shouting for the champion to finish him off. The boy stared at it all in amazement, unable to say anything. What was this all about? At last it was over. The gong rang out and the winner was decided. The winner was an athlete named Coolhead. A bald man stepped on his opponent's head with his foot. And so the moment everyone had been waiting for. The announcer's voice sounded unusually loud. Everyone froze and the announcer continued. So, the most important fight of today. The athlete who with his unbending will was able to reach the fight with the champion. Another man began to enter the ring. The protagonist saw the familiar silhouette of a guy in red. "Red Brick," spoke the announcer. The man with the mohawk smiled with a crazy grin. The man laughed. They finally met. The guy in red threw a disdainful glance over his shoulder at him. It turned out that this man's name was Kang Soo-ho. He was a true champion, however. The protagonist. Until didn't know that yet and broke his head and rushed straight at him. As soon as the protagonist heard that name, he boiled up with renewed vigor. This is the scum who beat him up. He couldn't contain himself any longer and rushed straight to the ring. Pushing the spectators, they bounced away in terror. He jumped up high, so high that he even jumped over the ring fence and swung his fist. Kang Soo-ho didn't even seem to notice anything. The fight continued. The fighters involved in the fight were not sparing each other. What the hell is this? The guy watched in amazement and didn't even know what to say. It was the first time he saw such a spectacle. It mesmerized him like hypnosis. Suddenly, a soft hand rested on his shoulders. "What do you think?" The voice sounded as if from nowhere. The boy could already guess who it was. The man who had opened the door for him was standing almost right next to him, staring intently into the boy's face. What could it be? Khan sat in his locker room, hard at work preparing for the fight. He was wrapping elastic bandages around his arms, and next to him stood a man dressed in a parade suit. The man stepped even closer and looked at the boy with a smiling look. The next fight is now his. "Is he ready, champion?" The man said the last words with a special intonation. The boy crunched his knuckles, proving with his whole appearance that he was ready to crush anyone who stood in his way. Young was about to punch his opponent, but the man stopped him. He put his arm out and the blow came straight at him. "It hurts. He's strong," said the man looking at the boy. Since it's his first time here, he'll explain everything to him. The man took his benevolent look again, and a casual smile stretched across his face. "This place is called PvP. It's held here with myself and between schoolboys. In the past, this place was just a treasure trove for bullies, scum. Anything done for the sake of interest. There was some sort of ranking among the participants. However, looking at all this, one man said, there's good money to be made in this." The lust for profit was driving him at that moment. Even the most eager flow can be curbed and directed in the right direction. Thus, under his leadership, a PvP club opened, which they are watching now. In addition, only students and high school students can participate in battles. The boy continued to watch as the huge, bald fighter destroyed his opponent. The man's voice was already coming from somewhere far away. The fighter swung round and threw his opponent just outside the fighting circle. The man flew headfirst into the ground. The reason for this was that the students were not criminally liable. This place became a kind of playground for the realization of the ideal of the schoolboy. It was the combination of these factors that attracted many strong boys. With strength, you can get money, honor, power, anything. The man spoke these words with incredible enjoyment. He turned to the boy, and now they were looking at each other directly in the eyes. This is PvP. In short, if a person is strong, gets everything. That's what he's trying to say. The man continued to smile and looked at the boy with an expectant gaze. "Well, did you succeed in getting him interested?" The man looked at him with an even more intense gaze. The protagonist furrowed his eyebrows. He didn't like all this. To hell with it. Where's that guy in the gym clothes? The man looked at him in surprise. In a sports sweatshirt? He still couldn't understand what the boy was talking about. What did he even find in this man? The man was genuinely interested, but at the same time he couldn't understand anything. At this time, the new fighter, the challenger for the championship, was moving towards the ring with small steps. The announcer kept shouting, "The most important fight of today!" The athlete who, with his unbreakable will, was able to reach the fight with the champion. The guy started climbing the steps and approaching the ring. Red brick. The man's mouth stretched out in a smile. He looked like a rabid man, laughing a fractional laugh as if he was setting himself up for victory. Today, he was going up against the reigning PvP club champion. Kang Soo-ho looked at him with a disdainful glance over his shoulder, not even saying anything. The man who had unwittingly become the protagonist's guide to the world of street fighting pointed at the boy in red and asked if he was talking about him. However, before he could say anything, the protagonist had already taken off. The man didn't even have time to say anything. Where did that kid go? The protagonist was running towards the ring where the fight was about to begin. He saw his opponent and he couldn't let it go. The crowd was moving away from him. The guy jumped in one fell swoop over the ropes that fenced the ring and swung his fist aimed directly at his opponent at this point. The guy did not even suspect anything, as if he did not care. However, the protagonist did not manage to strike. Soo-ho deftly dodged, and the protagonist flew in the opposite direction, breaking his feet at the last moment. Instantly rising to his feet, he frantically looked at his opponent. He was looking for him. Those were the words he said with a literal roar. "Well, now they will fight again." The man was literally burning with rage. Soo-ho looked at him with astonishment. He was already ready to fight and defend his championship title, but he was interrupted by someone strange. The crowd had already begun to warily buzz. What the hell is going on? Who is this guy? What is he even doing here? It was the first time people had ever seen such a tackle. Red Brick stood at his back, not understanding anything. Who the hell is this kid anyway? He should be fighting right now, and this milksop got in front of him. He bent down to the boy and politely said that he should have honored the cue. Now the Red Brick was not like himself. He asked the boy, did he think he was the only one who wanted to fight this man? The protagonist didn't wait long. He swung around and with a sharp, swift punch hit the Brick right in the jaw. "Get out of here, mediocrity." The boy said it as if throwing away rubbish. From somewhere, the Brick's laughter was heard. What kind of ill-mannered scarecrow is this? The protagonist turned around and looked at him contemptuously. He swung his arm round to shut that cheeky freak down. Right now, he had no interest in him. He needed to avenge himself, and he was starting to get in the way. Brick stopped his fist at the last moment. He smiled. He laughed. Does he always enter with his fists? Mediocrity, he's the only one here. Brick swung around and with all his might hit the boy right in the jaw. From such a blow, the protagonist could not stand on his feet. He rolled like a ball and tumbled over the fence. What are the guards looking at? The crowd is going wild. Stop the Red Brick. Throw the intruder out. The bald men began to talk amongst themselves. However, the man with the glasses came up to them and said it was best to leave it as it was. This is going to be interesting. The protagonist defended himself by planting a block, while the Red Brick struck like a cannon. Against such powerful attacks, the protagonist's defense was ineffective. He repeatedly missed blows, unable to hold them back. And so, once again, the fist of a Brick flew into his face. The fighter smiled. He enjoyed beating his victim. What did his blows taste like? The boy couldn't do anything. He thought it was just an act, but he's strong. Now, as he looked at his rival, who he had been chasing all this time, the boy realized he couldn't compete with this guy. What the fuck? Who the hell were they anyway? He still couldn't even get close to that jerk. At this time, Soo-ho just stood back and watched as his opponent beat up this upstart. Eventually, the boy had had enough of this, so he dodged and prepared his fist to strike. "Get off and," he shouted, swinging at his unwilling opponent. They had come a few steps closer to each other, and now in a few seconds the blow would come. Naturally, the protagonist missed on emotion, and the Red Brick hit him right in the face. The Brick stood in front of him and grinned contentedly. He can't even overpower him, weakling. The main character was lying in the ring and couldn't even get up. His whole face was literally on fire, as if he had been hit by a car. The fight was over. The announcer shouted that everything happened, as I expected from a Red Brick. He had the whole ring on its ear. Brick threw his hands up in the air. The crowd cheered. This was a sight they hadn't had in a long time. Young Nim, together with his guard, stood in the crowd. Well, at least the audience's reaction wasn't bad, right? It was a short but interesting fight. The guard sighed heavily and agreed with his mate. Red Brick celebrated the victory. He had already forgotten that he had a fight with a champion for the title of champion. Now he was enjoying the applause of the audience. The man grinned. Something rather interesting was about to happen. However, it wasn't that simple. The Red Brick suddenly felt a strange feeling on his cheek, as if he had cut himself. The man put his hand to it and looked in that direction in surprise. What? He took his hand away from his cheek and suddenly saw that there was blood on it. How could it be? Oh my God, blood! At what point did it happen? Brick stood and looked at his bloody hand with bewilderment, while the protagonist was lying face down on the floor. Suho had not said a single word during this entire time. He just silently watched. His face didn't express anything at all. He seemed to be getting annoyed that someone was starting to pry into his affairs. This little scoundrel is always following him. Does he want to get his hands on him again? The guard approached Hyungnim and said that the fight had gone on a bit too long, so it was time to call it a day. The man, as if distracted by the spectacle, agreed. Smiling, the man grudgingly said that it was indeed time to call it a day. The spectacle was incredible, but it had to end. The huge fat rat bared its sharp white fangs and looked straight ahead with red eyes. It grabbed a piece of food and immediately darted off into a mountain of rubbish somewhere. The main character was sitting in a street dump somewhere, surrounded by broken furniture and some tin cans. It was already starting to rain, but the boy continued to sit there, raindrops hitting his head. Right now, he needed to gather his thoughts. Every day he was getting stronger and stronger, overcoming each step of the school hierarchy. However, the boy had no idea that there could be so many strong people in the world. His horizons were limited only to his school and the people there. Apparently, he had become too arrogant and overestimated himself. Young-ha was so sad, he lowered his eyes and was ready to burst into tears. Suddenly, he heard someone's fast footsteps coming towards him. Someone's yellow trainer stepped right into a puddle, and a nervous laugh was heard. A figure formed in front of him, almost completely hidden by the umbrella. The figure looked with interest at the boys, who was sitting in a pile of rubbish with his head down. It was a girl dressed in a yellow tracksuit with black stripes. She stood under an umbrella and worriedly asked the protagonist if he or she was okay. The girl bent towards him. With a surprised and frightened look, she looked at the protagonist. Why is she sitting here? And her question sounded like a thunder from a clear sky, which knocked the guy out of his thoughts. The girl continued to question the guy. What is he even doing here? How did he end up here? The protagonist did not become ceremonious and sent the girl away from here and told it to fuck off. Naturally, such treatment pissed the girl off. She frowned. Get lost? What, she's worried about him. What a piece of shit he is. Crazy son of a bitch. The girl turned round and hid under the umbrella and went in the opposite direction. At the last moment, the boy saw that she had the same inscription on her back. Halim Academy. Of course, the boy remembered that the same inscription was on the hoodie of that very same freak. Halim Academy. What the hell is that? It was like he realized something. His eyes widened and he stared even more closely at that girl's back. Halim. He turned her towards him and looked her straight in the eyes. Halim Academy. That guy was from there too. He looked at her with such a fierce look that she got a chill inside. What did that lunatic want from her? However, he didn't have time to finish his sentence. He could only say one word. Halim. Now his eyes rolled back, his strength finally leaving his weakened body. The protagonist, unable to hold on, slumped down again on the wet, raindrop-covered floor. The girl looked at him surprised and scared at the same time. She kicked him and told him to get up. Don't play dumb. But the boy didn't move. He kept lying on the wet floor. It looked like he'd passed out. What the fuck, she thought. Fear flashed in her eyes for a second. Is this guy out of his skates? We should call an ambulance. The girl looked at him in surprise. The protagonist was lying on a small sofa, shaking from the pain and the cold. He clenched his teeth and everything was still. Here was the key. There was hardly any strength left in his body from such a blow. After a few minutes, however, he still managed to wake up. The boy opened his eyes fearfully, and the first thing he saw in front of him was ceiling in some house, in a police station again. He jumped up from the couch and started looking around the room. The furnishings were strange, with large green blinds hanging on the windows, which shut out the entire surrounding world. He was lying on a big wide couch. Moving his gaze to the side, the guy saw that on the nearest nightstand lay boxing gloves. Where was he anyway? The boy rubbed his bruised head, which was still ringing from such a beating. But sick, it was irrevocably broken. The boy sighed heavily and shook his head again. Removing his hand from his face, he looked away, trying to find whoever had dragged him here. What the hell was going on anyway? What's that sound? From the next room, it seemed, yes, there were sounds of blows. Someone was hitting the punching bag. The same girl who brought him here was training hard. She was throwing crisp and fast punches with her fist right on the soft surface of the punching bag, practicing her techniques. Turning around, she kicked her foot as hard as she could right into the punching bag. Something began to wobble. She had a wiry, muscular body. It was obvious she hadn't been training for the first year. Finally finishing her workout, the girl, breathing heavily, landed on the nearest bench and picked up a small bottle of water. Lifting it to her mouth, she greedily sucked on it and took several large, deep sips. She had trained quite hard. Her body had an athletic shape, and most likely she had a lot of strength. The protagonist walked towards the sound and soon found herself in the gym where she was working out. The girl, without taking her eyes off the bottle, asked, "Is he awake yet?" After that, after a short pause, she called him scum. Now she looked at him with a look of contempt. Apparently the boy disgusted her. The boy did not pay attention to it, looked with surprised eyes. "Where is he?" the girl asked in surprise. "How where?" He asked her about this place. "Well, they are here. This is the Halim Academy, after all." In front of them stood a large building, more like some kind of hangar. There was a sign on it that said, "Halim Academy Mixed Martial Arts." Our guys stood opposite each other and glared at each other. They had the flag of South Korea in the background. The atmosphere was appropriate. There were sports equipment lying everywhere. Only a minute and 21 seconds had passed since the fight had started. "Red Brick is knocked out." The announcer was screaming with joy. The fight was over incredibly quickly. Every time the champion spoke, it was an incredible sight. He knocked out one by one. He held his breath to announce the winner. The guy in the red hoodie stood clenching his fists wrapped in elastic bandages. The Red Brick didn't even move. He was unconscious. The winner was once again Kang Soo-ho. He looked at his opponent like a defeated victim. There wasn't the slightest bit of compassion in his eyes. The hall started chanting the winner's name. The crowd roared. The whole hall became so loud that the windows even began to rattle. The boy stood in the middle of the ring and savored his victory. Young Nim walked into the room to champion name and said in a soft voice that it was a very good job, as expected of champions. All in all, how did he like that particular kid? The kid sat unwinding his bandages. He interjected, "Did the man mean the Red Brick?" He was so engrossed he didn't even make eye contact with the man. After a bit of thinking, the winner said that people like his opponents were just freaks, the kind of people you can't spare to kill. The man lit a cigarette and said that he was not about him. Soo-ho raised his eyebrows in surprise. The guy who made a lot of noise today, young Yeon-ha winner, finally realized, "Is it about him?" The boy wondered. That guy. He's a strange type, of course. It was the first time he had ever seen such arrogance for someone to barge into the ring and challenge the number 2 so easily. I mean, this guy doesn't even have any fighting skills. What's there to talk about? He turned his eyes to his partner and said that this kid is just a naive fool who only believes in his fists. It's not like he's trained for anything. The man was surprised. Yes? And he was just thinking of making an athlete out of him. After finishing that sentence, the man turned around and said that anyway, the boy had done a great job today. Let him rest. However, he still had a couple of questions. Rising from his seat and continuing to unwind the bandages, the boy said that he thought that guy had a chance. Young Nim stopped and thought for a moment. The boy continued. He said, "That kid could do a lot of things except if he studied and became disciplined at last." The man continued to be silent. He was thinking about something of his own. After a second, a wide, predatory smile appeared on his face. "This guy is the first person Soo-ho talks about like this, right?" The girl continued to practice, hitting the punching bag one after another. She was like a machine gun, and her hands reached the target in a matter of seconds. Doing a small somersault, she turned round and with all her might kicked her foot right into the punching bag. It was quite weighty, but even so, some toy flew off. She walked over to the main character. She said that if she left him there in the dumpster, he'd probably die. So that's why she brought him here. The guy looked around, trying to see anything interesting. There was a lot of sports equipment here. Boxing bags, dumbbells, kettlebells, and barbells. This place is the Halim Academy? That's funny. So that degenerate is here too. The guy remembered the guy in the red sweatshirt. Now he once again felt the urge to beat the shit out of him. However, that urge passed too quickly. The boy slapped his face. Okay, he can't beat him. He's too strong and too fast. He can't do it anyway. This degenerate is on a whole other level. He can't take him on. He's done fooling around. The guy turned around and walked towards the exit, leaving the girl to say that he owed her a favor. In parting, she shouted to him that she would give him some advice. The boy did not turn round to face her and continued to walk briskly towards the exit. She continued. This advice would come in handy for brawlers like him. The boy lowered his head and walked towards the exit. He had no desire to listen to her now. He had only one goal, to avenge the fact that he was so meanly beaten. Smiling, the girl said he'd better not mess with anyone he couldn't handle. Her eyes gleamed with excitement naturally. This phrase could not be unnoticed. The boy paused for a second and looked at her over his shoulder. The phrase hurt his hearing. He hated it when anyone doubted his strength. As he approached the pair, the guy hit it with his fist as hard as he could. The pair, though over 50 ki, flew off like some soft toy. The protagonist could barely contain his anger not to start smashing everything here. He was starting to get sick of it. Why is this girl giving him moralizing lectures? Who the hell is she? The girl looked at him in surprise. He's kind of crazy after all. He can't speak properly. He didn't even say thank you. The next day, his school life continued. He stood in a crowd of students walking towards the school. He was in a lousy mood, especially after yesterday's incident. He walked briskly through the crowd of students as if towards the entrance of the school. He tried to forget everything, to forget the shame he could never wash away. Revenge? No, giving up was the best solution. It was a shame, but he had no other choice. His friends surrounded him again, and now he sat at his desk and thought. From that day on, he'd changed, become a little different. He still felt bad, but they tried to pretend it hadn't happened, even though it was hard. To make up for the pain, he went back to the way he used to live, thinking it would help him take his mind off the shame. However, despite all of this was very difficult. He tried to dull the pain with cigarettes, but it was getting hard. The guy stood leaning against the nearest fence and smoked a cigarette. Why did he feel so fucking lousy? He stood looking thoughtfully into the distance, a lot of thoughts swarming in his head. He heard a familiar voice from behind him. Young Nim was approaching him with a quick, confident stride. He managed to find the boy rather quickly. The boy turned to him and looked. The man, as if not paying attention to him, said, "So, how does it feel for him to experience the bitterness of defeat?" The man was smiling again, his nose still wearing the same glasses. Smiling, he said, "Let's forget about it and they could finally get on with other things." The man's name was Charles Kim. He was the chairman of the PvP club. Squinting even harder, the man said he would organize a fight for him. That was a voice the boy would never forget now. The boy turned to him and said he didn't need it. It wasn't interesting. Charles smiled. "What? Don't need it? That's unexpected. What a sucker." The man smiled, and he had high hopes for him. He threw up his hands. Chickened out. Was that all he could do? The boy had already turned fully towards him and was standing in a fighting stance, his fists clenched involuntarily. It was as if the man was taunting him. Completely oblivious to the fact that the boy was angry, he continued to speak. Well, he understands him. His club is full of strong people and he's better off hanging out with some wimps his whole life. He put his hand behind his scruff. The man went on. The kid was born for it. But people like him can't get off the right path. Many become criminals. Once he's committed a crime, one day he can't be anything else. Shouldn't he conquer new horizons? The man stretched into an even bigger smile and took a small business card out of his pocket. He handed the piece of paper to the boy. On that piece of paper, still the same, was written PvP. Exactly what he had seen the first time he was beaten the first time. Charles said that if the boy changed his mind, he could call the number. Without waiting for an answer, he walked briskly away. However, he stopped for some reason. And here's another thing. As if on purpose, he asked, "Doesn't the boy want to take away the title of strongest from Kang Soo-ho?" The men looked over his shoulder at the protagonist. As soon as the boy heard those words, it was as if something inside him turned over. This might be his chance to prove that he was strong. He was already resigned to his defeat, but here he was given a chance. Charles laughed and literally ran for the exit. He said goodbye to the boy to keep him there. The title of the strongest? The boy remained standing on the empty rooftop, staring at the business card with the number on it. Now he understood everything. Now he understood what he had to do. The boy clenched his fist and crumpled the business card. From this day forward, his life would change forever. He would no longer be weak. A new determination flashed in his eyes. Now, everything would change dramatically. Near the podium, many peoples gathered again. It was a small, round indoor arena, similar to the one where they fight in fights without rules. The announcer continued to shout, announcing the start of the fight. "Ladies and gentlemen, we welcome you to the PvP Club. Today's matches will be held right in the Pukan Mountains. We thank those who have traveled so far to get here. And now the announcer will introduce today's athletes." A man with a small mustache holding a microphone near his mouth burst into cheers. Next to him, a few seconds later, a huge man dressed in a kimono appeared. He was 2 m tall and weighed 150 kilo. Great physical fitness as well as a judo base. The man stood next to the announcer, holding on to his black belt. His name was Goliath. He would be opposed by the newcomer. The protagonist stood preparing for his first fight. People were looking at him with disbelief. They had seen this man for the first time in their lives, and they could hardly believe that he would be able to oppose something. The announcer didn't stop. He announced the protagonist. The guy stood and looked forward with a confident and calm gaze, expecting that now his fate would be decided. They stood opposite each other. The fight would be symbolic, like David and Goliath. These two would fight here and now. Evaluate the contestants and place your bets. 2 guys were sitting nearby. They were wearing Hope School uniforms. They were just normal school kids who came to watch an interesting fight. One of them had a hot dog and a glass with some drink. They were looking at the 2 fighters with distrust. Is the difference between them too big? And what to choose here? Everyone will definitely bet on Goliath. What kind of match is this? Goliath would just destroy the new guy. The guys were pretty sure the main character wouldn't stand a chance. The announcer kept shouting, "The bets are in, the fight is on." Goliath smiled. Was he going to fight him? He could end the fight right away. It was as if the man was not betting on his opponent at all. However, things happened a little differently. In one leap, the protagonist approached the giant, and with a powerful uppercut charged him right in the chin. The man didn't even have time to react, and his head fell back like a rag doll. It was victory in one blow. Goliath lay in the ring, drooling. The blow was incredibly strong and powerful. All he could do was give a low groan. The main character got his first victory in the ring. He finally got a chance to try his hand at real fighting. Instead of just being the school bully in this place, everything is going to change. In this place, he was going to be the strongest. The boy looked at his defeated opponent, raising his hand in the air. It was the first victory, and the taste of it, he still wouldn't be able to forget. The bets are placed. What then? The fight begins. They stood across from each other, each ready to tear their opponent apart. Goliath was smiling, and clearly felt his superiority. He was smiling and clearly felt his superiority. To fight him would be a lost cause. He could end the fight right now. The protagonist fought as hard as he could, but the Goliath swung his huge fists with crushing blows that the boy barely had time to cover himself. He took a fighting stance and struck Goliath squarely in the forehead with all his might, but the man put up a block in time and the blow came straight at his arm. They fought, neither inferior to the other in strength and speed. However, Goliath had a much harder punch due to his weight. However, the protagonist was not going to give up. Goliath realized that the kid was quite fast. It was difficult to keep up with his blows. If you missed such a blow, you could not stand up. But it didn't matter. The man was determined to finish the fight. After blocking another blow of the protagonist, he put his arm forward. Grabbing the protagonist's neck, he crushed it with such force that the boy's breath caught. He let out his eyes and gritted his teeth. Now, his throat clenched even harder and harder. The Goliath swung round and hit the boy straight into the floor. His breathing hitched, and the boy frantically tried to get out of that dead grip. Inside himself, Goliath was already celebrating victory. It would be over as soon as the rat was caught. His mouth stretched in a smile. He would finish off this little brat now. No one had the right to pull against him. Grabbing him by the scruff of the neck, the Goliath lifted the boy into the air with a light movement and prepared to make a throw. The boy didn't even resist. He was just like a frog at that moment. A powerful blow was heard. The boy flew straight into the floor. The Goliath didn't spare any strength. He punched the boy to the floor, but he still wouldn't give up. Two schoolboys were standing somewhere in the distance watching the fight. Wow. Listen to the echoes coming from the mountains. It gave them goosebumps to see it. Indeed, it was so mesmerizing that it was impossible to look away. Goliath grasped the boy's head like a toy and swung his weighty fist at him. He laughed. He was so perky to begin with. Was this really all he was capable of? The man laughed, already feeling victorious. The boy still couldn't dodge, and the powerful punch hit him right in the cheek. His jaw even snapped at that moment. All he could do was clench his teeth to bear the pain. Naturally, the fans had bet on the Goliath, and were now rejoicing that their favorite was winning, as expected of him. He likes to beat people up. If there's a fight going on somewhere, rest assured that he's clearly involved. He possessed some kind of phenomenal body. Though he was fat in appearance, however, let that not deceive his opponents. This man had immense strength. If you could throw 10 men at him, he'd still be physically superior. Few men can walk away from a Goliath in one piece. He was incredibly strong and physically tough. People rejoiced. They were right to bet on Goliath. Somehow they felt that the payout for Goliath's victory would be small. Charles stood between the two men and watched the fight closely. Of course, he and himself realized that the strength and difference in physical stats was very great, a factor that should never be ignored. However, this boy, the man thought that everything would turn out differently. The boy sat in the ring. His forehead was smashed. His strength had almost left his body. The blow was incredibly strong, but he still somehow held on. Charles met the main character. They stood somewhere in some wasteland and looked at each other. This meeting had taken place just an hour ago. The man looked at the boy and welcomed him kindly into his club. The man was incredibly serious this time, but once he joined them, there would be no turning back. His life would change forever from that moment on. Was he ready for that? The boy looked at Charles with a confident gaze. This time he had made the final choice. Something had to change in his life. There was no time to back down. Silence was a sign of agreement, and the man probably understood that. He smiled his wide smile. Well, he would start by explaining the rules. First, and most importantly, the man's voice trailed off, and he paused for a short rhetorical pause. Their matches in the arena are different from the usual sports. There are no such concepts as weight class or fair play. In addition, they are forbidden to talk and discuss anything with other people who can negatively affect the participants. Because there's a lot of money in this business. Charles kept smiling. Secondly, boy should be extremely careful because in case of danger he can get hurt. And not only him, but also his relatives. And lastly, and most importantly, the boy listened attentively while the man continued to smile. In Club PvP, the measure of an athlete's strength is labeled as BO. According to the number of BOs, the level of the participants is measured. Battles are arranged between athletes with the same number of these points. Only if the opponents have approximately the same number of points can they fight each other. Depending on the outcome of the match, the score can be lowered or raised. And all points earned here can be exchanged for real money after the athlete becomes of age. 100 of these points equals 1,000,001. Club PvP is a fight that is only between students. That's why many athletes are trying to earn as many BOs of adulthood as possible. He approached the boy closely, and still with the same smile he continued to speak. One question. Is there something he's interested in regarding the club? The boy looked at the man and asked how strong that idiot was. The man had already realized what he was talking about. Holy shit, he knew it. Their club has about 152 athletes. Among them, Kang Soo-ho is the strongest and undefeated champion. A man came up to him and affectionately put his hand on his shoulder. As he had realized, he was not at a level to compete with him at the moment, so he needed to focus on reaching his level of strength. Tonight, his evaluation fight will take place. His fight points will be determined based on the results of the fight. The man said that the boy's first opponent will be the very same Goliath with a fighting score of 100. With an impressive performance, he would be able to get closer to his goal. The man approached him and whispered the last phrase almost in his ear. His voice was really challenging. The protagonist now sat at the end of the ring and tried to regain consciousness. Blood was running down his face and had almost completely stained his clothes. The boy gritted his teeth and tried to gather the last of his will into a fist. He sat like that as the announcer continued to taunt him. He said that it looked like Jo Young-ha's player was badly hurt. He jabbed his finger right at the protagonist and continued shouting into the microphone. The voice became more flirtatious, and squinting his eyes, the announcer said that the highlight of the evening was about to come. He paused rhetorically to build up more suspense. Putting his hand up in the air, he said, "Let me present to you the dividends of tonight's fight." It was clear from the scorecard that Goliath was significantly dominating. He had a coefficient of 2, while our hero had a coefficient of 2. The people looked at the plaque in surprise. Damn, that's what they thought. Who really bet on this kid? Finish the fight already. The winner. So the winner is clear. However, the announcer stopped them and asked for their attention. Please let them pay attention to the athlete Jo Young-ha. The guy tensed his body and tried to stand up. Noticing his opponent's movement, he gritted his teeth in annoyance. After all of his punches, which were incredibly strong, the guy was able to get up. The protagonist bled from his face, and gathering the last of his will into a fist, fiercely looked at his opponent. Yes, the fight had been brutal, and the protagonist had taken quite a beating, but he didn't plan to give up. What the hell are they talking about? Is he still in one piece after fighting that guy who is the champion of all these people? Now stroking his head, the guy got to his feet and wiped the blood off his face. That's it? He asked with disdain. Goliath continued to stand in a fighting stance. That's it, cocksucker? The guy looked at his opponent and crunched his jaw. The big man's punches were a real tickle to him. Yeah, he got his face smashed in, so what's next? This time, the Goliath hadn't expected such fortitude. He squinted his eyes, the bastard. How did he get up? It turns out the bastard was bluffing. He couldn't contain his rage and tilted his head and lunged at the boy, throwing him to the floor. The man roared with rage. This kid is going to die. He put his hands forward to grab the kid as quickly as possible so that he would not be able to escape. Young-ha looked at him with disdain and swung his fist. What does this fatty think of himself? He's just some fat freak. After a few seconds, the Goliath had come within a fair distance of him, and now their fists clashed. The crowd was horrified. Are they still fighting? People were ranting, I'm an idiot like this kid trying to fight a Goliath. People laughed. Charles stood all this time somewhere in the distance and intently watched every move. With a blow so hard, Goliath's fingers broke. The man gritted his teeth and roared in pain. He didn't expect that some young boy could break his fingers. The boy naturally did not waste any time in swinging his weighty fist and aiming straight at his opponent. It was necessary to put him down with one blow, so as not to play for long. The man did not have time to dodge, and the heavy blow of the protagonist came straight to his chest. Waves began to spread out from the point of impact. The man's breath was cut off by the force of the blow. He didn't have time to react, and a deafening sigh escaped from his mouth. The impact was so strong that blood flew from his mouth. It seemed as if all of his internal organs had been blown away with such a blow. The people were horrified. How is this possible? Who was this newcomer? Naturally, everyone bet on Goliath, but now it was a real surprise to them. Even the announcer, who had seen a lot of things in his life, was a bit shocked. After hitting this guy, some inhuman sounds came out of Goliath's mouth. He finally came to his senses and continued commenting. The protagonist was landing uppercut after uppercut after uppercut. His blows were so strong that Goliath couldn't even do anything. He didn't stop attacking Goliath. His fists were like a machine gun that couldn't be stopped. The man didn't even try to defend himself. He just didn't have the time to do so. The boy jumped up and delivered another powerful uppercut right into the Goliath's jaw. What a piece of work. 2 meters tall and weighing 150 kilos. The protagonist's fists were already completely covered in his opponent's blood. A powerful exclamation mark punch was needed to finish this bastard off as quickly as possible. The protagonist was cursing at himself. Such rubbish in such a low-level section. Goliath was already almost losing consciousness. His eyes slowly began to roll inward. Soon the man couldn't take it anymore and fell to his knees. He stood and tried to gather all his remaining strength. The boy stood in front of him and couldn't believe he had such an opponent. He wanted to give up and stood humbly waiting for the end of the round. But the boy did not think to stop. He reached out his hand to the man and said that the fight was not over. A smile appeared on his face. Swinging round, he hit the man right in the nose with his knee as hard as he could. There was a resounding crunch. Everything on the man's face broke at the same moment. Several of his teeth had come out and were now lying in the ring. The already exhausted man was now flying backwards. Blood splattered from his face in different directions. However, the boy did not think to stop. He again struck a powerful blow with his knee right in the nose. Blood flew in different directions. The man no longer resisted. He did not even make any sound. The crowd standing outside the ring was simply shocked by this outcome of events. No one expected that some newcomer could do their favorite like this. The boy was already about to throw another punch, but suddenly someone picked him up under his arms. Two powerful men grabbed the boy and started dragging his opponent away. Goliath was lying on the ground, a bright pool of blood spreading from his face. The man was unconscious. One could only hope that he would survive after this. The announcer himself was a little shocked by this outcome. He began to comment in a shaky voice. "The fight is over." Against all expectations, the favorite had been defeated. The protagonist at this time broke out of the clutches of the guards, who bounced away from him with horror. Probably they were afraid to get it themselves. Against all expectations, the winner is Young Yun Ha. The announcer's voice once again sounded resounding. The boy with a bloody face looked at his opponent with a frenzied gaze. Goliath was lying on the floor, choking on his own blood. He could barely breathe, his face a bloody mess after the hail of blows. The boy stood watching the applause, and suddenly Charles came up to him from the other side. He called out to the lad, and the boy looked straight at the man. He had a beaming smile on his face. It was obvious that the lad had not disappointed him, and now the man was pleased. He clapped his hands together. Just as he thought, he had picked him an opponent with a similar level. But the man didn't have time to finish his sentence. The guy interrupted him. "Let her put those talking points for others." His eyes glowed in fury. "So, what's his price? That was the only thing Guy cared about." The man grinned. What a bastard, he'd said he wasn't interested. What changed? Okay, then he would explain it all to him. Combat points are determined by the jury's verdict. Only after the final verdict is announced can the winner be decided. Right now, he has 100 battle points. The man stood in front of him and held a small piece of paper in his hands. The protagonist looked at it all carefully, but still didn't understand anything. Some kind of battle points. Points. What is he talking about? The man noticed it and asked in surprise, why such an expression on his face? Does he have a problem with something? At the moment, 100 is the right number for him. He handed him a piece of paper in which the money was apparently wrapped. This is his share. For the record, if he loses, he gets nothing. Smiling, the man turned his back to him. The stakes of this fight were very high because of the great interest in it later on. There wouldn't be many chances to get such a sum of money. The boy looked at the piece of paper that had large denomination notes literally protruding out of it. It was the first time he had ever seen such serious money in his life. Finally, Charles told him to use his money properly. The next day, the students came to school as usual. His hated class. Familiar voices were heard everywhere. Gi-dae and Do-yoon were squatting and talking to each other. The guys were worried about something. Why wouldn't their leader want to unite and stand up against that guy? If he needs to take care of something, he gives himself completely to it. By the way, where is he then? E.T. smilingly looked up. He saw something that he was sure to like. Standing in front of them was their leader. The boys rejoiced he had finally arrived. His friends asked what was wrong with his face. The main character brushed it off. Nothing important. Do-yoon looked at his phone and cheerfully said that he was planning to go out for a drink tonight. Therefore, he had prepared something. The guy showed the others his mobile phone, which had a picture with a lot of girls on it. Check it out. He had started chatting with them relatively recently. The guy was incredibly pleased. Cute, aren't they? Indeed, there were 3 very cute girls looking at them from the screen of the phone, smiling radiantly. The threesome is interesting to me, so what? Let's have fun with them. Gi-dae looked carefully at the phone and said that the girl in the center is now his. Do-yoon laughed. They need to come to the bar first. The main character didn't seem to share their interests. He tilted his head and said in a stern voice that they should stop doing this crap. Now they follow him. A girl in a yellow tracksuit walked through the city with a quick, confident stride. There were a lot of people going about their business. Suddenly, she slowed down. The devil. She felt that someone was following her. Literally, with her back, she felt someone stubbornly staring at her back. Angrily, she turned back around and said in a stern voice, "Stop following her. Is he a stalker?" Behind her stood a boy, medium height with white hair. He timidly changed from foot to foot, and in his hands he held the academy's sports uniform. The boy's name was Lee Hyun-eun, Gyeomdang High School. He scratched the back of his head and not boldly said that he wanted to learn how to fight too. The girl sighed heavily and turned to face him. He continued to stand and stare timidly in front of him. He was just being bullied at school. The girl didn't understand, so what did this have to do with her specifically? She was starting to get a little annoyed that this brat was following her around all the time. She doesn't give individual lessons. Besides, he's in sports, right? The girl spoke sternly and insistently. She wanted to get rid of this annoying kid. What does he want? Let him stay out of what he doesn't want. The boy gritted his teeth and said in a stammering voice that he wasn't interested in sports. He wants to. He paused for a moment, trying to collect his thoughts. He wants to learn how to fight. The guy said the phrase as if it had cost him a lot of effort. Does she know what it's like to be bullied? But it didn't seem to have any effect on the girl. She turned away. I don't understand, so stop bothering me, she said, and went on about her business. The girl's name was Nuna. Suddenly she looked away. There she saw that familiar guy she had pulled out of the rubbish bin so recently. He was walking again, surrounded by his friends and a few girls. That's him. That's him. It's that scum. The protagonist was enjoying the company of beautiful girls and not paying attention to anything around him. They all went into a small building on the other side of the street. It was a bar. The girl noticed a glowing sign near the entrance. He's really scum for going to places like this. Do-yoon stared in surprise in front of him. The sight was truly breathtaking. The guy couldn't wait to start feasting. Holy shit. In front of him was a whole table full of various food. There was absolutely everything, rolls, a lot of meat, salads, and most importantly, booze. The girls who came with him stared at the food in surprise. He asked the main character if it was worth ordering so much. He tipped a shot glass of alcohol into his mouth and squeezed his eyes shut. Isn't that too much? Friends wanted to know what was the reason for such generosity. The guy exhaled heavily, and putting the shot glass on the table apologized to them for last time. So tonight, it's his treat. Smiling, he looked at his friends with a good-natured look. Let them not worry about anything. Eat, drink, and just enjoy. Let them have fun. Yan-ha sat surrounded by the girls while hugging one by the shoulders. Let's be friends forever, someone shouted a toast. The guys laughed. Gi-dae looked like he was already passed out. Look at him, we should make a video. Their mate was lying on the table and really didn't understand anything. Next to him was a half-drunk bottle of alcohol. Someone had suggested we get drunk tonight. The suggestion was a big success and everyone clapped their hands happily. Do-yoon, hugging one of the girls, said that as expected his friend is on another level. The girl walked up to him and asked if she could order anything else. Suddenly the guy blushed uncharacteristically, either from alcohol or embarrassment. He looked at the girl with a kind of amorous look. He asked her what her name was, and why doesn't she drink? The girl looked into his eyes with embarrassment. Her name was Baek Shu-seung. She was from the girls' high school. Besides, the girl timidly said she couldn't drink. The guy got excited and laughed. That's how it is. Since she's cute, she's forgivable. Does she have a boyfriend? Do-yoon didn't stop. The girl sitting next to him said he should stop. That girl has plenty of men without him. The guy said, so what? Smiling a snide smile, he asked. She wouldn't mind if he joined them, would she? The girl hummed and drank some more alcohol. The friends continued to sit back and relax. A hearty laugh spread through their company. Baek was embarrassed. Her phone vibrated and the girl started fumbling in her purse. Who is it? Her friend asked. The embarrassed girl replied that it seemed to be Kang-chan Oppa. Her friend was surprised again. Is he calling again? The girl got up from the table to move aside and talk on the phone, but she was stopped by a man's hand. Do-yoon looked at her and asked why she was so nervous. The girl with yellow hair said she would tell her later. This man who calls her has confessed his love to her and is now following her everywhere. Her friends told this man to leave them alone, and for a while he didn't bother them. But then he started showing up again and pretended to be Shai-Eun's boyfriend. Fuck her. He's always stalking her, calling her, and going to their school. He's really sick. Do-yoon looked at her with surprise. What the hell is this? The phone continued to vibrate insistently. The very same phone number popped up on the screen. The guy said they'd cover for her in case of anything, so don't let her worry. She's safe. On the other end of the phone, an annoyed voice was asking itself, "Why isn't she picking up the phone?" The operator's voice came through the phone. "The called party is not answering. Please leave a message." The guy couldn't stand it, though. He's worried. He opened the door with his foot and went outside. The man was furious. He was ready to protect his girlfriend. He thought she belonged only to him. A few minutes later, he was already at the bar, and how did he know the girl was right there? The guy stood there, looking at the group of friends. Shi-Eun. As soon as she saw him, her face immediately changed. She was frightened and realized that something bad was about to happen. This man was always following her. Kang Chang stood looking down at them with his phone in his hand. He looked at the poor, frightened girl and said that she made him worry, bitch. Shi-Eun immediately waved her hands and tried to justify herself. The girl was scared to death. The guy continued to freak out. Why the fuck was she ignoring his calls? I mean, he heard her phone was on silent. Da-Yun came closer to him and tried to calm him down. The guy was already pretty drunk, and now he was getting into a fight. He got close to Chan and looked him straight in the eye. Is he Kang Chan or whatever his name is? Who is he to bother girls? The stranger looked at him and began to speak. His mouth curled into an ugly smile, and he asked the guy, "Didn't he think that prying is a bit rude?" The guy already had his fist ready. Chang swung around, and with all his might, he punched him with his fist right in the face. Da-Yun was relaxed and didn't have time to react. There was a violent clap. The kid didn't even have time to react. He didn't realize what the hell had just happened. It was like everything went blank in his head. The protagonist just silently watched the whole thing. That man is fast. Yeon-ha took another shot of alcohol but continued to sit in his seat. Chang suddenly totally lost his fear and jumped up on the table, not at all worried that he might break something there. He stood right in front of the girl who didn't know where to put herself from fear and was shaking completely. He put out his hand and told her to put her face up. Before the girl could react, the guy swung round and slapped her hard. She grimaced but did nothing. She was in incredible pain. Smiling, the degenerate said it was only because she was his girlfriend. He squinted his eyes and prepared to drink again. He said that just because she was his girlfriend, he would only hit her 30 times. The guy took a swing and prepared to hit again. However, it was not meant to be. The protagonist jumped up on the table and grabbed the insolent man's arm. A fight was about to break out. Chan wrenched his hand out of the main character's powerful grip. Surprisingly, this guy had simply incredible strength. In addition, he had great speed. He turned around to him and smiled contemptuously, saying that he had forgotten that they were here. The guy smiled and was already preparing his fist. Suddenly, he pulled out his phone and said that he suddenly got an important message. He looked at the screen of the phone, and what he saw made a satisfied smile spread across his face. The protagonist also took out his phone. What the hell is this? There was an inscription on the screen of the phone. It was a message from Charles. He said that the protagonist's next fight had already been scheduled. The match would take place next week, on the roof of Building XX. To his surprise, his next opponent would be the man standing in front of him. Chan also received a message and was even more surprised that his opponent would be the protagonist. There would definitely be a battle now. Young put out his fist and his opponent squinted his eyes. So this cocksucker is his opponent. Is there any point in waiting a whole week? Why not fight here and now? They crossed their fists and prepared for battle. All the other friends sat and silently watched the unfolding events with me now. At this time, the girl stood in the night street and practiced her blows. Her heavy breathing echoed throughout the neighborhood, but no one heard her. As the street was almost empty, with only one lantern shining above it, she was completely focused on her training, as if she didn't notice anyone around her. Her fists flew out one after another. Finally, she started and sat down on the nearest bench to catch her breath. There was literally steam coming off her body. Taking her head slightly to the side, the girl heard some strange noises. There were several people in that direction. Among them, she saw a familiar face. Looking a little closer, she recognized her old acquaintance. Did that jerk get into a fight again? She kept looking at him, but the guy didn't even think about looking away as he was apparently engrossed in the conversation. She looked more closely. She was starting to get annoyed with the kid. He was always getting in trouble. She was starting to gradually get annoyed with this behavior. Why couldn't this monkey just calm down? Chan standing in a fighting stance, he prepared for a fight, his blood boiling. Apparently there was a dodo like the protagonist in the PvP club. He wasn't good enough to reach him yet. He looked at the protagonist with a disdainful look. The protagonist, on the other hand, just stood still at this time and looked at his opponent with a stern look. He irritably told him to finally stop mouthing off and closed his mouth. Chan laughed, and this little guy is fearless after all. It could be considered that he had already won this fight. The boy got into a fighting stance, readying his fists, and pounced on the protagonist. The boy gritted his teeth and moved forward towards his opponent. He was starting to get annoyed. He's attacking. He can't dodge. Failing to dodge at the last moment, the boy received a powerful punch right in the jaws. But why did it have such a strange trajectory? The boy gritted his teeth and held back a scream. Chan kept swinging and hitting harder and harder. He wasn't just fast. He hit harder and harder. His hands were impossible to follow, and with his fast punches he doesn't let him follow him. Slippery bastard. Jong swung, but his opponent dodged in time. It was as if he was toying with him. Swinging from his stance, the guy hit the protagonist with all his might with a powerful uppercut right into jaws. The guy naturally couldn't react, and his eyes instantly went dark. Because of all his strength, he tried to stay on his feet for a nasty blow to the head from such a powerful blow. It was as if his opponent was taunting him. Too slow for him, this was just some kind of child's play, not a fight. He regained his fighting stance and prepared to strike. With his cheap efforts, he could even touch him. What a weakling he is. There was so much contempt in those words that the boy's eyes lit up. He couldn't stand being called weak. What a degenerate. Now he got into a fighting stance and aimed his heavy fists at his opponent, who was probably ready for anything. Hitting him even once would be a great achievement. Jong began to approach, gradually reducing the distance. However, it was all in vain. As soon as he wanted to strike, his opponent dodged and sneakily hit him right in the cheek. The fist of the protagonist, as I expected, missed. Chan mocked him while the protagonist struggled to recover from the blood. Nuna watched from the sidelines, getting more and more pissed off. This braggart can't even compete with such a freak. What will come out of him next? Soon the protagonist was lying on the floor, almost exhausted. Those quick and precise punches left him no chance. Wimp, his opponent said, looking at the exhausted boy. This jerk is too weak. Was he supposed to be his next opponent? At this time, the protagonist was trying to regain consciousness. His head was ringing from the many blows. Why was he so fast? He hadn't been able to hit him back even once. What kind of speed is that? Rage slowly began to take over. Fuck, how much is he really missing? Chan looked at him with a contemptuous look. Squinting his eyes, he said, the main thing was that the hero was no match for him. He doesn't even have the basics. And he, an outstanding boxer. When he was in his old school, he jokingly punched a dodo. After that, he fell to the ground and blood started to flow from his head. The boy approached the protagonist and asked, do you know what happened next? This brat became a vegetable for the rest of his life. He could no longer live a normal life. He stayed confined to a hospital bed. He was more like a vegetable than a human being. All he could do was wag his eyes helplessly in every direction. The boy's father started to pester him, babbling about how he had no one but his son. Unnaturally, the parent was worried about his son. She looks like this freak did not care at all. Only one thing existed for him, his whim. After that, the guy spent a few months in a juvenile detention center. He was kicked out of school for behavior and banned from boxing. He came closer and closer to the boy. The protagonist continued to lie on the ground and tried to come to his senses. The boy asked him if he thought it was unfair. That whisker was weak, and it was only his fault. Jung tried to move his arm, but he was having a hard time doing so. His body felt like it was frozen. But his opponent continued. What can I say looking back? It was a good experience for him, so he thinks he can be treated the same way. The guy raised his foot and prepared to crush the protagonist's hand with it. The guy didn't understand anything and couldn't defend himself at that moment. However, nothing happened. The fighter's foot was stopped by someone else's foot. She was dressed in a familiar yellow suit. The guy wondered, who dared to stop him? Nuna stood in front of him, keeping her foot in front of him. Chan asked irritably, "Who the hell was that?" He was starting to get annoyed that some wench had prevented him from disposing of his victim. And now she's challenging him to a fight? What the hell is this? Where is this Vidano? The protagonist finally came to his senses a bit and recognized a familiar shape. What is she? What was she doing here? The girl looked down at him and said irritably, she had explained everything to him last time. "Let him make trouble for me and everything will be fine." The girl looked down at him with frowning eyes. Anyway, she was about to say something else, but then she was stopped. The guy's finger jabbed into her head. The girl couldn't bear to be treated like that anymore. She yanked towards him to teach him a lesson. Chan approached her and irritated that she had ignored his question. It was impolite. He really disliked not being listened to. He repeated his question, asking in a more rude manner. "Who's that bitch? Blue and yellow sweatpants, what the fuck is she wearing?" Fucking couple, the guy wanted to say something else. But the girl walked past him, shoving him roughly with her shoulder. He barely managed to stay on his feet. It was a big insult. Nuna walked past him without even looking at him. Turning back to him, she said he's just as wimpy as that brat. So let him shut his stinking mouth and let him get the hell out. She only holds back once. Chan couldn't bear to be treated like this. He grabbed the girl by the shoulder and wanted to pull her to him. What does she think she's doing? Has she lost her mind? The guy quickly swung his fist, aiming at her face, but the girl reacted in time, and the fist whistled just a few centimeters away from her face. What the fuck is that? Meanwhile, the guy was watching with a dumbfounded look. Had she dodged his punch? The girl was standing in front of Chan, and he didn't realize. Turning to face him, she repeated her phrase in an irritated voice. "She says she only holds back once, doesn't she?" Chan laughed. "That's hilarious. What happens if she doesn't hold back?" He laughed at the girl's confidence. What does this girl think of herself anyway? She doesn't even know who he is? The guy didn't notice anything around him and wondered what she would do if she didn't hold back. He didn't notice that the sole of her shoe was fast approaching his chin. The boy wanted to say something else but didn't have time. The girl swung around and kicked him in the jaw with all her might. The guy naturally didn't react and felt the full force of her high kick. "That's it," said the girl, still looking at him. What a bitch. Chan only managed to hum, his chin smoking from the force of the blow. How dare she? The protagonist looked at all of this with genuine surprise and delight. Who the hell was she anyway? She hit him so easily and he didn't even notice. The guy realized that this girl was not as easy as she looked. Chan got angry and started bombarding her with punches. But the girl dodged each one as if it were an easy dance. How does she manage to dodge all his blows? The protagonist didn't understand anything. However, even that wasn't all. He gritted his teeth and watched as the girl easily dealt with the bastard. It was as if she was anticipating his every move. The girl was jumping from side to side like it was a walk for her. This wench continues to hold a stand and dodge. He watched her every move. Her movements were really just flawless. Deftly dodging another blow, she swung round and kicked the guy in the forehead again. This time, the blow was much harder. There was a crunch. His nose broke and the guy fell backwards, splattering bloody snot. Fucking bitch. He screamed. The guy couldn't take the humiliation. Some girl playing with him like a toy. The guy didn't know what to do. The girl didn't pay attention to all the shouting. She deftly ducked and naturally in a fist approached the guy at an extremely close distance. However, it was only a trick. Faking a punch with her hand, she waited until the guy put up a block, and with all her might she kicked him right in the knee. Chan didn't see it coming and started balancing, trying to stay on his feet. And on what tricked him? This is unbelievable. The guy could barely stay on his feet. Nunai didn't hesitate, and swung around and charged at him with another powerful punch. It went straight for the guy's jaw. It was a powerful high kick again. His eyes went black and his brains felt like they were going out through his ears. Chan. This time he couldn't stay on his feet and flew high up. The girl had worked all of her punches just perfectly. It was an unmistakable technique. The guy could not even realize what had happened to him. The protagonist didn't know what to say to her. He just stared dumbfounded, watching everything that was happening. His eyes were just huge with shock. Soon her rival fell a few meters away from her with a thud and never got up again. The girl hummed and said that she had said he was just as weak, right? She looked at the two guys with disdain. That's why they are stupid scum, what jerks. The girl sighed heavily and turned in the opposite direction. The protagonist didn't know what to say to him. He was completely shocked by what he had just seen. Without turning around, the girl over her shoulder threw him that he was an incredibly pathetic person. Her voice sounded very annoyed. She just wanted to go for a walk, to practice after all. But here she was getting into a fight with those scum again. Young got up on shaky legs and ran after her, begging her to stop. But still, the girl didn't even think of turning around in his direction. She had wasted enough time on this scum, and now she needed to remove herself. However, his body still ached from such a beating, so he landed on his knee. That guy in red and that girl. Now the protagonist realized everything. Those two are both students at that academy. Now that clears it up. That's how they know so much martial arts. Now he'll have to get into that academy at any cost. The girl was slowly moving away from him, and the protagonist everything was looking at the writing on her sweatshirt. Halim Academy. Nuna walked up to the doors of the academy. She was dressed in her normal school uniform. Knocking on the door, she grabbed the handle. The girl stood in front of the door and was ready to go inside as she was suddenly called out by a familiar voice. She really didn't feel like talking to anyone right now. Young standing behind her, the girl turned around at him. Over her shoulder, she asked rudely, "What did he want? Is that jerk stalking her again? What the hell? What the fuck is he doing here?" The girl was very annoyed. She was pissed off that this jerk was following her for some reason. The protagonist did something he would never do in normal life. He knelt down in front of her and in a guilty tone asked her to teach him how to fight. The boy looked down at her as if he were an offended child. The girl was a little shocked by this. She looked at him with a surprised look and then asked, "Is he fucking crazy? He's got the wrong address. This place doesn't teach hooligans or scum. So let him get the fuck out of here." The girl looked at him with such arrogance that the protagonist had a twinge in his gut. There was determination in his eyes. He didn't plan to back down. Right now, the main task for him was to learn how to fight whatever it became. He looked at her with the eyes of an obedient student. Despite all the girl's threats, the protagonist didn't budge. She leaned towards him and started screaming right in his face. Is he deaf or something? However, he didn't even think about moving. The door opened and a man came out of the academy holding a bottle with some kind of drink in his hand. A girl was shouting from everywhere, screaming that this place doesn't train people like the protagonist. Stop flickering in front of my eyes. She would have continued shouting at him if she hadn't been interrupted by someone's heavy sigh. Now, she stopped talking and looked in that direction. A man in a tracksuit was approaching them. Apparently he was dead drunk, for his gait was wobbly and his tongue was slurred. Overcome with intoxication, he told the girl that she was wrong. Swinging from side to side like a pendulum, the guy came closer and closer to them. In his drunken voice, he said that this is the place where you learn to fight. He came even closer to the protagonist and looked at him closely, trying to see something strange about him. Young looked at him with eyes that looked like they were ready to tear him apart. Metal glittered in them, rage, and a fierce desire to learn to be better than he was. Suddenly the man seemed to sober up. What a thing. Look at the look in his eyes. The man smiled and a face finally peeked out from under his fringes. The girls tried their best to dodge. Right a few centimeters from their heads, a bottle flew in and shattered into thousands of pieces against the wall. The two girls who just yesterday had been in the club with the main character were now sitting shrunken into a lump. Next to them were the guys who continued to mock them by surrounding them in a circle. Who was with them then? Who were those freaks? The girls said in stammering voices that they didn't know. They huddled together, shaking with fear. The guys continued to rage. If they didn't know who they were, they had to find out. If they can't find out anything about those freaks, they'll have their heads off. Chang squinted. He must find that bitch who had beaten him so shamelessly back then. He couldn't take that kind of defeat, especially from a wench. He must find her and tear her to shreds. His whole face was wrapped in plasters. His nose was broken, and his eyes were burning fire with rage. Nuna said in a stern voice that this was no place for brawlers like him. Although it's quite funny to hear that from someone studying at a martial arts academy. The drunkard came closer to her, and good-naturedly said that he was the director of the academy. Why should she make a fuss? The girl hesitated half a word. The man came closer to the protagonist, and he literally smelled the strongest odor of booze. Well, now he's going to look at him. The girl continued to rage somewhere behind him. How much this upstart pissed her off. 96 Young looked at the director with eyes full of rage. There was a metallic hue reflected in them for a second. The man smiled as he seemed to like the boy. That's great. 1 month's fee is 0001. After 1 year of training, the next year will be free. Suddenly, the principal was interrupted. The girl put her hand on his shoulder and shook her head negatively. She squeezed his shoulder so much that the principal cried out in pain. She had said, "You can't take him." At this time, she looked as if a demon had possessed her for a moment. She squeezed his shoulder even harder. They can't train him because that degenerate will become a bandit. They can't. This time, even the headmaster backed down. She said, "Can't." The boy knelt in front of them and said nothing. Finally, the girl let go of the squealing principal. The boy clung to his shoulder. The girl said that bullies don't belong here at points. The principal muttered to himself that let him look at his hair. Who here out of the two of them is still a bully? He's the principal after all, but she has the real power. The girl looked at him even more closely. He doesn't really care who gets trained here as long as he gets the money. But no one can go to them unless they can get permission from her. The headmaster rubbed his shoulder and said he didn't know anything. Let them decide. The girl looked at him and asked, "Where did they go?" The principal finally couldn't take it anymore and asked, "Is it possible to ask such questions to the elders? She's just a bastard." His face was flushed with alcohol. It was obvious that this man likes to drink a lot of alcohol. There's only one place for him to go. The man pretentiously began to gurgle, imitating how he would drink alcohol. The girl hit herself in the face with her hand. And this is a mixed martial arts academy. This is some kind of laughingstock. The main character continued to kneel in front of her, and once again asked his request to teach him how to fight. The girl was really annoyed. Let this guy finally get the hell out of there already and not piss her off. What was he even doing here? Why was he getting attached to her? Bottom line, he needs to make a deal with her, right? Then there's a remedy. Something tells me that this remedy has to do with alcohol. It's hard to expect anything from a man like him. The girl was already thinking of going inside the academy when suddenly the protagonist called out to her again. She turned her irritated gaze. He looked at her with a serious look and suggested her to go for a drink. In a second, his face was already scarred from being striped and had a couple of dozen extra patches on it. His friends were laughing at him. He was beaten up by a girl. Duyun purely laughed and said it was all love. The main character shook his head to the side and said that it wasn't. It's not about that at all. His friend suggested that if anyone wanted, he could give this girl a couple of teeth, but the protagonist refused. Now he has to work it out on his own, not ask anyone for help. And besides, it's kind of vandalism. Duyun thought, if you can't solve everything by brute force, then you need another way, in which he is a master. The guy looked at his friend and told him to remember something. If he wants to seduce a girl, he should just offer her a drink together. Gite confirmed it's exactly like that. It's a flawless way that always works. After all, it's the best way through which you can build a relationship and connect. In my opinion, these guys just don't know any other way. Duyun told his friend not to listen to that jerk, such a boyish girl. You have to show yourself to be a real man. They started arguing amongst themselves again. But after all, yesterday, Yan Ha hears the not that jerk. A girl to be with him might think he's a wimp. Gide said that his friend was talking too much, for a man who passed out after a couple of glasses of whiskey. They continued to argue like this, and the protagonist just sat with his head down, still unsure of what to do. Suddenly, only one word came out of his mouth. Sincerity. He got up from his seat, walking forward. Duyun said he doesn't remember what happened yesterday. So where was he going? The guy didn't seem to be listening to him. He said goodbye, tossed them that he had his own things to do, and walked briskly towards the school building. The boys just stayed behind him with perplexed looks. Soon he came back to the academy to finally get himself taught how to fight properly. Well, if you can't do it one way, you have to try another. The boy decided to pull himself together and finally do something useful. He took a broom and started sweeping the neighborhood of the academy. The girl saw this and snorted. What a jerk. She walked closer to him and looked at him with her stern gaze. She was getting more and more pissed off by this annoying guy. The main character seemed to wake up and said that it was just kind of messy in here. She walked past him literally a few centimeters away and told him to finally get the hell out of here. The guy realized that this method didn't work either. She walked past him and walked briskly into the building, slamming the door loudly one last time. He was starting to piss her off more and more. At that moment, the guy took a knight-like stance. Well, he's going to hang around until he gets permission. No more, he wouldn't back down no matter what it cost him. An hour later, He came up with a new plan, climbed onto the roof, and began to paint over the rust along with the lettering. A girl ran out of the building and screamed that he was a complete idiot. But he just wanted to write a new inscription, because it was almost erased. However, the girl didn't even listen to him, so let him get out of here before she erases him. Then a new ingenious plan did not take long. He pulled the hose and began to pour water on the flowers. The girl wasn't happy. He's going to pay the water bill? Let him get the hell out of here. That didn't work either, and the guy bought her some goodies from a neighboring cafe. But the girl was adamant. Let him have them and get out of here. She was so sick of him. Her irritated screams were everywhere. Please let him get out of here. He's so persistent. Finally, the day came to an end and the boy went to his house. All the way home, he looked at his feet. Doesn't everything he's done work? However, he kept chasing the girl. She didn't know where to go. When would he stop following her? The girl was standing at the bus stop waiting for the bus, and the main character kept following her around. Stalker? He's gonna follow her all the way home? The guy kept saying one phrase, "Teach me how to fight." I said, why would he do that? Will he become a thug and cause trouble? The guy shook his head and said, he's not interested. He wants to beat up the guy who beat him up last time. His voice sounded firm and confident. They stood across from each other and stared straight into each other's eyes. As soon as the girl heard hearing that, the girl laughed a little. What? Let him come to his senses. Even though that jerk is the truest rubbish, he still has a foundation. It's boxing. The girl looked at the main character. Does he really think he can stand up to a man who is placed in competitions? It was obvious, and boy, he knows he's not weak, so he asks her to train him to fight. Besides, if he has enough skill in combat, he can defeat any opponent. She finally softened and with a heavy sigh said, does he like hanging around with the same kind of scum that much? Or defeat? Does it really matter? She finally looked at him with a calm and serious look and asked, what's the reason he wants to be strong in fights? The boy wondered, really, what's the reason? Suddenly a motorbike appeared from around the corner, with a man in a gray jacket sitting on it. He spotted the two men and gritted his teeth and cursed. He seemed to recognize them. The motorbikes roared and came straight at them with all their might, their headlights blinding them. But the motorbikes weren't going to stop. One of the bikers turned out to be Chan. He finally tracked them down. It was that exact bitch. Now he wouldn't leave her alone. They looked at the stranger in surprise. What the fuck? The girl didn't understand anything. Who was this dude? The protagonist stood behind her and looked at the arrivals with the same incomprehensible gaze. At this time, the biker was not going to stop. He got a big heavy rebar from somewhere and swung it right at the girl. He was going to kill her for sure. However, the opposite happened as soon as he swung the rebar. The girl dodged and the heavy stick flew just a few centimeters away from her. What a scumbag. She finally realized what was going on. The face of the bastard seemed very familiar to her. However, one biker was immediately followed by others who also put out their sticks to finish the girl off. Now she would definitely not be able to dodge. For a second, fear flashed in her eyes, however. The body of the protagonist appeared literally out of nowhere. He jumped straight forward to cover the girl and not let those bikers touch her. He stood in front of her and the impact of two heavy rebars hit his back. The girl stood unharmed. The guy protected her like a shield. He stood there and endured the incredible pain. But then he became furious and grabbed one of the bikers, pulling him right out of the saddle. The man didn't even have time to react as he was already flying on the heavy tarmac. The protagonist grabbed onto him even harder, and with all his might he slammed him straight to the floor. The helmet cracked open, and the man let out a suppressed groan. His bike flew off in the opposite direction and smashed into the wall, shattering into small pieces. The protagonist stood with his head bent, a trickle of blood dripping from his forehead. He clenched his teeth and tried his best not to faint from such a blow. The girl looked at him in surprise. The guy replied, that was the reason why he wanted to learn how to fight. He raised his head. His whole face was smeared in blood, but he still kept on his feet. That's the reason he has to win. Silhouettes from his past life began to pop up in his mind one by one. He had lived his whole life in this world that was like a rubbish dump. In this world, strength decides everything. If you're strong, you're a winner. That's when he decided for himself. He decided that he wanted to change things, that no one else would suffer for nothing. He realized this when he dragged his half-dead friend on his back to save him at the last moment. He dove into this dumpster with his head to become the strongest in this world, so that now he could look down on everyone as they had once looked down on him when he was weak and helpless. Having achieved everything he wanted, he stopped evolving. He began to degenerate and turn into a plant. At that moment, he realized that it was time to change something so that he would no longer look like a freak. Unfortunately, he realized too late that in his efforts, he was beginning to resemble those he had directed his anger against. He wanted to change the food chain. To do just that, he created his own gang to set his own rules. He was tired of putting up with this injustice, hoping that all the freaks would stop spreading fear and chaos amongst normal people. He wanted to create another world that was different from this filthy place. He wanted to create a world where weak people could live in peace and stop fearing bullying and eternal torment. He stood in front of the downed biker while his friends on their motorbikes watched with frightened expressions on their faces. Chan gritted his teeth in anger. They can't just leave him here. The man was literally boiling. He wanted to get even with them for his humiliation. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he saw two people standing nearby calling the police. They were looking at the bikers with frightened eyes. We had to get out of here. The wheels of the motorbike squealed, releasing puffs of thick smoke. We had to get out of here. The cops would be here soon. The bikers jumped on their cars and roared off down the street. Now they were out of sight. Nuna looked after them, irritated. Those things were getting away, and she wanted to get even with them, but she couldn't catch up with them. Suddenly, the protagonist couldn't take it anymore. He fell to the ground with a thud and landed on the pavement. Still, the blow was strong enough, and now the lad was lost to knowledge. The girl looked at him fearfully. She started shouting at him, but the guy did not hear her. A trickle of blood flowed from his head, forming a puddle under him. His eyes slowly started to close. He had no strength to say anything. Nuna frantically tried to scream at him. The last thing he heard was her screaming, trying to wake him up. The image in front of his eyes began to blur, and soon, he blacked out. The guy's eyes opened. He started to frantically look around, his head hurt incredibly. Where was he? The guy couldn't understand anything. Is he in a hospital? He stood up on his couch and noticed that his head was wrapped in bandages. Apparently, he had lost consciousness from the blow after all. Scraps of memories began to come to him. Nuna came round the corner and swayed and stood leaning against the wall. She called out to him, calling him Makaka. She walked up to him and gave him a stern look. The guy noticed her and asked cheerfully, "Is she all right? Those jerks were pretty dangerous stop points. Why was she the one calling him a Makaka?" She stood in front of him and looked at him with the look that a teacher usually looks at a hapless student. The girl asked, "Does he want to die?" The guy sat in front of her with his head rewound, trying to think of something. She leaned in close to him and asked, did he think she wouldn't be able to dodge him? The guy didn't understand. So much for gratitude. She looked at him and asked, did he want to die at the hands of those scum? He's lucky the wounds weren't serious, and he'll be discharged tomorrow. The girl turned away from him and said she had to go. She was just waiting for him to be discharged. She nodded and said she had to go. She was just waiting for Guy to wake up. The girl turned round and headed for the exit of the room. She had her own things to do. Everything she wanted to see here she had seen. The boy nodded his head and mumbled something under his breath. He lowered his eyes and realized at that moment what an idiot he looked like. The girl, meanwhile, was silently heading for the exit. Without saying a word, without even saying goodbye, she was approaching the exit door. The boy rose from his couch and approached her. She noticed this and gritted her teeth in irritation. What a bastard. How he'd got her. The boy stood behind her and glared at her back with his stubborn gaze. Finally, she couldn't stand it any longer. And turning round, the girl shouted, "All right. She'll help him for the first and last time." She moved over to him and started poking him in the forehead with her finger as well. However, he should finally switch his stupid head on. From this day forward, they will meet every night at Cumden Park. They'll have individual training sessions. Let him take it as a thank you for today. Soon the next night they met at the park and their first training session began. The protagonist stood in a fighting stance and his trainer sat next to him on a bench. The first thing he must learn to defeat that arsehole is footwork. The boy got into a fighting stance and began to work his legs hard, jumping from foot to foot and trying to dodge. He was doing his best, putting all his effort into it. His breathing quickened along with his heartbeat. Since this was the first thing he needed to learn, he figured this technique would come easily to him. He moved his feet from place to place, moving in small leaps. Both feet shoulder-width apart, left foot in front, right foot behind. The feet should be pointing at 2 o'clock. The girl appeared suddenly behind his back and rapped him hard on the back with a stick. The guy didn't even realize it, just shrunk like a shriveled date. She looked at him and poked him with the stick and asked him if he wanted to concentrate. The protagonist rubbed his head and looked at her with a hurt look. The girl looked at his feet and said that his foot was stuck to the ground. "Let it rip it off at last," she shouted, emphasizing everything she could. Pointing but not his stick, she ordered him to focus and concentrate. After all, his opponent is no ordinary fighter. He is a boxer. Therefore, he is very good at dodging, speed, and counterattacks. And in footwork, this idiot must be a master. Nuna looked at him with a serious look. Let him start from the beginning, 12 rounds, but let him realize that he could always give up. She herself seemed to want it to finally stop. The boy immediately started training hard. His coach watched him with both eyes, still hoping that this idiot would finally give up. However, it's been amazing. 12 runs already lasted 36 minutes. And this is the 4th time. If it were anyone else, he would have probably started complaining by now. Or he would have just given up. But this jerk never once showed any sign of giving up. She was watching him, and it was starting to make her genuinely interested. Well, we'll see how long he lasts then. On the first day, the training was really grueling. By the end, the guy couldn't feel his hind legs anymore. He'd go back to his house and jump up and down in his yard. His friends watched him from afar to see if he was too far behind in school. The next day, he came to the designated spot as usual and began to train hard. The girl came too and still sat opposite him, studying his movements. She pointed out to him his mistakes, and the guy humbly listened, and did not even think to contradict her in any way. After all, she was much more experienced. In order not to waste time, the protagonist during the usual life continued to train. Walking down the street, he jumped from foot to foot, and passers-by turned around at him, frightened to look after him. On the 3rd day, he practiced just as hard, doing exactly as the girl had told him. She watched him closely and tried to find some mistake and waited for him to give up at last, as she herself was starting to get tired of it. However, the main character didn't even think about giving up. What kind of guy is this? He's been at it a lot longer than she thought. Finally, he ran out of breath and flopped to the floor. The boy was breathing heavily, steam coming off his body. His clothes were soaked with the sweat of such a hard workout. However, his trainer didn't think to stop. She took the stick in her hands and came closer to him. But didn't she say it was okay to call it a day? She looked down at him and in a stern voice ordered him to take off his clothes. The girl looked at him like she wanted to devour him. As soon as he heard that, it instantly turned red. It seemed he wasn't ready for something like this yet. What was she even up to? Lady? Are you out of your mind? What kind of preparation is he talking about? The girl, and looked at him. You fucker, take your shoes off. Naturally, that's not what the guy had originally thought. The guy pulled off his trainers. His feet were completely scarred. Calluses had blistered, and now they looked like the feet of some dead man. The girl opened a tube of healing ointment. That's what she thought. His feet didn't Hilo had rubbed off. The guy looked at her in surprise and said they were filthy. The girl asked, how could the feet of a man who played sports be dirty? She crouched down beside him and began to rewrap his wounds. The boy shrieked in pain. He had overdone it today after all. The girl asked, why is he putting himself in this condition? She gently rewound his wounds and said, there is a saying, any dance begins with the toes. She let go of his foot and lightly slapped it with the palm of her hand. A slight wave of pain spread through the guy's body. The guy grimaced in pain. She asked him if he knew who said that expression. Naturally, he didn't know anything. He was just listening to what his coach was telling him. The guy wondered, is he the strongest man in the world? The image of Bruce Lee immediately came to his mind. He was like him in everything, and even a little like his idol. She walked up to him and took him. The strongest man in the world? The boy hesitated. The man already knew roughly who she was talking about, though perhaps their minds were not on the same page. She helped him up and told him that if he trained as hard as he did, he'd be able to take that creep down in a week or two. 2 weeks? The boy was surprised so soon. She nodded her head. Yes, but only if he trained really fast. However, he has to fight him tomorrow. The guy bowed his head and looked at her guiltily. The girl hesitated for a moment. Tomorrow? She began to swirl the tube of ointment. It seemed the guy's insistence was starting to annoy her again. Was he starting to make a fool of himself again? What kind of a moron is that? The girl was starting to get annoyed by his stubbornness again. Why is he stubborn like a sheep? Stop fooling around, he's not a kid anymore. As soon as she realized, she started banging the tube of ointment on the boy's head. Why is he only talking about this now? Idiot. The boy squinted his eyes, but patiently bore the punishment. He grabbed his head. And why exactly tomorrow? The girl didn't understand anything. The guy replied that they had some sort of arrangement. An arrangement? She sighed. All guys are like that. Continuing to lose my head, the guy said he probably excelled at footwork, so we might as well get started. The girl interrupted him. Is he kidding me? She looked at him closely. That bully wasn't just a back alley bully. Does he still intend to overpower him after days of training? That's just stupid. The boy looked at her with a doomed look. What should he do then? He couldn't just give up. The girl thought in this situation there's no way he could beat him. The announcer was bursting into cheers. A stadium had formed on the roof of the house with a fighting ring on top of it. Tonight's fight would take place on the roof of a high-rise building. Chan stood and was fully prepared for the fight. Opposing each other in this arena today would be the once national boxing champion, the man who had finished the fight by knockout 3-time super rookie. The guy smiled and told his opponent to pray he can crawl out of here alive. Jong standing in the other corner of the ring and was also getting ready. And the dark horse of the PvP club, Jung Yeon Ha. The crowd roared with happiness. Naturally, Charles came to watch the fight. These two athletes would face off here and now. The man smiled and told the kid that this fight would be very tough. The announcer went on to say, Pro versus novice. Who will be the winner? The boy frowned and gathered all his will into a fist. He was well aware that it was going to be very hard. This is just a professional, and he's just an ordinary guy from the street. He remembered his coach's words. There was no way he could beat him when it came to sports, but this was just a fight. The girl smirked and squinted her eyes. She'd agreed to show him a couple of interesting moves, so she'd let the kid watch carefully and memorize. She'd show him something he'd have the slightest chance with. He took a fighting stance, and the girl began to show him, saying that from now on let him mark in his head with an asterisk what she would tell him. All the while, the main character's mind was spinning with the girl's advice. First, the art of fighting. The referee waved his hand and ordered the athletes to get ready. After a few seconds, the man waved his hand and ordered the fight to begin. If a fight is imminent, you must strike first. The protagonist followed this advice and was the first to deliver a devastating blow to his opponent, right in the jaw. The boy was ready for anything. He had absorbed the knowledge, and now he hoped to put it into practice. He braced himself and prepared himself to give it his all. He realized that his opponent was a professional. The referee waved his hand and ordered the fight to begin. The stands froze. People were waiting in anticipation for the start of the fight. For them, only one thing was important: a good spectacle for which they paid. As soon as the referee's hand swept past the face of the protagonist, he grouped himself and prepared to put all his strength into one blow. His opponent didn't even have time to react. The protagonist's fist swiftly approached his jaw, and there was the sound of a scathing blow. The referee bounced aside, frightened with his hands. The commentator continued to describe all the events. A newcomer unexpectedly attacking his opponent. This is the first time he received such a serious blow. The boxer gritted his teeth and prepared to respond. That bastard. Yeon-ha swung a second time to finally finish this slime ball off. He had to do a good job to even get a shot at a professional boxer. However, this time his opponent was ready for it. He deftly dodged. No way this time. He cleverly ducked under his arm, and in a second was on the other side of the line of attack. But everything was under control. The protagonist approached his opponent closely and looked into his frightened eyes. The guy didn't see that coming. Here comes the second rule. You have to use your surroundings to your advantage. The boy deflected, and the bright rays of the sun hit his opponent's eyes, blinding him. The boy opened his eyes wide and didn't have time to react. He didn't expect such a prank. His eyes immediately began to burn out the sunbeams. Taking advantage of this moment, the protagonist bounced to the side, while Guy hesitated and covered his face with his hands. He took a more comfortable fighting stance. Using the moment to his advantage, the boy swung his fist and drove it right into his nose again. There was a crunch. Super Rookie misses another punch. Another mistake. The commentator was out of breath. The anticipation of a good fight had the stands roaring. The people wanted bread and spectacle. They were ready to watch this forever. The dark horse continues the onslaught. All through the battle, the boys had the girl's advice running through their minds. The key to beating that guy is distance. Distance? The boy was surprised. The girl was showing him how to practice his punches. It was exactly like that, distance. Exactly, outboxer is a style of fighting in which the fighter maintains a distance and strikes from afar, trying to evade blows, and seeks to wear down the opponent. From the start, he needs to attack consistently, from all sides, to prevent him from getting out of the line of attack. The protagonist stood and listened intently to all this scientific background. Actually, if he can go forward and catch the rhythm, that's the next thing he needs to do. Distance is the most important value of outboxing, however, it is a big weakness. You have to seize the moment and shorten the distance. The guy started to shift forward while his opponent hesitated. You have to keep him off balance. He had to use all his strength to get his opponent into a corner. He had to close the distance as soon as possible, or he would never win the fight. The boy ran up to his opponent, and hard and direct blows began to bombard the boxer. He could not even do anything. His head dangled lifelessly in different directions under the onslaught of the protagonist. The people were shocked. What? Wasn't this Super Rookie an extremely fast athlete? He keeps missing punches. Those bastards, what do they know? Chan was blocking his opponent's punches and trying to find the right moment to counterattack. But still, despite his best efforts, he failed. No matter how hard he tried to get out of the corner, his opponent predicted all his punches. The protagonist threw one punch after another, preventing his opponent from getting out of range. He got into a defensive stance. This idiot had pumped up his skills. Well, he needed to be on guard. He needed to wait for the moment and strike. Still, after much effort, he managed to wait for the right moment. When the hero was about to make a direct strike, now he had to counterattack. The man prepared himself and got into a fighting stance. He came back from a direct blow. He dodged and with all his might hit the protagonist's fist right under his breath. The boy tried to stay on his feet. His breathing hitched. The commentator saw all this and happily announced that the Super Rookie had finally hit his opponent. The protagonist started frantically breathing and trying to regain consciousness. The blow was really hard. It had to stand. Super Rookie gets out of the corner with his skilled moves. The guy had slipped out of the trap and was now free. The protagonist was about to punch him, but now misses. Chan has escaped the trap, and now the protagonist is standing in the corner. The real coup was coming. The boy stood looking at the protagonist. Who did he think he was? A few seconds later, the boxer's powerful sledgehammer came close to the protagonist's face. He naturally wouldn't have time to dodge and caught a powerful straight punch right in his nose. He tried to counterattack, but his swinging punches failed to reach their target. They were just pathetic stunts. The experienced boxer, with his quick movements, avoided all attacks. Well, it's time to call it a day. He was right behind the back of our hero and prepared his powerful punch. The guy realized that there was no way he could dodge. Indeed, the boxer dodged and hit a powerful uppercut right in the jaw. The main character's head fell back. His eyes went dark, and all the thoughts in his head became confused. I think his jaw flew out. The announcer didn't have time to comment on all the events that were happening. The Super Rookie had finally become active. Our hero tried to come to his senses. A single phrase arose in his mind. Never let him get far away from you. He remembered those moments when Nuna had taught him all the tricks of combat. Even if she said that, he still didn't have much of a chance, right? Her fist stopped just a few centimeters away from his chin. The guy was even a little scared. If the girl hit, he definitely wouldn't get up anymore. And here was the next step. The guy continued to endure the punches and tried to stay on his feet. The boxer was incredibly experienced. His fists were like pistol bullets that were impossible to follow. One blow after another rained down on the protagonist, but he bided his time. The next step is to never strike an opponent in order to block an attack. Another blow to jaws, but the protagonist is on his feet the moment he gets hit. You must attack back. This is the third major fighting skill. The guy catches a punch, but also lands a straight punch himself straight to the boxer's nose. Offense is the best defense. Chan tried to resist. He got dizzy and sparks came out of his eyes. The punch was strong, even though it was a rookie, but his punch was placed. Young leaned back. He was in incredible pain, but he still followed his trainer's advice. At least he had no other choice. What a cocksucker. The boxer was furious. He took aim again and sent the full force of his fist straight into his opponent's jaw. Naturally, the protagonist did not dodge. He also swung and prepared to hit back. His fist hit the target and his opponent's jaw cracked. Another synchronized attack. And not again they hit each other at the same time. To everyone's surprise, they deflected away from each other, and once again scattered to different corners from their own punching power. Chan was furious. He was like a wounded wolf. What a bastard. That bastard's punch is heavy after all. He's practically in the same weight class as him, but he loses to him in strength. What a devil. The guy got back into his fighting stance and prepared himself. He can finish him using only his strength, but the boxer, he decided to take him by stealth. When the protagonist decided to throw his next punch, the boxer ducked and moved away. Suddenly, unexpectedly for the guy, he approached him closely. He did not even have time to think. Suddenly, to everyone's surprise, the boxer ran up to the protagonist and hugged him tightly. Not like a hug, but like a hold. Young asked, "What is that freak doing?" "What the fuck?" The boy was boiling with rage. His rival blushed and pretended to say that he hadn't felt a man's warmth in a long time. Let him wait a bit. Charles, who was watching all this, even blushed with embarrassment. "Are they sticking together?" The crowd started chanting. "Are they meeting?" The crowd began to shriek in surprise. Charles clapped his hands together and began to tell them to date. Chan stuck his tongue out and said the main character was a lot warmer than he thought. What the fuck just happened? Is this some kind of performance? The guy pulled away from him and bounced the other way. The fight went on and it was getting hotter and hotter. The stands were watching with great interest. But even so, he thinks the girl's heat is much better. The boxer jumped towards him and prepared his weighty fist while his opponent hesitated. Young was surprised. He didn't even have time to brace himself and swung his fist. But the experienced boxer had already aimed his straight punch at his nose. The protagonist's eyes went black at that moment. The blow was incredibly strong, and it cost him a huge effort to somehow stay on his feet. The direct blow was followed by a powerful uppercut straight to the jaw. The protagonist endured it all, his eyes now ready to fall out of their orbits from such blows. Then another side kick to the cheek. His jaw was about to break in half, but the boy was still somehow standing on his feet. The crowd was watching in fascination. Wow, did that sound like a punch? Is he having a burst of energy? The crowd raised their hands up in admiration. There was such a scream everywhere that one had to cover their ears to avoid being deafened. The super rookie has stepped up. The crowd cheered him on as he beat up our hero. Shouts could be heard from everywhere. "Come on, turn him into a bloody mess." The crowd began to chant their slogans. Charles stood back and watched. Wow, this kid's amazing, isn't he? The man took a puff on his cigarette. He squinted his eyes and wondered if he could be so strong all of a sudden. However, the fight was getting more and more interesting. It didn't matter how it happened. It was the spectacle that mattered. By the way, he remembered one interesting thing at the moment when Kang Chan used his clinch. Young Ha took it as a joke. The man took out a small lighter from his pocket, which contrasted with his skin. The man smiled his friendly smile. But maybe in sports that would be an offense, but here they could do anything. Behind him the crowd roared, and the man smilingly watched the scene in the arena. His smile grew wider and wider. Kang Chan is fast and has incredible strength. The fight is going to be very interesting. The man stared there even more in anticipation of the incredible spectacle. The boxer was landing his cannon blows one after another. What does the newcomer intend to do now? The protagonist continued to take a lot of punches. The super rookie began to overwhelm his opponent. 305 Young Ha was struggling to stay on his feet. His face was covered in abrasions and his nose was bleeding. He has both speed and strength. Now, I have no way to defeat him. The protagonist realized the hopelessness of his situation. Suddenly he passed into himself and shifted his gaze down to his opponent's legs. Now, like a computer, he began to read all the actions and skillfully copy them. He remembered everything he had been taught. He finally remembered what the girl had taught him. Footwork. Finally, a way out. All he had to do was put it into practice, and victory was in his pocket. That night, she explained everything she could to him in such a short time. If he lost that day, it couldn't be helped. They had too little time anyway. The girl looked at him with the stern gaze of a true teacher. By being able to apply footwork in action, he might be able to turn the situation slightly in his favor. But learning footwork a lot in 3 days, it is simply impossible. It's a lot of work that requires a lot of training. It's impossible in such a short period of time. The boy understood everything he was told, but he had no choice. He had to get out of it as quickly as possible. He resumed his fighting stance and began to work his legs harder. A lot of work. What if we could do it the other way round? The boy's rage returned. Now he had to work his head better. He slipped away, and with a quick movement he moved behind his opponent's back. The boxer didn't even have time to react, and his fist flew past him. The boy was already behind him. He stood in the opposite corner of the ring and once again adopted the fighter's stance. With a surprisingly sharp reaction, he applied everything he had learned all these 3 days. The guy had finally figured out how to work his legs, and now he needed to focus on learning how to use them in the field. It was as if something clicked in his head, and now he started working hard. His opponent didn't expect this. He gritted his teeth. Oh man, how did he do that? He didn't have any of this. How did he learn? This man didn't have any fighting background, and now he's acting like a real experienced fighter. He opened his eyes in surprise. The boy did not hesitate, and after shortening the distance in a few small jumps, brought the full force of his fist straight into his opponent's jaw. His face crumpled like a plastic bottle. Did it work? Did it really work? His opponent didn't have time to react. He was hit with a powerful blow, and his mind seemed to be turned upside down. Chan couldn't believe his eyes. It was crazy. This idiot doesn't even have some sort of battle base. How did he do that? The man backed up. That punch was really strong. Even for such a seasoned boxer, it seemed stunning. He continued to follow the protagonist, but he was still able to use footwork after all. How was that possible? He clenched his teeth, that fucker. What the fuck? How could this rookie beat him? The man's honor had been hurt. Now he needed revenge. Now he no longer felt his advantage in the ring. But how is that possible? It was just a newcomer who yesterday had no skills, and now he was fighting him as an equal. The boxer dodged and prepared his fist. It's just a coincidence. He didn't want to believe that some newcomer could fool him. It was unthinkable. He aimed at his opponent again, but the protagonist used his legs as if he had been boxing all his life. Deftly dodging each punch, he fluttered like a butterfly. Was it a coincidence or not? The boxer was already doubting his own words. This newcomer was amazing. Is he learning on the fly? Boxer had never seen such people before in his life. It was simply impossible. How could one learn such a heavy technique in just a few days? Besides, learning while fighting was incredible. Not a single one of his punches reached its target. Something had changed a lot. It was as if the protagonist had been reborn. He moved completely differently now, like a professional fighter. What the fuck? The boxer didn't understand anything. He couldn't even hit his opponent, and the boy was jumping from side to side like a bee. Well, a few seconds passed, and the protagonist approached at an extremely close distance of only 1 step, and already swung his huge fist to deliver a final crushing blow. His opponent couldn't even realize anything. He only let out a stifled groan. He's attacking him using footwork? Those are boxing moves. What kind of man is this? He's just some kind of monster. The protagonist's fist hit the target, and the man flew away, hitting the corner of the ring. He flew so far that he hit the ropes and almost managed to hold on. The ropes tightened, holding him back. His body. It felt like a train had hit him. It was the first time he'd ever been hit so hard he couldn't stay on his feet. Still, the guardrail couldn't hold and pushed the super rookie away. He fell to his knees and put his head down. The impact had been hard, and now it was going to take a lot of effort for him to recover. The crowd roared. The super rookie was on his knees. No one could have imagined that this would be the outcome of the fight. In the entire existence of this arena, this was the first time that a newcomer who had come so recently was able to take down an experienced fighter in a few minutes, especially since no one had heard anything about this newcomer before. Charles stood deep in the crowd, and hiding his eyes behind his sunglasses, watched the whole event. This kid is a very interesting specimen. We'll have to keep a close eye on him. He was able to achieve high results by combining his fighting techniques with his own strength. He has a lot of potential. The protagonist at this time was looking at his opponent with a predator's gaze. He had succeeded after all. The training had not been in vain. The boxer was sitting in complete shock. His nose was bleeding. He couldn't believe that he had lost to some brat. The moment the protagonist started using footwork, the super rookie lost all his advantage. For someone who is proficient in outboxing techniques, this could be a big problem. Moreover, the super rookie still didn't seem to be able to realize what had happened. He was on his knees with a crushed lighter lying on the floor. It wasn't even the fact that he'd been hit. It was the realization that he'd lost. Shit, when did he drop it? He stared at it with distraught eyes, unable to realize anything. It was the first time for him. Suddenly his head spun. Realization came too late. How dizzying. He pitched forward and began to fall into the ring, the consciousness leaving his head like water through his fingers. Now, the winner was finally decided. The protagonist looked surprised at his opponent, who was struggling to get up. "The super rookie can't get up," the announcer shouted with joy. The winner of the fight was determined. He looked down and saw a lighter lying on the floor. "What's lying there?" "No idea, I think the super rookie dropped it." The boy bent down and picked up the lighter. "What the hell is that? Super rookie fighting with a lighter in his hand? Is that what they call boxing?" The protagonist picked up the lighter and clenched it in his fist. What an idiot. Super weak. This is not good. If he starts fighting with the lighter, he's definitely going to die. Jung clenched the lighter in his hands and looked at his opponent, who shouted for him to give it back immediately. He was surprisingly scared that not only had his secret been revealed, but now it would be the end of him. His only weapon was now useless. The protagonist was very much surprised. It turns out that he couldn't be defeated without this fucking thing. He clenched his hands and in one motion broke the lighter in half. The main character opened his fist and spat out the shards of the lighter. The crowd was in shock, all watching with surprise and anticipation. What would be the outcome of the fight? Of course, it was a bare-knuckle fight, but everyone thought that the super rookie was an experienced and strong fighter, and it turns out that he used cunning tricks to win. He's just crazy. The protagonist now realized everything. The advantage was on his side. The super rookie watched as his only weapon crumbled into splinters, and now he wouldn't stand a chance. Jung stomped on the remains of the lighter, and it crumbled into more pieces with a crunch. Now his opponent was completely disarmed. He looked fearfully at the protagonist, and in a trembling voice told him not to approach. For a second, an inhuman fear for his life flashed in his eyes. He's going to kill him. Would this be the end of his career and his life? He wanted to live so badly. In that moment, he literally rethought his entire short life. The fear was unbelievable. It felt like he was going to wet himself on the spot. Jung slowly approached with slow steps. He looked so threatening that it seemed like a demon had possessed his body. His opponent's entire body began to shake with fear. He realized that if nothing was done, he would definitely be finished. In a second, a heavy fist came down on the boxer's face. There was a loud crunch. The nose literally went into the skull. Pieces of blood flew in different directions. The boy removed his fist. The super rookie realized at that moment that he was finished. It's over. Consciousness was leaving him, and his opponent was hitting harder and harder. He didn't even have the strength to move a finger, and this bastard still had plenty of them. Indeed, the protagonist continued to pummel him with such force as if it was the last fight of his life. His fist came down once more and literally dented the boxer's face inside. He couldn't even say anything. He felt so much pain that he thought he was going to die of pain shock. He swung again and again, and his fist came to its target again and again. The boy no longer thought of stopping. He was like a car that had gone off the brakes. His heavy fists were released on his opponent's face time after time. His bones were already starting to crack, but the protagonist didn't think of stopping. Jung looked at his opponent as if he were prey. His face turned into some sort of animal grin. Even though he was covered in blood, he didn't want to stop. Jung didn't even think of stopping. He swung again and again and again and again. His heavy fist came down on his opponent's face. It seemed like a demon had finally entered his body. His opponent begged for mercy. The boxer's face now looked like a bloody mess. In the dotted remnants of his voice, he said the protagonist had won enough. He grabbed his opponent by the scruff of the neck and shouted that he didn't care right now. He had said last time, hadn't he? Does he remember what he said or not? Jung leaned close to his face. He had said last time that beating a person to a pulp was just a life experience. His opponent didn't know what to do anymore. His teeth were almost gone and tears were flowing from his eyes. His eyes swollen from countless blows, the man cried and realized that he was finished. The voice of the protagonist sounded like thunder. He looked at his rival like a wounded beast that he was about to devour. Well, now it was time for him to help the protagonist become more experienced. Jung Zhang swung even harder. and prepared to lower his weighty sledgehammer to deliver the final crushing blow. His opponent was already crying from the realization that he was about to die. His eyes reflected the protagonist's fist. Is he crazy? He seems to be talking seriously. The man realized that it was useless to resist. Now he would be finished. Is he going to be a cripple? Will he stare at the ceiling for the rest of his life? No, he doesn't want to. He's scared. For the first time in his life, he felt an incredible fear for his life. He imagined lying in a hospital bed, entangled in wires and tubes, and all he would have left was his own thoughts. At that moment, he realized how much he valued his life. He didn't want to. He was afraid. A deafening scream erupted from the man's mouth. A scream of despair and more. The realization that he was finished. However, nothing happened. The main character's fist came down a few centimeters from his head. The blow was so powerful that the ring began to crack. His mouth was foaming. He was in real shock. The last thing he heard were the words of the protagonist. He told him to thank the girl in the sports uniform. After all, it was only because of her that he would now agree to give him another chance. The man retracted his fist, and a large crack formed at that spot. He looked at his opponent and said that he should apologize to the guy he beat up and to his father. And if he didn't, the boy paused rhetorically. Looking at his opponent one last time, he said to make sure that next time he wouldn't miss, and his fist would still reach its target. The winner was finally decided. Jung Yong-ha had won an unconditional victory. Battle points. Charles walked up to him and cheerfully said that the final part of the fight was just fine. The man was incredibly satisfied. The protagonist's opponent was already being carried away on a stretcher. The man looked up and dreamily said, as if this was the feeling that filled Goethe when he wrote Faust. The boy wiped away the blood. What kind of heresy is he talking now? Naturally, the boy did not know the work. He had already turned round and was about to go back to his business, when suddenly Charles called out to him. Hey, wait a minute. He's done a good job. Why don't he go and relax now? There are 4 matches going on tonight, and the main character's match was the opener for them. The man smiled. The rest of the matches would be for first and second places. Wouldn't he like to go with him and gain experience, so to speak? The protagonist was certainly interested. He turned around and asked, first place. The man nodded in satisfaction. It was a great opportunity. It turns out that the guy in the red hoodie would be there too, Kang Soo-ho. Another match was over. The winner is the White Glacier. A man fully dressed in white flaunted himself in front of the audience. His opponent was lying unconscious with blood flowing from his mouth. The protagonist sat with Charles and watched with amazement and delight, trying to analyze the athlete's movements. The man offered him to take popcorn. The guy agreed. The announcer's voice echoed through the night city and reverberated off the walls of the buildings. Night had already fallen on the city, and the first stars began to appear in the sky. After a heated battle, the winner of this fight would receive a pile of dollars. A smiling man walked up to the audience, putting in the microphone even closer to the card. Making a rhetorical pause, he began, "Now, the moment they've all been waiting for. Today's main match is about to begin." The stands erupted into shouting again. People were in anticipation. The most interesting thing was just ahead. Charles smiled and asked the boy, "There weren't that many people at his fight, right?" The boy looked at him with an incredulous look. He understood everything perfectly. The announcer continued to speak. "Well, we present today's athletes. The man who displaced the red brick from the second place. The rising star who is climbing the blood-drenched stairs right now. The man who looked more like a mountain of muscle was climbing into the ring. The second-ranked athlete, the undefeated Lion. In front of him stood a man completely covered in tattoos and scars. He looked as if he had risen from the depths of hell. On his chest was a huge dragon tattoo. The legend of the PvP club was going to fight him. In the next corner of the ring stood the very guy in the red hoodie, the undefeated champion. The announcer was in indescribable anticipation. The one and only champion. Togo roared, and the protagonist stared with both eyes to get a better look at his target. Kang Soo-ho looked at his opponent like meat. His gaze was cold and determined, and there was cold calculation in his head. The announcer continued to speak loudly. "These two will fight here and now in this arena." The guys roared. The people were excited to see the most historic battle they had ever seen. "Looks like the athletes are ready for battle. Let's get this fight on the road." The rivals stared at each other with searing glares. The Lion looked as threatening as possible, but the champion didn't seem to care at all. Charles gave the protagonist a friendly hug. He told the kid to watch carefully, crunching his popcorn as the man continued to smile broadly. The announcer ordered the athletes to get ready. All because these are fights of the same and the strongest players. The boy stared straight at the arena where the epical battle was now unfolding. The lion struck the first blow. He clenched his weighty fist more like a great hammer and walked towards the champion. He in turn was as cold as ever, his movements quick and precise. At last the athletes began to fight. The fight began. The movement of each of the athletes was just perfect. You could feel the years of experience and hardened in training bodies. Lion's fist was already a few centimeters away from the champion's face as he suddenly dodged at the very last moment. As I expected from champions, he instantly takes the initiative by making a phenomenal move. A heavy sound echoed in the stadium. The lion was simply furious. He seemed ready to tear his opponent apart. Maybe he even blushed at this tension. The champion saw only a target in front of him. He was already prepared to strike the next blow. His fist was like lightning. It was impossible to follow him. The blows came one after another like machine gun fire. The lion put out his two huge hands and covered his head. His skin was so tough that the blows did not pose much danger to him. The black lion began to fight back. The champion threw punches one after another. However, no matter what, the champion continued to dominate the ring. He threw his punches relentlessly as if he wasn't getting tired at all. Charles started crunching his popcorn. The speed and agility of the champion's dominance. But his opponent was no pushover either. The protagonist didn't listen to him. He just watched every movement of the fighters. The black lion was closing from all the attacks of the champion. If you look closely, it would seem that he is only blocking attacks. However, that's not entirely true. He minimizes the damage he receives by using his stance. As he gradually approaches his opponent, he shortens the distance for his single strike. As it happened, Lion waited a few seconds, approached the champion and swung his arm, preparing to strike. The hand flew only a few centimeters from the champion's face and slightly over his case. However, it didn't do him much harm. Swinging his leg around, the champion kicked him right in the neck. The blow came right on target. Lion didn't have time to block it, however. He didn't fall down, pushing the champion away. He got back into a fighting stance. The protagonist watched with surprise and delight. It seems that the black lion lost a couple of teeth after such a blow. The champion is determined to destroy his opponent. However, the boy saw the fight take a completely different turn. It was a knife. Everyone could see that the champion's face was covered with blood. The blow had reached its goal after all. Indeed, the black lion had a small, sharp knife in his hands, which he was clutching with his fingers. Indeed, it would be without rules. Everything was allowed here. The crowd began to cheer. The fight became more and more interesting. They could not wait for the denouement. The athletes were not inferior to each other in the village. Besides, guns were allowed here. Charles noticed the protagonist's surprise, and leaning against him said that there was nothing special here. The boy still couldn't believe who could believe that such a thing was happening in this arena. After all, it was waiting for him too. Charles, as if nothing happened, continued to speak. This match is subject to the freestyle rule, which allows the use of certain weapons. Restrictions on martial arts are also lifted. Black Lion Base is a Filipino martial art in which weapons are used. Kali Arnis. He swung and aimed his dagger straight at his opponent. As soon as a man starts, fighting power increases exponentially. In addition, the speciality of his fighting technique is cunning. The black lion could easily strike the champion's left eye with a weapon. Therefore now, the entire attack would only hit the opponent's left side. Indeed, the champion began to strike only to one side, due to the fact that his view was now limited. Charles said that he thought even the champion would find it difficult to counter this. And indeed, the knife was flying only a few centimeters from the boy's face, but he had so far maneuvered expertly. The protagonist asked in surprise, "Then why isn't the champion using a weapon?" Charles smiled because... Charles paused for a short rhetorical pause. "It's because the champion doesn't have a weapon." The boy wondered, how so? If one can, why not use it? Once, the champion said one thing that later became his main slogan. The only weapon he trusts is his fists. The champion put his arm out in front of him and prepared to throw his next punches. The protagonist asked, "Does that mean he's only going to fight with his bare hands now?" Charles nodded his head. "Yes, there's a reason why he's staying at the very top." He took a small piece of popcorn and told the guy to start watching carefully from now on. The Black Lion wondered, what is this desperate pose? The champion stood across from him and didn't say a word. He was completely concentrated. Places in long thought, the Black Lion rushed at him, displaying his knife straight ahead. It seemed that the champion would not be able to dodge such a frontal attack. However, the man stood unmoving, still holding his hand forward as if aiming at something. He stared at his opponent with his one eye. A few seconds passed and the knife had already reached its target, when suddenly, the champion struck his hand right on the Black Lion's hand and knocked the knife out of his hand with one clear blow. The opponent was shocked. He raised his head in surprise and watched his weapon fly high up. How could this man react like that? He has a cold weapon, so why is this man so fast? He didn't even have time to injure him before he put his arm out and the knife flew high up. What the fuck is going on? The lion was in shock. 000 thoughts were swarming in his head. Now what to do? Suho dodged and caught the knife. Now he was armed. A weapon held like this? He got into a proper fighting stance and prepared to attack. What an arsehole. The Black Lion gritted his teeth and screamed. He still had one more knife left. Now their odds were even. He would have to try very hard to defeat this opponent. He could not retreat. He had to win at any cost, even at the cost of his own life. The Black Lion was a master of his martial art, however. Against him was an opponent who copied all of his techniques with precision. He would have to try very hard to at least stay intact. Stop showing off. He grasped the handle of the knife tighter and took aim and flew straight at his opponent. There were no barriers for him now. He only saw his opponent as a target to be hit. Victory was just around the corner. Now he had a cold weapon. It would be too easy. He was a master of his martial art. Besides, he had a cold weapon. The good news is that this is fighting without rules, and absolutely anything is allowed here. He threw dozens of punches, but the champion dodged them with amazing agility and speed. As he deflected the attacks, he came closer and closer to his opponent. The Black Lion could not calm down. He still hoped that he had the advantage. The two athletes were at each other's throats. The guys were watching all this from the grandstand. Did the champion really possess the same martial art? The protagonist looked forward in surprise. Charles shook his head. No, he had never studied it. All this time, he had just been watching his opponent fight. Then, how he used this type of martial art, and slowly learnt the techniques. It was an incredible technique and required a lot of concentration. In addition to holding his punches, he also learnt his opponent's movements. He had incredible stamina. This man is incredible. How much training does it take to get to that level? The protagonist was in great shock at what he saw. It was the first time he had ever seen a normal person fight like that. It was a completely unattainable level. He even thought for a second that he couldn't defeat this man even if he wanted to very badly. Now that he knew enough, he could use the opponent's technique against himself. Besides, he was now armed. Finally surprised? Studied during the fight? How is he doing it? Charles smiled and replied that it's exactly like that. That was the main advantage he had over his opponent. The reason why this man is still at the top of the food chain is because he can learn the opponent's technique incredibly fast. The guy took aim, and after waiting for a moment, he hit his opponent with such force that not even a pile of muscles could save him from imminent defeat. The huge man couldn't stay on his feet and flew off to the side. The champion had fought nearly 200 fights. He stood and looked at his opponent with a sizzling gaze. Therefore, he was able to accumulate a huge amount of information in that amount of time. The more he fights, the stronger and more experienced he becomes. He knows many martial arts and skillfully uses the best techniques. This man is like a sponge, absorbing any information about a martial art. Then, he uses his own techniques against his enemy. This puts the opponent in a stupor, and then the champion seizes the initiative. For him, life is a struggle. An eternal struggle where he perfects his skills to get stronger and stronger every day. He has already forgotten his life. He needs only one thing: constant training and the thirst for victory. He's a monster among monsters. No one in strength, speed, and endurance, and most importantly in adaptability, can match him. He swung round and delivered another straight punch right to his opponent's jaw. Just like in boxing, he was a genius among geniuses. He had almost every martial art in his arsenal. Like taekwondo, deadly leg kicks. His body was stronger than steel. His fists like a machine gun. They left no chance to his opponent. He was hitting harder and harder. It seemed like he didn't get tired at all during the fight. Every day, he was getting stronger and stronger. Even now, he was learning and studying fighting styles. He used a Kyokushinkai kick and hit him with a punch right under his breath. The opponent's bones cracked and he gave a low scream. He was in incredible pain. It felt like his lungs were going to burn. In the last 2 years, not one of those who had fought him and were in second place had been able to defeat him. The guy pushed off with his foot to give himself some springiness. He used that acceleration to deliver a crushing knee strike right to the jaw. His opponent's head snapped back. It appeared that it was about to snap off and fly somewhere far away. Even though the Black Lion was an incredibly experienced fighter, he was still no match for the current champion. No one had been able to move up to first place until now, being in second place, because of the wall in Kang Soo-ho's face. Guy watched every move and analyzed what he saw. Charles kept talking. Athletes change, but the place of the champion does not. Black Lion can no longer continue the fight. The announcer heralded that the fight was finally over. The victory of the match once again goes to the undefeated champion Kang Soo-ho. His opponent was lying on the mat, unable to even move. His body was completely exhausted. This is the culmination of the #1 athlete in this ranking. This was probably a man that no one would ever be able to defeat. The champion looked at his opponent with his eyes. His cut eye opened and was completely drenched in blood. Charles looked at the protagonist and smiled. So, how does he feel? Do I think it's that he can still make it to this place? The kid frowned. Would he be able to defeat it? Of course he could. He has a lot of perseverance. Besides, he's a quick learner. The boy is used to facing difficulties on his way. Well, this will not be another obstacle for him. All he has to do is work hard to become the best in this academy. But first, he had to at least get in. His strength was quite high, however. He lacked skill, but that wasn't a problem. He would still find a way to learn martial arts and improve his skills. Besides, the reason he's here, and the reason he started doing this in the first place, is not to give up and give in. He wants to do better than this guy. The boy looked as determined as possible, and at that moment it seemed like nothing in the world could stop him. He looked at his target, in the face of the current champion, and in that moment brimmed with even more confidence that he wanted to beat him. Even though it was an unattainable height for him right now, but he would definitely get there. Nuna looked at him in surprise. No. He had defeated that guy. What more did he want? Is he spying on her again? Already she was beginning to slowly boil at such insolence. What does he want? She'd told him everything. Is he really that stubborn? What the fuck? The protagonist was on his knees in front of her again and once again begging her to teach more to him. He didn't seem like he was going to get off of her that easily. He looked at her with eyes full of confidence and told her that there was still much he lacked. Let him study at their academy. However, the girl didn't even think of listening to him. Stop talking rubbish. Let him get the hell out of here. They're even with him. She turned towards him and headed with quick steps in the opposite direction. Go Academy doesn't train bullies, so let him look for another place. The guy clenched his fist. No, this is where he wants to study. He said it as confidently as possible. Continuing to kneel, he said it's because he wants to surpass Kang Soo-ho. After saying that, the girl seemed to stop for a second. What? It's a bit confusing. What did he just say? She turned around to him and asked in surprise, how does he know? The guy continued to kneel down and drill her with a persistent stare. The girl turned back to him and looked directly at the guy with a surprised look. How does he know about Kang Soo-ho? The guy had to tell her the reason why he came here in the first place. It turns out he beat him up. The protagonist replied that he had been looking for him for a few days and found him at the fight club. Now the girl softened a bit. They sat down on a nearby bench and started talking. She asked, so is he saying that this man is the first in the rankings? The guy nodded his head. Yes, he couldn't tell her more than that. The girl gritted her teeth and asked, how did he know that jerk from Halim Academy? The guy looked at her with a surprised look. Turning to the girl, he replied that the man walks all the time wearing a jacket with their academy's name on it. As soon as the girl heard that, she sighed heavily. What an idiot. As soon as she realized what she was talking about, she was no longer able to hold her anger. She could see that she was literally boiling over and was about to explode like a volcano. You fucking bastard! She shouted it with such force that Kat, who was sitting next to them, jumped up from her seat and hissed a few meters away. Nuna was simply furious, but why was she so angry about this fact? What was the big deal about it? Though who knows what was in that girl's head. She finally calmed down and said that this man was a complete lowlife and a scumbag. He is no longer a part of their academy. The girl said it in a voice full of bitterness. All because of one incident. It happened quite a long time ago. And it was the reason why this man left their academy. Or rather, he was expelled. It was obvious that it was hard for her to remember these events. Apparently something had happened then that caused this man to be expelled from the academy. And her voice was quiet, unaccustomed quiet, because the protagonist remembered that she was always shouting. And now, it was as if she was at a loss. Kang Soo-ho was sitting in his room with several hundred wads of money lying on the floor. This boy was incredibly rich because of his battle winnings. He would throw a tennis ball at the wall and catch it back. The girl's voice became more serious, all because that man was banished. Now she's even cooled down a bit. Her eyes turned normal and her voice quieted down a bit. It seemed that she was very sad to talk about this incident, however. Overpowering herself, she still carried on with her story. The protagonist continued to look at the girl with interest and waited for the story to continue. Banished? But why? The guy did not understand anything because this man is so strong, dexterous, and besides clever. Why cast him out? It doesn't make sense. He was probably the best in this academy, so why do it? She was silent for a while. It was obvious that it was very hard for her to talk about it. The guy probably realized this and decided that it was better not to ask her about it now. He got up from his seat and said it didn't matter. He had to go because it was getting late. The guy headed in the opposite direction. The girl looked at him in surprise and asked what he was doing. The guy walked in the opposite direction. The girl asked, "Is he just going to leave like that?" Suddenly, the protagonist caught something in her voice that he hadn't heard before. Her voice trembled. He stopped and turned round to look at her. Now he didn't know what to say. The guy was in a bit of a stupor. It was the first time he'd seen the girl like this, and he basically didn't know what to do, or how to calm the person down. It was just that she looked upset, so he decided not to bother her. The girl continued to stare after him with a sad look. It was obvious that her eyes were filled with an incredible sense of sadness. Well, she did not say anything else, and the guy quickly went about his business, leaving the girl alone with her thoughts. Soon she went back to her place at the academy. What? That jerk is not perceptive at all. The girl didn't even know where to put herself. She opened the door loudly and moved inside the building with a quick step. This conversation had knocked her out of her funk a little. She needed to get some rest. Besides, what does this jerk think he is? He thinks he's a psychologist? He's so perceptive. She was standing outside the academy door, locking it. Does she look upset? What a jerk. She must have been hurt by the protagonist's words, and now she was trying to deal with her inner anger. The girl opened the door and went inside. What does he know? A familiar voice was already waiting for her there. There she was again. The last thing she wanted to do now was talk to someone. She just needed to be alone to get her feelings in order. After this conversation needed to de-stress and relax a bit, inside was the same kid who'd been bugging her to teach her. Where did she go? The kid was holding 2 dumbbells. The girl rudely threw out that it was none of his business. And anyway, why was he still here? After this question, the guy got a little busy. It was obvious that he was incredibly shy at the sight of the girl. In a stammering voice, he replied that he wanted to study some more. What a meanie. The girl looked at him with a condescending look and said that in that case he did well. Lee smiled and said that since they had met, she might want to say something to her. The boy hesitated and tried to find the right words. Now, can't you teach him how to fight? He's been training for a month now. Besides, the girl had said that if he practiced hard, he'd get better at sports. The guy didn't have time to finish as he looked up and saw something scary. Nuna was just furious. She was ready to tear this boy apart. All he could manage was to let out a suppressed groan. The girl looked really threatening, and now he needed to get out of here as soon as possible if he wanted to leave in one piece. He had picked the absolute wrong moment to pry into her with questions. What was he? What a jerk. The girl screamed that the idiot was fucking with her. Right now he was going to spar with her. Ion was going to die. The guy screamed in horror. He realized he had made a mistake. but there was nowhere to go now. The next day, Young came to school. He was no longer in his tracksuit, but to everyone's surprise, he was wearing his school uniform. Suddenly, some sounds of banging and pleading for help came to his ears. The boy turned his head and saw that a few meters away from him, 2 schoolboys were beating a weak boy, kicking him and extorting money from him. The poor guy was already unconscious, but they were still beating him. Doesn't he want to go to his senses? Why the fuck does he even need a wallet then? At least let them take it away. They continued to abuse the poor man. One of them asked if he knew Young Yon Ha from high school. Well, they go to that school too. The guy lit up a cigarette and smiled predatorily and said that if that degenerate didn't want him to call him, he'd better let him give him the money. Suddenly, the voice of the protagonist was heard. He calmly walked down the stairs with a quick step and asked what the 2 of them were doing. The protagonist could not allow such a horror to happen in his territory. He himself had never allowed himself to be so rampant over the week, and here some freaks were beating him to a pulp. This had to stop immediately. The protagonist's face was full of anger. He couldn't stand it when those who were weaker were beaten. He looked at these 2 as if they were trash, ready to tear them to shreds. Do-Yun sat playing on his phone while the others watched. Apparently, what was happening on the screen was incredibly exciting as the students crowded around him and watched with fascination. Suddenly, he was called out by the main character. He didn't even turn around to say hello to him, and was instantly very surprised. The protagonist was holding the 2 bastards who had beaten up the schoolboy. He asked, "What kind of trash are these?" The kid looked at them as if he didn't understand anything. The protagonist continued to stare warily ahead. Those lowlifes were extorting money from kids from other schools. Besides, they were using their names. Have they ever done such a thing? Those kids have gone wild and now they're not worth anything. Do-Yun looked at this shocking sight with his big eyes. What the fuck is this? The main character continued. What is he even doing here? Suddenly, the guy couldn't stand it after all, and dropping his phone, which immediately crumbled, shouted, "Why the fuck is he humiliating him?" Do-Yun had long wanted to say a few affectionate words to his mate. He was sick of being constantly teased and made a scapegoat. After all, it's just not fair. They're all the same. Why is he the only one who gets screwed? He's risen to the same level as the protagonist. Why the hell does he keep humiliating him? The protagonist looked at him with a calm gaze. Suddenly, the guy poked him in the chest with his finger and shouted that he wasn't doing a damn thing because he didn't even show up at school. He's out of school and he's out there somewhere, and his friends are still here. He won't say anything about it? That's not right either. He said that in his absence, he and Lee Gitai, who was lying on a neighboring desk, were to look after the school. When he heard his name, he woke up for a while. Suddenly, a soft hand was placed on his back. Gitai finally woke up and yawned sweetly. He looked at his friends, who were fighting again for some reason, with an uncomprehending look. Soon, the guys went to the roof to discuss a couple of things that had accumulated. Indeed, the protagonist had completely bailed on school lately. Gitai leans on the railing and says that there's just been a change in the school at some time. He doesn't know anything because he wasn't here. Originally, all the power of the school belonged to the 10th graders. They made the rules here, and they ruled as they pleased. No one could interfere or say anything against their will, or he'd be beaten up instantly. However, not too long ago, there was a major incident that caused most of the students to be suspended. Such an incident shook the entire school and caused classes to stop for a few days. Even in a school where there were many bullies, this was too much. Such an act was beyond anything that could be done in this place. After that, the main character transferred to their class. And that's when it all started. The strength of the 10th graders increased exponentially, so the upperclassmen started to get nervous. A month ago, those who had been suspended for the incident began to return to school. These 2 were on a completely different level. They were stronger, faster, and smarter than any of the students in the school. These people were incredibly violent. It was best they didn't cross the road. Otherwise, whoever did would risk getting in a lot of trouble. And they started a power grab on top of that. So the 9th graders started to go over to their side. Our company has very little influence in this school. Now, their authority was gradually declining, and they had fewer and fewer allies to support them in this matter. Gitai looked at him with a doomed look. He thinks they are up to something. Things will change soon. Do-Yun and asked, "Now has that idiot got it all figured out? It's not because of him. This is so annoying." Suddenly, the doors opened and a few people came in. Someone's voice was heard. Oh my God, just as it said. The voice seemed vaguely familiar. There appeared several high school students dressed in the same uniform. An unfamiliar kid stood at the entrance and smilingly said that he knew perfectly well that ninth graders often use this place. The protagonist looked at him in surprise and asked, "Who was he anyway?" The stranger asked, "Does he have a vision problem?" The man's voice sounded so arrogant that the protagonist's teeth clenched by themselves. Who were these freaks anyway? Why are they acting like they are here, king's begging sign from where did they come from? The protagonist definitely hadn't seen them before. This kid came closer and asked if he saw red exactly badges or what. There were a few other people with the same badges next to them. Since he dared to disrespect him, who knows, maybe he would die today. He got into a fighting stance and prepared his fists. He won't avoid him. We have to fight. Come on. He was ready to fight everyone face to face. How dare these freaks come here and start spreading their rights? The boy was determined to show each of them their place. No one in the world has the right to cross him. Otherwise, he risked getting the full wrath of the protagonist. What a bastard. The same guy walked up to him and pulled out some obscure thing from behind his back and immediately put it on the protagonist's shoulder. The guy took a second look and he didn't get it. What the hell is this thing? But immediately this thing began to electrify. The stranger said that he thought it was necessary to subdue the angry dog. A few seconds later, the main character's entire body was hit by a powerful charge of electrical energy. It looked like a stun gun. A few seconds later, the guy fell to the ground. The shock was strong, and now he seems to have lost consciousness. Trouble was brewing of its own accord. Now his reign of terror is over. Some obscure freaks had come in and taken away his authority over the entire school. The stranger stood over him, smiling. He couldn't believe that an arsehole like that could defeat a super rookie. After all, he's just an ordinary weakling who can't even fight back. He was knocked out with one punch, and now he was lying there squirming in front of him in the fire, and how could he even survive then in the ring? The main character continued to lie on the floor and didn't realize anything. Who was this guy anyway? His body was being pierced by electric shocks. Suddenly, the protagonist began to realize something. If he knows athletes, then this freak is also a competitor. The stranger's name was Seo Dae-jin, and his rating was 768, while the protagonist was only, he's from a PvP club. The guy clenched his teeth and tried to control himself, but his body didn't listen because of the powerful electric shock. What kind of freak is this? Problems were brewing all by themselves. The protagonist continued to lie on the floor, almost unable to feel his body. The unknown strangers who had so boldly broken into his quiet life stood beside him, and his friends stood a little behind him and looked at it all with a frightened look. A man with red hair crouched down in front of him, and in a commanding voice said that from now on, the main character was his dog. In his hands, he continued to hold a large stun gun. The guy didn't know where to put his anger. Some degenerate dared to come into his life so unceremoniously and start making his own rules. He gritted his teeth and tried to stand up. The guy smiled and said, thinking that since he was gone, he could become the boss and take over the whole school. As soon as the protagonist opened his mouth, he was immediately hit with another powerful stun gun, which once again shackled his body with invisible shackles. The bastard said the dogs had to bark from now on. They were not allowed to open their mouths. Smiling, the guy said that the protagonist needed to bark. He would electrocute him until he did. A wide grin spread across his face. The protagonist struggled with a fit of rage that went over the edge at one point. He could no longer keep his anger inside. His body was being electrified, the devil. At some point, however, he managed to prevail over himself, and with a terrible effort of will, he rose to his feet, and swinging his weighty fist with all his might, struck the freak squarely in the jaw, and there was a scathing blow. The guy with pink hair looked at him with a look of hatred. What a freak. Was that all his strength? Is he really that weak? He didn't seem to be impressed by this punch. The protagonist continued to kneel down in a futile attempt to get up. His body was electrified to the point where his hair was standing on end. He looked at his tormentor with a look of hatred. What a bastard. The guy pointed his stun gun at him again, and the protagonist felt a terrible electric shock all over his body. No one could help him at that moment. The lightning was spreading all over his body, making him shudder with convulsions. His friends tried to help him. They were about to rush to his aid, But the henchmen of the bastard was already at the ready, swinging their bats. They knocked them all out with one deft blow. One of his henchmen said that the rubbish had been eliminated, not to worry too much anymore. The lifeless bodies of the guys fell to the ground, and a pool of blood began to form underneath them. The guy with pink hair smiled. He wanted to feel sorry for him, but he seemed to have overreacted. This man knew no pity. He looked like a real monster. He had only one thing in his mind: lust for power and endless cruelty. He pulled the protagonist by his sleeve and spoke as he carefully watched everyone. He thinks he's the only one who can be bullied after all. The protagonist couldn't resist as his body was completely exhausted. He grabbed his arm and began to wrench it the other way. Now he couldn't get anywhere. A predatory smile appeared on his face, as if he had smelled his prey, and now he would not leave it until he killed it. Naturally, our hero could not resist, and there was a crunch. His joint twisted to the other side. An incredible pain hit his head. His eyes filled with blood. But the guy could do nothing. There was a whispering sound in the gents. It sounded like someone was discussing the recent events. Did anyone hear what the 9th graders had grabbed from Dae-jin? The voices were shaking as everyone realized that they had to be careful. There were a lot of guys crowded into the bathroom. Someone nodded their head. That idiot even broke Young Yeon-ha's arm. And that was something no one had managed to do until now. Looks like he's going to have a hard time making a living now. This creep is on a whole other level. As soon as he found out about Jung Yeon-ha, he immediately got rid of him immediately. All the while the guys were discussing the events. They were dunking some poor guy's head into the toilet bowl while stubbornly holding his head. There was no more breathing for the lads. Oh shit, fucking 9th formers. As I surmised, there was no one among them who could be the best. Finally, they pulled the unfortunate guy's head out of the toilet. The guy sighed heavily, gaining more air into his chest. He begged his tormentors to stop doing this, for he was about to die. The guy bowed down to his ear and asked, should he stop? His voice sounded as threatening as possible. His tormentor, however, had no thought of stopping. One of them approached him and said that he had seen him hitting a punching bag today. But who did he imagine in its place? If he ever saw that kind of shit again, the boy would be sorry. He'll wish he'd never been born a cocksucker. The slaps came again, and the boy's head was in the toilet bowl. He began to choke on the dirty water again, but no one would be able to come to his aid. Finally, the torment was over, and the poor bloke ran over to the sink and began to vomit. One of the freaks asked, "How's the toilet water?" "Not bad, right?" There was laughter. They liked to torture the weaker ones. In farewell, you said that next time they'd give him water from the second stall. And there was laughter again. As soon as the bell rang, let him fly to them in a flash. The boy didn't know what to think. He was completely exhausted. His whole head was wet. His life was a living hell. He was being bullied every day, and he could do nothing against them because of his weakness. He breathed heavily and looked at his reflection. The boy remembered how last night a girl at the club had nearly beaten him to a pulp. Right now he'd have a sparring session with her and he'd be dead. The guy could and screamed fearfully, starting to beg to be spared. However, the girl was in no hurry to beat him up either. She stopped for some reason and looked at him with a surprised look. She pointed her finger at him. What's he doing? What happened to his face? The guy looked at her with an uncomprehending look. What happened to his face? Isn't that a bit harsh? But the girl meant it to me. She took hold of his cheeks and asked, "What are those scars?" And indeed, the guy's whole face was scarred. Like he'd been beaten up all the time. Basically, that's what it was. She took a closer look at him and asked in a stern voice, "Is he wrong somewhere too and fights for nothing?" The guy shook his head fearfully and replied that it wasn't like that. She had got it all wrong. In a frightened and trembling voice, he said that he wasn't fighting. He was just being beaten up. The girl continued to scrutinize his face with interest. What? It hit her like a thunderclap. She finally realized it. What a jerk. She recoiled from him, so that's why he asked her to learn how to fight. He's an idiot after all. The girls were starting to dislike it. And why the hell does he let himself get beaten up? The girl looked at him with some regret. The guy gritted his teeth and didn't know what to say. He realized he was incredibly weak. The girl didn't even listen to him and kept talking. The only reason she was bothering him was because he let her do it. But finally, he couldn't take it anymore. And he started screaming. He screamed that he was sick of being beaten up by freaks. And since he gave a reason, Let him teach her how to fight. Suddenly, the guy's face changed. He was already desperate and didn't know what to do. However, the girl remained completely calm. She simply stepped closer and made a small hook with her foot. The poor guy tried to stand on his feet, but he failed and fell backwards. He flailed his arms and tried to grab onto something, but there was no object nearby. He just groped for air. The boy didn't understand anything. Why was she starting? At that time, the girl concentrated and swung her fist, as if she wanted to hit him now. Her face was cold and concentrated. However, the punch didn't happen. The girl stopped her fist just a few centimeters away from the boy's frightened face. He looked at her with eyes round with fear and did not understand anything. It turns out that this was the first lesson is one of the main rules that are present in their academy. Even weaklings should know them. No matter how strong the opponent is, it will be difficult for a person to resist him already because he loses his balance. She continued to stand in a fighting stance, pointing her fist towards the frightened kid. Her voice was cold and steady. Waving your fists is not all it takes to win. The outcome of everything depends only on him. The boy stood there, drops of stinking water dripping down his face, his anger slowly boiling up. He didn't know what to do. The girl's words were running through his head, but he still couldn't come to his senses after what had happened. Light, quick footsteps were heard. Someone was approaching the training ground. There were several benches. It looked like a fighting ring. The friends of the protagonist were walking down the corridor with quick steps. They had frightened looks. After the recent events, they had to behave as carefully as possible. Their mate was walking towards them. The protagonist's arm was bandaged. It looked like it had been plastered on after the incident. His gaze was heavy. It would be too hard to go. The kid didn't know what to think. They missed each other, and the protagonist said he would go first, and his mate asked, "Is his arm okay yet?" After all, he had a broken arm, and if he got into a fight in that condition, he'd be in even more trouble. Suddenly the boy turned around and asked, "Where is he going?" The protagonist, naturally in his teeth, said, "He's going to destroy Seo Dai-jin. He'll forgive himself if he doesn't bury that bastard." Do-yoon tried his best to stop him. He realized that this was just crazy. What can he do in this state? Gi-dae put his hand out in front of him and addressed his comrade. He asked him to listen to his friends as kindly as possible after all. After all, they didn't want to harm him. Now, that's not a good idea. His arm is broken and all he can do is get more. What happened is really a terrible situation. It needs intervention, but it still needs to wait. The protagonist didn't even want to listen to anything. He was literally burning with rage. His eyes reflected what he had wanted to forget for so long. The guy didn't listen to them and walked past them. Naturally, he wasn't going to give up. He walked up the stairs to the top of the stairs. A few high school students were walking behind him, talking amongst themselves, discussing the recent events. Suddenly, one of them walked by him and pushed him sideways with his shoulder as if on purpose. The protagonist bounced aside, not understanding anything. Who is this degenerate? What the hell is going on? He seems to have lost his authority. One of these high school students chuckled and turned to the protagonist. In a calm voice, he asked, "Didn't they hit him on purpose?" The guy stopped, and the one in the center turned around and looked at him. The one in the middle turned round and said it was on purpose. "So what?" His mate said contemptuously. "That idiot has no manners at all. How can you start a conversation with strangers using informal speech?" It was as if he was being clever on purpose. The protagonist looked at them with his gaze. The guys asked, "What is he staring at? Is there something wrong, you moron? Is he going to be a leader with one arm? Does he think he's cool?" Now the situation is really terrible, remembered the words of the mates. Their friends were saying that the rumors of their company getting beaten up had already spread throughout the school. Therefore, everyone will start to side with that bastard. Their credibility was slipping every second. Something had to be done about it. But it was unclear what. They looked at each other with worried eyes. Already a large number have joined him after his coming. Once the guys find out that he traumatized the protagonist, then you can be sure that the others will flip too. And now no one understands what they're supposed to do now. The guys look at each other. The situation was critical. Moreover, it would worsen with every second, so something should be done. It seems that they should just keep an eye on what's going on and try to improve their skills. The protagonist gritted his teeth. Yes, indeed. This is the best solution for them for now. The guys who pushed him started laughing. He can't even say anything. His friend called out and said that they were already late. Gotta go. The protagonist was still standing on the stairs with his eyes down and trying to do something about it. This was a completely new situation for him. Everything he had fought for, everything he had worked so hard to achieve was crumbling right before his eyes. Soon, the guys started lurking around the corner. They were talking to each other and saying that if that kid had said anything, he'd have been beaten up for sure. And let them see him. The protagonist stood there, completely lost. He hadn't felt this way in a long time. Despite what was going on around him, he wouldn't be able to bat an eye at what these fuckers were doing now. The guy leaned against the wall and began to keep an eye on the situation. When he entered the classroom, he was faced with an unpleasant scene. These newcomers started throwing desks around and made a real mess. They felt that they were the masters of the school, and no one could say anything back to them, as they would be beaten up immediately. The boy who was begging the girl to teach him how to fight dodged the desk at the last moment. Otherwise, he would have been flattened on the wall. There was nothing he could do, as these guys were much stronger. Even though he was studying, however, he was still outnumbered. One of them grabbed his briefcase and called out to him, saying that it was recess and he should go to them. They wanted to give him toilet water. "What's he doing here?" One of the hooligans approached him, hit the boy right in the face with his briefcase with all his might. The boy didn't even have time to cover himself. His whole body was sore after the last time, and now he's being bullied again. Suddenly, the protagonist saw a sweatshirt with Halim Academy written on it flying out of the briefcase after the punch. So this guy is enrolled there too. It hit him like a hammer. The guy opened his eyes and stared even harder ahead. What he saw made him turn his whole mind upside down. It was the first time he'd ever seen weakling fight back. Even though he was physically much weaker, the kid was able to gather his will in his fist. The poor guy couldn't do anything. He just took the blows one by one. His body was burning with pain, but unfortunately he couldn't do anything. The boy endured, but everything comes to an end. After another blow, it was as if something in him broke. He gritted his teeth in anger and gathered all his will into a fist to finally put an end to it. He can't take it anymore. He can't. This has to end. Now from this moment on, he will not allow himself to be beaten anymore. Suddenly, the kid jumped up from his seat and attacked one of the bandits. No one expected such an outcome, and the bully could not even react. His eye caught at the last moment what the kid was going to do. In any case, he couldn't dodge anymore. The kid opened his eyes in surprise. What is this brat doing? The kid made a deceptive maneuver and performed a slip with a sharp and dexterous movement. He hit his offender right on the leg. He had to immobilize him as soon as possible so that he could finally get off his back. Naturally, the bully didn't expect this and immediately lost his balance. He started hopping on one leg like a heron. The kid didn't realize what had just happened. Did he really do it? The poor kid's eyes widened. Could he really stop being beaten up now? There's no time to waste while he still has a chance to stand up for himself. He clenched his fists and rushed forward. He wanted to beat up his offender to put an end to this bullying once and for all. He could not tolerate such treatment. However, he couldn't do it. At the last moment, one of the bullies stopped his fist with his hand. "Wow, you wanted to hit him." At that moment, the kid realized he had failed. The boy swung his weighty arm and prepared to grab the insolent man to punish him for such arbitrariness. The boy covered himself with a cold and sparred. Didn't he succeed? He would definitely be finished now, to hell, to hell. However, no one hit him. The protagonist, despite having a broken arm, jumped up and hit the offender with his healthy hand as hard as he could right in the jaw. The blow was so hard that his whole cheek was deformed, as if there had been an explosion. He flew back many meters as if he were made of some kind of fluff. Everyone looked at it with horror. No one had expected such an exodus. No one would have dared to hit him before. The guy turned to him and asked, "Is he out of his mind? What the hell?" He had a look of surprise and anger on his face at the same time. If he was beaten up, he should live quietly. Did he want to die? The protagonist did not listen to him. He picked up the sweatshirt with the inscription and said that the only one who wants to die now is the bully. He's messing with the wrong guy. The kid who had just almost been beaten up looked at his sudden savior in surprise. The man he hit, the protagonist would defend at the cost of his life. He is his senior mentor after all. The protagonist literally blushed red with anger. The kid behind him didn't know what the protagonist was talking about. What mentor? Dae-jin was sitting in his classroom reading a book. Suddenly he was distracted. Someone called out to him. A voice that mixed a lot of emotions, fear and hate. In front of him stood a bunch of his henchmen. One of them confusedly told him that the main character, this jerk, still didn't understand anything. He's back to pussyfooting around again. He should know his place. Suddenly a small ball of paper flew into the man who was standing in the center, but it moved so fast that it knocked him out immediately. "We need to call everyone together," he wanted to say, but he still couldn't. Dae-jin stood up from his seat and asked, "Can't they handle ninth graders? It's a disgrace." The guy the lump flew into was lying on the floor, holding his injured nose and moaning quietly. Suddenly the guy sighed heavily. "Yeah, well, it's school, just a bunch of Slabakovs now." It took a minute to think. Suddenly something began to dawn on him. The kid remembered that he had broken the main character's arm. He personally remembered doing it. Why is he standing in front of him now, even after such an injury? It's just crazy, isn't it? After that, he should have been in a corner somewhere and kept his head down. I remembered the look on that freak's face when his arm was snapped in half. So what happened? Why was he still on his feet? Why is he in front of him now and ready to fight? However, despite all his injuries, he was able to do such a thing to these stalwarts. He looked in amazement at his subordinates who were completely beaten up. All their faces were covered in plasters and abrasions. The boy fell silent and thought, usually when a person is beaten up, he is silent forever. And this man is funny, Eblan. Some strange smile appeared on his face. He looked down at his subordinates. They know him well. He will introduce the other guys to them. The guy was still thinking. It happened exactly as he thought it would. He stuck out his tongue and with a lick of his lips told them to finally make an obedient boy out of him and let them come back. The boy realized everything at that moment. The protagonist was the exact person he should eat. It was probably more likely that it wasn't a figurative expression. The boy with white hair was standing on the street thinking. There were too many thoughts in his head, too many things that had happened since that moment. So he had to think about it. Young. The moment he had transferred to the school, he had become the first ninth grader who was able to win over everyone else. He knew no mercy for those bastards. He remembered the good-natured face of the protagonist the moment he realized he had gained the upper hand. A frightening type that was on another level. And then he suddenly decided to save him. It seemed kind of strange. Why would he stick up for him? He's the man everyone was afraid of. And besides, something happened that he didn't expect. He called him his mentor for some reason. Why would he do that? This guy's changed. Changed a lot since he was last seen at school. What had happened to him anyway? The boy wondered why the protagonist wanted to go to this academy so badly. It's weird. He had to find out about it to have any idea what to do next. The situation at school was already bad enough with this event. Soon the protagonist and this guy were walking home together. Young turned to him and said, "He's his mentor. So why is he carrying his backpack?" The guy stopped for a second, and the boy continued to hold the backpack with trembling hands. The boy looked at the protagonist with a frightened look and said in a trembling voice that he was the best after all. So where does it show? The protagonist said this with a kind of disdain for himself. What had gotten into him in the first place? However, he wasn't going to back down. He grabbed his rucksack and slung it on his shoulder. The kid said he was going to carry his own stuff. The boy looked at him with an uncomprehending look but nodded in agreement. They continued walking towards their home. The protagonist asked this boy about the academy. When did he get here? The boy replied that it was about a month ago. And how did he get there? The protagonist wanted to know more about this academy. How did he get there? The boy looked at him with a surprised look and said that he just paid 0001 as stated. Is there really something strange about it? The protagonist was confused. And why couldn't he do the same? This is some kind of mockery. Soon they approached the house. The protagonist still couldn't figure out what he was doing wrong. The boy continued, he mumbled, as if he wanted to say something but couldn't. Soon they walked into his house. The boy said that their academy was nothing to look at. Nothing special there. Just a martial arts school. The boy went inside and said it didn't matter. All he needed to do was train. He looked round the room. It was where he had been when he was first beaten up. It was indeed the same room. The lockers were full of sports equipment, the very same helmets and fighting gloves. The guys stopped at the entrance, however. There was no one there. They looked at the empty room and didn't understand anything. The kid replied that this is a common thing, so he mostly just works out here alone. The protagonist wondered alone. Why did he even come here in the first place? A genuine misunderstanding could be heard in that question. The boy behind those for a second, it seems he really didn't know what to say, and just looked at the protagonist with a kind of detached look. Soon, gathering his thoughts, he began his story. Long ago, when he was walking home one late evening, he saw something interesting that caught his attention. He saw a gathering of boys who were fighting for some reason. The boy stopped and took a closer look. There were a lot of guys with athletic builds who were apparently having a street fight. He could hear the fierce screams. He still can't forget what he saw that day. It left an indelible imprint on his memory, gave him strength and motivated him to become a participant in this academy. The guy who was wearing the red hoodie was an unreachable peak, impossible to reach. He had some kind of monstrous strength, stamina, and speed. Alone, he was able to deal with several dozens of similarly strong people. They just lay unconscious, and the boy looked at them surprised and frightened at the same time. And it was when he turned to look after the man that he saw the very inscription, Halim Academy. It was written on his sweatshirt. The boy walked forward, not even turning round to look at the defeated opponents. It was then that the boy realized what he wanted to do with his life. The protagonist understood. He furrowed his brow. He immediately realized that the man was Kang Soo-ho. The boy continued to say. Therefore, he wanted to become as strong as that person. That's what he was here for. However, he had yet to meet him here in person. The protagonist turned to him and said that he had a request for his mentor. The boy still couldn't get used to his new title, and looked at the guy in surprise. At this time, the protagonist did not hesitate at all, bowed before him and asked him to help him. He is the only one who can do it. Like this, the boy was stunned. Him? Why him? He doesn't know how to do anything. His voice trembled. He didn't know what to say. It was the first time he'd encountered such a problem. He's considered a mentor, but he can't even fight back against the school bullies. The protagonist looked at him with a sidelong glance and said that it didn't matter. He'll just repeat everything he does when he trains this one. That would be completely enough for him. The boy bowed even lower and said he was relying on him. The boy looked at him with a surprised and scared look at the same time. However, he agreed. Well, there was nothing to do. If he wanted to, let him watch, he would not forbid it. From that day on, their training began. The protagonist was ready for anything. The boy who tried on the role of a mentor tried to do push-ups. He did it very badly. In addition, he had the wrong stance and 2 weak hands, so he was enough for a very short time. He tried his best to do push-ups, but he wasn't very good at it. The main character called out to him to see if he was doing it right. The boy looked up and looked ahead. What he saw shocked him. Even though the main character had a broken arm, it didn't bother him. He was doing push-ups on one arm with such speed that it was impossible to keep track of him. And what kind of training is this? The boy asked. The boy looked at him with horror and said it was a workout called push-ups. The next exercise was a punching bag. The boy was very weakly punching and could not even move the bag from the place. However, the protagonist, and here he drew him away to look at him. His punch was so strong that the punching bag was almost torn. He hit with such force that the boy began to question. Should he go to this academy? The protagonist trained hard and asked his mentor if he was doing the right thing. The next exercise was lifting small dumbbells. The mentor had small dumbbells as the boy was very weak, however. This was all he could do. As expected, the protagonist took one of the heaviest dumbbells and began to lift them with one hand with ease. As expected, he was getting stronger. He could literally feel it with his whole body. The boy looked at his pupil and realized that he was a real mediocrity. The training continued. The protagonist now and then asked his mentor how he should act, which was to be expected from the best. His abilities are different. The boy looked at him with a surprised look. Naturally, he was not his equal. A few hours passed and the boy realized that he was exhausted. His physical condition was not as good as the main character's. He sat down on the nearest mattress and, breathing heavily, tried to bring himself back to normal. But the protagonist wouldn't stop. Why? He felt like his mentor could still study. The boy shook his head. No, he wouldn't be able to teach him anything anyway. Just wasting energy on exercise. He'd better save his stamina for tomorrow. The protagonist looked at him in surprise. What? What was he talking about? Why did he stop exercising? After all, it was worth improving his physical stamina while he could. If he wanted to become strong, he should train hard. And his mentor, for some reason, became very sad. The boy lowered his head, and almost crying said that there was no point in him doing sports. Everyone in the school rejoiced at Daejin's arrival. Now the situation among the 10th graders had improved dramatically. They were now back in control of the school, and were able to do their own thing. The school hooligans saw a boy coming down the stairs. They looked at him and called him over to them. Jin leaned over to him and smiled and said that he looked just like a real dog. At this time, the boy had goosebumps running down his spine. The boy led him to some arena, where a lot of high school students had already gathered. The boy was trembling with fear. There was another kid waiting there, who apparently had also been called. The guy with pink hair pointed at him and said he had to fight him. The boys looked at each other with completely detached looks. Now they realized it was a setup. The curly-haired guy's name was Sok Ho, and he looked at the kid with a completely lifeless stare. Whoever loses will be a 6 for the rest of his life. And so the fight started after all. The boy couldn't help but fight as the upperclassmen looked on, and their lives were in danger. But also he couldn't hit his friend, for there were some moral boundaries for him. However, the curly-haired guy didn't think so. He hit the boy first, thus electing himself the right to a normal life, at least for a while. It was from the moment he lost the fight that his life changed drastically for the worse. Even though he was a weakling, he couldn't take the chance to elect himself some right to a normal life, at least for a while. Then all hell broke loose. They kicked him, punched him, kicked him, spared him nothing. The guy covered himself with his hands to protect himself and endured the abuse. There was nothing he could do anyway. He was constantly being chased back and forth, and there was nothing he could do. All he had to do was endure and keep his head down. He never stopped being bullied for a second. It made him shiver just to look into the face of that monster. The guy was a real monster. In high school, weaklings like him are tossed in the trash. The main character sat next to him and listened to him with his head down. The boy went on, and he just wanted to get stronger and be able to defend himself. That's what he's here for. Maybe he should just give up and be patient. But the protagonist listened to him, and more he recognized himself in this boy. Finally, he couldn't stand it any longer, and through gritted teeth he said that the bastard was a real bastard. The boy looked at him in surprise. Suddenly the door shook as if someone was breaking in. It seemed like some big animal was beating on the door, and it was about to fly off its hinges. Suddenly the door couldn't take it after all and flew out of the door frame. The glass shattered and scattered all over the neighborhood. The guys looked at them with frightened looks. What the hell is this still going on? Who were they? Why were they suddenly breaking into their academies? Furthermore, how did they know that the guys were right here? There were too many questions, and no one was in a hurry to answer them. The same degenerate who had been bullying the boy showed up. Well, they're fucked. He had a huge bat in his hands, and behind him stood a few dozen other students like him. Did he think he was just going to get away with it after running into them? Funny. They headed straight for the academy. A few high school students ran straight towards them, swinging their bats. They smashed everything around them, breaking mirrors, smashing shelves, throwing things around. The guys were real vandals. Nothing was sacred to them. They turned the academy into a real dump. They wanted to destroy everything to the last crumb to show who was the boss. They didn't spare anything. These freaks were real vandals for whom nothing sacred existed. There was such crackling and noise everywhere as if a whole horde of wild animals were here. In fact, they were. Soon the main room of the academy was in chaos. The guys had done their best. All the sports equipment was either broken or scattered. They continued to smash everything around them, not stopping for a second. The guys looked at it all for a couple of seconds with completely uncomprehending looks. Those bastards. What are they doing? They were throwing things around, swinging their bats as if they were some barbarians who had struck their prey, and would not leave anyone alone until they had robbed the whole place. Several freaks surrounded the protagonist and swung their bats at him. Die, dog. There were shouts everywhere, and a second more and the protagonist would be finished. The boy looked at his mate and his eyes filled with horror. He didn't even notice when another one with the same bat crept up behind him. The protagonist was fighting off these freaks with one hand with all his might. He managed to do it with varying success, and the boy stood and watched with his mouth open. The degenerate who had crept up behind him had already swung the bat to hit him. The boy noticed it at the last moment, and realized with horror that he would not be able to dodge now, and his head would split like a watermelon. Now he was resigned to the fact that he was going to die. However, it all happened too fast. The protagonist noticed it all and jumped up to him with his arm covered in plaster. Yes, it hurt like hell, but the bat hit right into the cast. The guy felt an unnatural pain not only in his arm but in his whole body. He cursed to himself and let out a strangled scream. What a bastard. His plaster bandage shattered and blood spattered the air. His arm wasn't fully healed yet, and it was clear that he was in for a rough ride. At this time, the academy was approached by its immediate director, who was always holding a beer bottle in front of his face. He was whistling an amusing song to himself. Opening the door, the man saw first in front of him that there was a real mess spread out in front of him. It was as if his academy had been ruled by a wild animal. He saw a whole crowd of students fighting there and smashing everything around. The man stood still holding the unfinished bottle of beer in his hands. What's all the commotion? The guys stopped for a second and froze in the same movements they were in before. The protagonist looked at the academy teacher and realized that something strange was about to happen. The man stopped and looked at this gathering of freaks that had broken all the equipment in his academy. The principal swore, and for a second, an awkward silence hung between them. Everyone stood in their seats, not daring to say a word. Finally, it was the principal who broke the silence first. He put the cold bottle of beer to his face and asked, "Do they know how much it costs?" A man approached them with a light gait. "Let's see some faces." The guys put down their bats and looked at the granddad. Who the fuck is this guy? His breath stinks like a rubbish tip. The man approached one of the schoolboys who was a bully. He took a closer look and even whistled. Whoa. The man looked away from him and said, "Look at that fat. Didn't you notice there was a pig among them?" He grabbed the boy by the belly and pulled him down on top of him. The boy lowered his eyes in embarrassment and blushed instantly. Now the boy boiled up. He took a swing at the man of the murdered man. What a crazy old man. Now he's gonna die for sure. What does he think he's doing? But before he knew it, the man had knocked the bat out of his hands and dodged as if he were some kind of slug. In one motion, without letting the beer bottle out of his hands, he threw the fatty over himself, and the boy flew headlong straight into a pile of others, and with the key. The man kept talking in a drunken voice. Everyone else just stayed in their positions. What the fuck, crazy old fart? The guys watched in horror as the old man dealt with their mate. Finally, after a moment's pause, they came to their senses and grabbed their bats again. Now this old man is going to die. However, the man did not hurry to go anywhere. He stood in the same position and held an unfinished bottle of beer. But who are these kids? What a young man. The boys stood at a distance and watched the crowd run straight at the principal. A chill ran down their spines. "Principal, they're going to kill you." The freaks had already swung their clubs and prepared to beat the old man to a pulp. And what could he do to them anyway? But the man was not so easy. He deftly maneuvered between these freaks, not forgetting to drink a sip of beer. The guys swung their bats, but nobody could hit him. All they could do was to beat each other up. The man was dancing. It was a real entertainment for him. The guys were swinging their bats, but all they could do was hit each other's heads. One of them went into a frenzy. What the hell is this? What the hell? He can't even hit it. The principal reacted in time. He clucked his tongue and, smiling, grabbed one batter. He's not very good at baseball, but he's good at punching people in the face. A few seconds later, the bat hit the schoolboy in the jaw. There was a crunch and he lost several of his teeth. The boy didn't even have time to think. The blow was so fast and strong that all he had to do was endure it. The teacher started swinging the bat in different directions, and the school children scattered like toys. None of them could even hit him, let alone compete with him. The protagonist's eyes bulged with surprise. Unbelievable. To scatter everyone just like that. This was just some kind of misunderstanding after all. Suddenly there was an electric crackling sound. A stun gun going off. How still the protagonist was beginning to piss off this sound. Because of this weapon he suffered more than once. However, soon the main degenerate appeared. He swung his stun gun and prepared to hit the old man right in the back. But he continued to peacefully sip his beer, and did not even pay any attention to him. However, the man reacted here too. It was as if he had eyes in the back of his head. In a bottom-quick movement, he turned round and looked straight into the eyes of the schoolboy standing behind him. He seemed to have seen it all. In a few seconds, the degenerate was flying headlong, doing a little somersault, and the stun gun fell out of his hands and flew somewhere to the side. He flew high up, and a few more electric shocks lit him up. The principal was still drinking beer at this time. He was like a drunken master from old Chinese films. Soon, he deftly caught it with one hand, then pointed it at the frightened kid. All he could do was wheeze. Don't they even know how to use this? It's so brutal. The principal was even a little upset. It seemed that even in such a situation, the man was as good-natured as possible. He stood in the middle of a group of beaten-up students and said that they were just youngsters who were only good for mockery. The man stretched out in a smile, and his face reddened even more from alcohol. They don't belong here. He's expelling everyone. The director activated the stun gun, and it squeaked threateningly in his hands. The man came closer and closer to them, and the students huddled together and tried to crawl backwards. The man said in a calm and drunken voice, "Now he's going to take turns shoving this into their fucking mouths. So, who should we start with?" The man thought for a moment, and the students didn't know where to turn in terror. He came closer and closer, and most importantly, the main instigator who started it all instantly turned red and covered with sweat from fear. He ran in the opposite direction to save his life. His friends, who thought he was the leader before, looked at him with surprised looks. The man stared after him while the boy ran towards the exit without anyone noticing. It would seem that his mates, who had respected him before, rushed after him, shouting and running out of the academy grounds. Idiots. How could they leave a stun gun here? Their headmaster would destroy them always alone. However, the guys didn't listen to anyone. They ran out of the territory one by one and didn't even remember where their courage had gone. Right now, the most important thing for them was to save their lives. The director looked at them and began to cluck his tongue. The man drank again from his bottle. "You don't live them such jerks." He said this even with some frustration, and he was so eager to have fun with these little freaks. Then the principal shifted his eyes to the main character and asked him, "Is he here too? How are the classes going?" The man had a very pungent odor of alcohol coming from him. His face was still the same red color. The boy looked at him from behind and wanted to say something, but suddenly hesitated half a word as if he didn't have enough thoughts at that moment. The boy still gathered the will in his fist to gather the courage to address his teacher. He bowed down to him and said, "Could the headmaster help him get in with them?" The boy's voice was full of hope. He had already tried every attempt, but they had all failed. "He wants to study here." Now he made the only determined attempt to somehow get into this academy. The headmaster stretched and yawned loudly. His mouth smelled of alcohol. He had said it all perfectly well. If he didn't get the girl's permission, there was nothing the man could do. It was as if he had been hovering in the clouds the whole time. Perhaps the man himself would like to teach the boy, but if he didn't get the girl's permission, then the road was closed to him here. The man said that the girl had a very nasty temper, so it was unlikely that anything would come of it. The boy persisted. But why? Why is she so reluctant for him to study here? They talked amongst themselves for a few more minutes. The headmaster was getting a little tired of this. Tomorrow he would have to rebuild his school after those freaks had destroyed it completely. The man finally gives up. He's tired of having this pointless conversation. Besides, he still has a bottle of beer left. He doesn't even know. Apparently the girl has her own reasons for saying that. The man staggered out of the academy, leaving the guys to follow him with confused looks. Besides, the protagonist would have time to think about it. The man, still in the same drunken voice, said his last sentence. "And don't let him forget to clean this place up." The boy looked at him in silence, trying to understand what was wrong with him. Why does he have so many obstacles in front of him when he just wants to go to this academy? On the table was a plate of fruit. There were many tasty treats, watermelons, manga bananas, melons, and many different exotic fruits. There was an incredible aroma emanating from that plate that was intoxicating. Suddenly the phone vibrated. Dae Young and looked over. A message from his mates popped up on the screen. They were apologizing. They had failed again. Suddenly some strange man appeared. The guy didn't even bother to read it out. He was pissed. What freaks. The one thing they were assigned to do and they couldn't handle it, the boy was slowly starting to boil. At this time, he was next to a beautiful girl. and he really did not want to be distracted from this pastime by some freaks. He knew he was a complete cretin for trusting them again. The girl, who was already pretty drunk herself, looked at the guy and asked what was the matter. Was it something important? The boy looked away from his phone and hid it in his pocket again. Nothing. What could be more important than this moment? They sat cuddled together, drinking alcohol. There was an unforced atmosphere around them. Across from them sat a dark silhouette who said in a rough voice that he was very disappointed in this. The silhouette had familiar features, a hood and the same hoodie. The guy didn't even pay attention to it, as he was completely engrossed in the girl. And the man continued. He said he could handle this school all by himself. However, he is constantly pressed by some ninth grader. The guy did not even pay attention to this, and continued to admire the girl. The silhouette continued to sit across from them and said that school children at this time are too perky. Would he like him to help him sort it all out? The stranger's voice was calm and measured, with a coldly calculating and metallic feel to it. Dae-young looked away from the girl and told him to mind his own business. He had some thoughts on this moment. The girl looked at her companion with a surprised look, as if she didn't understand what was about to happen. There was a look of fear mixed with surprise on her face. The boy's eyes lit up with fire. He took on an expression as if he had turned into a demon. Don't make a big deal out of it. In his head was born another insidious plan, which will soon come true, and all who will be in his way will die a horrible death. The protagonist came to a remote place to think. It was some abandoned building with many windows missing. It was beautiful warm weather outside, however. Something was plaguing him. He paid no attention to the world around him, searching for answers to the questions that had accumulated. The hero sat on a nearby bench and rewrapped his arm with a new cast. The reason why he can't get a permit. It was the one question he couldn't find an answer to. Lowering his head, he sat immersed in his own thoughts. He went over in his mind all the moments he had experienced recently. He remembered how the girl had looked at him with disdain, how he had tried to get her attention and gain her favor. However, no matter what he did, no matter how hard he tried, the girl was like an unbreakable wall. She constantly got in his way, as if she did not want the guy to study at their academy. Yes, that was the case. But why? What was the reason? He remembered how hard it had been for him to beg her to at least train him for a few days so he could learn some punches. She'd made it clear that she wasn't interested in any of this. But why? It wasn't like he'd done anything wrong. A reason. What reason could there be? The boy sat immersed in his thoughts and did not notice anything around him. But soon he was taken out of his thoughts by a familiar shout. The boy was in a stupor for a minute at first. His acquaintance came to him. The lad looked up and greeted his mentor cheerfully. The guy stood with 2 bottles of soda and offered one to his mate. The protagonist looked at him in surprise. The guy opened one soda, and the air was filled with a wonderful sweet aroma. He took a seat next to his mate and watched the protagonist greedily devour the soda. He thanked him for yesterday, and also apologized. The guy's voice began to tremble. He was making him feel bad. The protagonist turned out not to pay attention to it, and was completely engrossed in absorbing the sweet drink. The boy just wouldn't stop. He clutched the open can of soda in his hands and asked, "Does he seem weak to him too? If he was stronger, nothing would have happened. He could do it all by himself if only he was just a little bit stronger and more confident." However, the protagonist interrupted him. The protagonist looked in front of him, and in a confident voice he began to speak. They are well aware, after all, that he would never acknowledge those people who think they are weak. The boy's voice was surprisingly calm, and his gaze with concentration. Here was looking somewhere far away. He was very thoughtful at this moment. It was unusual to see him like this. The boy wondered even more. He didn't know what this man thought of him before. Back when he was at the top of the food chain in this school, he probably thought he was just as much of a freak. There was every reason for it. The guy had a hell of a nasty temper, and was basically no different from the rest of the bullies. However, when he saw how the guy tried to stand up to those morons alone, something in him broke. He realized that many things that seemed to him unambiguous, in fact not so simple. The guy was thinking very hard at that moment. He said that at that moment it was as if he had been hit on the head with a hammer. If he hadn't broken his arm, he would have been more responsible. He was just blaming everyone around him. At that moment, he felt incredibly ashamed of his actions, because he had been trying to be strong all along, and ended up turning into the same kind of freaks he had been trying to resist all along. He looked at his new friend with a good-natured look. It wasn't the look of a bully anymore. It was the look of a mature and confident man. The boy said he thought the boy was a very strong man. In fact, the protagonist thinks he is the weakest of the two of them. That's why he wants to study at Halim Academy and become stronger. The boy looked at his mate with a surprised look. It was the first time for him to hear such a thing from the storm of the school. The man that everyone feared and looked away from was now calling himself a weakling. There was a brief pause between them for a second. The boys continued to sit on the bench and silently drink their sodas. The boy broke the silence first. He said in a timid voice, then maybe he should ask Nuna to accept him into the academy. It was a fine suggestion, but the protagonist doubted that this idea would work. He had tried so many times already. The boy looked at him with a smile. It seems that the girl is coming there today. He would like to ask her today, too, to start training him. After all, they basically had a similar problem. They wanted to learn how to fight, but no one wanted to teach them. The protagonist looked at his mate in surprise. Is she from the Halim Academy? The boy perked up. He didn't know her. The girl in the yellow sports uniform. Halim is in the 10th grade at Ilwa Girls' School. The boy kept looking at his friend with interest. He wanted to know as much as he could about this girl. Plus, she is the daughter of the headmaster, which obliges her to be an example for everyone else. He remembered the serious and stern expression on the girl's face. At this moment, the protagonist had a slight shock. What? She's the headmaster's daughter? The guy couldn't believe what he was hearing. His eyes rounded and all the thoughts in his head were mixed up. He had a completely different idea of her. These people are completely different from each other. The headmaster is just an ordinary drunkard who is very good at martial arts, and the girl is a strong disciplinarian, and besides, an excellent athletic form. His mate laughed, so coming out the protagonist knew nothing. Smiling, the boy suggested that the protagonist meet him here after school. He would help him with whatever he could. Finally, this man had a friend, a true comrade who could help him, the only person who didn't think he was weak. It was a real surprise, a true gift of fate. The protagonist looked at the boy and called him partner. A good-natured smile appeared on his face. For the first time in his life, someone looked at him as a human being, not as a murder weapon. The boy really wanted to change his life for the better. The protagonist said that he had a lot of hope for his mentor. There was an incredible hope in his voice that he would succeed at least this time. The boy nodded, but immediately asked why he kept calling him mentor. At this time, they were already being followed. Someone's inquisitive gaze was fixed on the two of them. As expected, Dae-Young was standing on the balcony, leaning on the railing and watching them. In his mind, he had a plan to destroy the two men once and for all, and then he would become the sole ruler of the school. After the conversation, the protagonist headed for his home. On the way, he literally ran. It's a good thing he met his mentor. Thanks to him, he will now be able to get into the academy. The guy went to his home, and vital in the clouds, he already dreamed of how he will train at this academy, and soon will be able to defeat the strongest athlete. He didn't notice anything around him. The most important thing is to enter there officially. He can't understand the reason why he can't get authorization. That's the only thing that bothered him right now. Why doesn't this girl want him to join their academy? However, when the mentor arrives, everything will be clearer, and he can finally realize his dream. The guy pulled out his phone and switched it on to look at the time. It looked like his mentor was delayed, as he was long gone, even though the time had been arranged. The guy still couldn't wait. He shifted from foot to foot and stared at his phone screen. When would the guy still come? He still couldn't wait to get to the academy. After all, the boy had promised. Now they were friends. Suddenly behind him he heard the crunch of twigs. The boy's head appeared out of nowhere, hanging upside down for some reason, and his face was frozen in a grimace of horror. It expressed no emotion, and was beginning to slowly turn red from the rushing blood. Apparently the guy had been hanging like that for quite some time. The protagonist was frightened and turned back round. He had no idea yet what horror awaited him. His face reflected surprise and consternation. What had happened? What the hell was this? Finally, the boy turned around and was able to see the horror that was going on behind him. In a second, his heart began to beat 3 times as fast. His eyes widened with horror and bloodshot with anger. He saw his mentor, but who could do such a thing to him? Suddenly, the branch snapped and the boy fell to the ground, blood starting to gush out from under him. "Mentor!" The boy screamed in horror. His mate almost died in front of him, literally in front of his eyes. The protagonist continued to clap around his mate, shouts spreading from him to the entire neighborhood. The boy lay unconscious, blood spurting from him. Unsuccessfully trying, the protagonist already did not know where to take himself from despair, and the main degenerate of this school watched them from high. Suddenly, the protagonist, his eyes filled with blood from rage. He was as red as cancer. He noticed who had almost killed his friend now. Dae-young watched all of this, a predatory smile spreading across his face. His plan had worked perfectly. Another piece of trash had been eliminated. The boy smiled, realizing that his power in this school was unshakable. Now, everyone here would realize who was in charge. The protagonist noticed him in time, and his face was filled with rage. He clenched his teeth so tightly that it looked like they were going to fall out of his mouth. His eyes were as furious as a buffalo that had seen a red rag. He couldn't forgive such a thing. The mate he had so recently found was now on the verge of death. The protagonist, in spite of his broken arm, picked up his mate and began to drag him aside to carry him on his back. He had to act instantly or his mate would die now. He could not lose his mate. The protagonist put him on his back, and overcoming the pain ran towards the nearest hospital. Well, history repeats itself. His mind was spinning with thoughts, memories from his past life when he was carrying his mate to the hospital as he was now. Not to let him die. These thoughts kept him going. The desire to be together settled in his soul probably forever. The boy got to the hospital in a few minutes. His mate was immediately connected to a ventilator now. To the protagonist only had to hope that his friend can get out of here. The patient is unconscious. All the guy heard was the sounds of the provision. The boy was lying exhausted on a hospital bed hooked up to a ventilator. He had a big mask on his face. Fortunately, he managed to avoid instant death after the fall. However, the head injury could not be avoided. The boy was lying on a pillow that was already soaked with blood. The bandage was just as bloody. The boy had been unconscious for hours. But luckily he was alive. That was the most important thing. The worst part was that the kid was in a coma. The patient would need to be monitored for some time. But if he didn't make it out of here, the results would be disappointing. The guy clenched his arm so tightly that even the cast on it was forbidding. There would be little chance of rehabilitation for his mate if he still couldn't make it out. The protagonist looked at his half-dead mate with teared eyes. Now, he had set his sights on avenging him by all means. It couldn't be left like this otherwise. He has no right to make any more friends if he can't keep them safe. Meanwhile, his mates were drinking and partying at the local bar. Laughter could be heard nearby. The guys were sitting at a table, and there were beautiful girls next to them. That blue wing and jerk for real did that. The guys laughed. Suddenly, Gi-dae's phone vibrated. Someone was calling him. The guy took the phone out of his pocket and looked at the screen in surprise. Shit, it's Ju Yeon-ha. The guys' faces changed as if they saw something scary. Do-yoon noisily sighed. He had heard that this dumbass was in trouble again. While saving someone, what a jerk. His mate patted him on the shoulder and told him not to pick up the phone. They'd get it too if they interfered. But still, he picked up the phone. TG put the phone to his ear and started asking what's wrong. His mate looked at him angrily. Why did that fatso answer the phone? Now they would definitely have a problem. His mate would definitely get them into some kind of trouble, and now they would have to deal with his problem. And he didn't want that. Suddenly he saw his mate's face change. He became more serious, his gaze concentrated. It was as if the man now immediately sobered up. Without saying a word, he jumped up from his seat and walked towards the exit of the bar cloud. Yeah, well, was all he could say. His friend looked at him in surprise and asked why he had jumped up. They were having such a nice holiday. What is it again? Gi-tae seemed to pay no attention to him. He moved towards the exit and said that he would look for somewhere else to go. The girls looked at him but didn't seem to pay any attention to him. His mate sighed noisily and swore, "Here we go again. What the hell? Did something really happen again?" He was already so tired of dealing with the problems of his hapless friends, but what pissed him off the most was the fact that he was constantly being ignored. The boy bared his teeth and his anger boiled over. Why the fuck is he being ignored? What, some empty space? At this time, the protagonist was walking slowly forward on the street. His arm was still bandaged, but it didn't stop him from being on full alert. He had found a large rebar somewhere, and now he was dragging it along the floor behind him, making a shrill sound. It was as if the guy didn't notice anything around him, and saw only his only goal in front of him. It was revenge. Suddenly, from around the corner appeared the familiar figure of a girl. She was wearing the same tracksuit, and was probably going for an evening jog before going to bed. She heard the sound and turned round to look at him. What a jerk. The girl got even angrier. She knew it would happen like this. Doesn't this moron understand anything? She ran up to the main character and asked him what he and Hyun-yoon had done at the academy. The girl was furious. She had already learned about what happened at the academy, and that it was completely trashed. The protagonist didn't answer her anything, and kept walking. She grabbed him by the shoulder and wrapped her arms around him. When she saw his eyes, she felt a little cold inside. The main character's eyes expressed some sort of inhuman cruelty. They were not the eyes of a human. They were completely bloodshot, like a predator smelling its prey. He was not like himself. The girl looked at him in surprise. She didn't understand anything. What had happened? It was the first time she had ever seen this guy so angry. He had definitely done something. There was no way some fatal exodus could be allowed to happen. Either he was going to get killed now or he was going to kill someone. Coming closer to him, the girl dyed her ardor and asked, "What's the deal?" The protagonist did not pay attention to her, continued to go forward, and dragging behind him this armature. He answered her, and the girl followed him with a wary look. She looked after him. Her anxiously asked, "Is he going to kill someone?" Begging sign. The guy growled that he is going to, and he better not get in the way now. His face expressed nothing but human cruelty. The girl looked after him with a surprised, incomprehensible look. Really? Let him do what he wanted. Of course. She just hit him, but she can't. Why not? Nothing's ever stopped her before. Her eyes softened, still following the protagonist's every move. She can't hit him just because he's a pathetic scum. The protagonist wasn't saying much. He nodded his head and said, "Okay." His eyes were still fixed on the girl as if he didn't notice her and wanted to get away from her as soon as possible. "Okay, he's just a fucking scumbag." The guy stopped dragging the rebar behind him. He turned to the girl and began to speak in a dulcet voice, more like the growl of some beast. The guy said, "Yes, he's just scum. And always has been. That's why he lives the way he does. But there's one thing." I looked at him with a surprised look and listened to them interrupt. The guy was saying that this kid was a good kid who was always being bullied. He was incredibly sorry for this man, because he was the first one who paid attention to the main character, who didn't consider him a piece of meat or some kind of scum. The guy asked, why is everyone making fun of him? Why is this happening? He remembered the face of his mate. It was full of sadness and sorrow. He really wanted to die, because of the fact that he was constantly bullied. Indeed, it was not life, but a real hell. A nightmare to be avoided. He remembered that moment when they were sitting peacefully and talking to each other like true friends. He had felt so good in that moment. This was the first person who had paid him ordinary human attention. But that guy couldn't take it anymore. He screamed at the top of his throat. There was a mixture of anger, rage, resentment, and pain. Why the hell? Why didn't she train him? The guy couldn't control himself anymore. He was so filled with rage that he let out a deafening scream. He dropped the rebar and kept screaming. He realized that the girl didn't want to take it. Fuck it. But she could teach him how to fight. And the guy just couldn't remember himself from anger. He didn't know what to do. He was ready to tear the girl to shreds for such attitude to people. He got close to her and screamed. The guy was breathing heavily like a wounded buffalo his face turned completely red, but the girl did not express any emotion. She fumed extra and also looked more closely at the lad. What was he up to? The girl still didn't understand anything. What is he talking about now? What's this all about? The guy couldn't take it anymore and said, "At Gyumgang Hospital, second building, room number." He said it like he was a soldier. "Hyun-yoon is there right now, and if she doesn't believe it, let her go and see for herself." As soon as the girl heard this, her face instantly changed, as if she had just heard something horrible. Her voice trembled. The protagonist continued to rage. He looked straight into the girl's eyes. He's just a kid who wanted to get stronger to protect himself. What did he do wrong? What the fuck did he do wrong? The guy looked at the girl like an enemy he hated with all his heart. He tossed the rebar aside and walked to the opposite block. The girl looked at him without saying a word. He understood nothing. What in the world is wrong with this world? The guy was looking somewhere to the side. He really didn't feel like talking to the girl. What did she want? The girl was silent. Without saying a word, she looked at the protagonist with a surprised and wary look and understanding of the situation. However, to say nothing she could not. Perhaps pride prevented. The guy quickly walked in the opposite direction. Suddenly, in his pocket vibrated mobile phone and played an annoying tune. The guy stopped and started frying in his trousers. Quickly finding the mobile phone in his trousers, he pulled it out and looked at the screen. It was Lee Gi-dae calling. The guy put the mobile phone to his ear and asked just one question. "Did you find it?" On the other side, he heard an affirmative answer. "I found it." What the guy heard there made his heart skip a beat. It was that freak's voice. His eyes widened. Fear set in. He couldn't believe this was happening. Not again. Dae-jin sat on his friend's immobilized body and held his stun gun in his hands. Standing next to him were a few dozen more of his charges. This fat of means is so large that it can be seen from afar. The protagonist's mate. His whole body was riddled with wounds. There was blood on his face, so he must have been really hurt. The bastard said they were in a building under construction in Gyeomgang Park, and they were going to have a feast. Let the protagonist come and eat the leftovers. The man said the last words with great disdain. The same predatory smile appeared on his face at that moment. After that, the degenerate threw the phone in the opposite direction, after which it fell to the floor and broke into several pieces. That's it. The phone didn't work anymore. A short beep was heard on the other side. Gi-dae was lying unconscious, staring with lifeless eyes in front of him. The freak leaned over and said that the bastard was a quiet guy. At that time, he liked him much better. Since when had he changed? The man hesitated, and a small chuckle erupted. The guy leaned in front of him and laughed again. He couldn't believe that he was stronger now, and was now trying to chase him. What a funny thing to say. He had the smile of a true demon on his face. No obstacles existed for this man. He was just destroying them. The guy turned to the poor guy lying on the ground, tears flowing from his eyes. Bloody tears. His whole face was shattered. Basically, the guy was either dead or unconscious. He hadn't made it. He had been found quicker, and now his life was in great danger. The guy dropped the armature from his hands and clutched the phone with tremendous force that it even forbade. Now, his soul was an unbearable rage. The girl stood behind him and continued to stare after him. Her fists were also clenched. Apparently, she too was incredibly angry at this moment. What a bunch of freaks. The guy clenched his teeth in impotent anger. The most frustrating thing is that he could not help his friends now. They became victims one by one. The protagonist stood and just could not do anything. He was weak. He had no allies in this battle. However, right now, he had nothing to lose. He picked up the iron rebar again and dragged it behind him forwards, shouted out to him. The boy did not seem to be distracted at all from his occupation. I did not pay any attention to her. The girl looked at him and said that it didn't matter how angry he was at that moment. If he wants to kill someone, let him not be a scum like them. The boy stopped for a second, anger glittering in his eyes. He wasn't listening to anyone at all right now. All he saw in front of him was a target to destroy. Soon he arrived at the agreed-upon location. With heavy steps he climbed up the stairs, continuing to drag the rebar behind him, which made a piercing sound every time the guy climbed another step. He didn't even worry about being heard. Around the corners were the offspring who had prepared their sticks to catch the boy unawares. Against all of them, he would not be able to stand. Besides, he had a broken arm. As soon as the boy came extremely close, all the people standing there rushed towards him waving their sticks. Now, he didn't stand a chance. Either he would fight or die. However, the outcome of the battle was not yet decided. The guy didn't put up a block and the powerful rebar struck, making a loud sound. His eyes were bloodshot to the point that he looked like a demon. His eyes opened even wider, anger glittering in them. At that moment, the guy turned into a real beast that was ready to devour anyone who got in his way. He looked at his opponents and saw real meat. These freaks should die here and now. They are not destined to live on this planet if they are so low. In one sharp move, the main character threw one of the freaks aside and he went flying. The blow was so strong that the guy blacked out almost immediately. The rest of the guys stopped and watched in horror as their mate flew straight to the ground. After flying a few meters, the body of the freak fell with a loud sound. He was knocked out. With one blow, he was knocked out. The guys watched in horror. None of them understood what kind of demon had possessed this man. The protagonist didn't say anything, but just looked at his opponents as a piece of living meat. He swung his foot and aimed at the bastard's head. At the same time, the main degenerate was also stomping on his friend. He treated him like cattle. Even worse. He knew it wasn't going to be that easy. Did the protagonist know that? He stood in the middle and literally mocked everything the protagonist cared about. He was stomping on his friend's feet like it was some kind of rug they usually put under the door. Now the main character's was at the center of everything. He was standing there, introducing everyone with his frenzied gaze. His eyes were completely drenched in blood. And behind him there were already a number of freaks, who were also armed with clubs. The circle gradually began to shrink, and after a few minutes the protagonist was already completely surrounded by henchmen. As soon as a dog starts attacking a man, he is shot down. The creep's voice sounded ringing. It fits the rules. It's imprinted in their minds and passed down in their genes. The guy looked at him with a squint in his eyes, however. Some dogs try to go against nature. Therefore, they get beaten up over and over again by humans. As soon as there would be one team, all the humans at once rushed at the protagonist waving their batons. They were ready to kill him here and now as soon as their bosses ordered. The guy already felt nothing. He felt no pain. His arm phenomenally healed, his eyes glowing red like a demon's. Not stopping scum from speaking? How could one do that? This world is rotten to the core. These degenerates allow themselves to treat people like this. Dae-jin placed a stun gun on his shoulder and looked at the protagonist like he was trash. Several of his subordinates stood beside him. They're just a bunch of degenerates. They think they can command people just because they're stronger. The protagonist has memories of saving his friends from certain death, of losing his friends while these degenerates were bullying them. And here again, his mate that he had so recently had now also suffered because of him. He was in a coma, and now his life hung in the balance. The boy remembered running, holding his mate in his arms. It was back in the distant high school. And now history was repeating itself again. He couldn't let that happen. It's his mistake, and he's gonna fix it, even if he's being dragged through the mud. The boy grasped his weapon and pointed it forward. Now he had no choice. There was no other choice but revenge. Even if he was considered a monster, he would destroy everyone. His eyes lit up with fire. He was like a predator that was cornered. He didn't hesitate. The guy gave one crushing blow to one of the henchmen, and he immediately boiled to the floor. There was a real massacre going on all around. He was alone against several dozen. In addition, his arm was broken, but he still did not give up. The blow thundered with renewed force. The rebar landed right on the head of one of the freaks, and a mighty crunch was heard. His nose was broken. The guy was surrounded by these freaks. They were pouncing on him with renewed vigor. It seemed as if their numbers were increasing on the contrary. Enemies were everywhere. He had to hold firm. The guy put his plastered arm forward, and the rebar hit it with great force. There was a cracking sound, and the guy's arm was pierced with pain. Shit, how many of them there were after all. The guy grimaced in pain, but the adrenaline had done its job, and now he was like a killing machine. He looked at his main opponent, and he was sure that this degenerate would move until he was done. He's hoping his horde can win. Well, if you can't take his strength, he'll take it by stealth. Guy dodged another attack, and one of them flew past, swinging his armory. Well, then he had no other choice. The guy jumped up and pushed himself away from one of the freaks. He looked at him with a frightened look, but still there was nothing he could do. The guy jumped up so high and swung his rebar to finally end the freak once and for all. but the guy didn't even budge. He kept watching the protagonist fly at him, waving his weapon. The guy swung around and brought the rebar down with all his might. It hovered, cutting through the air. However, it all happened very quickly. He heard the freak's voice. What a shame. The guy opened his eyes. Did it really not work out? Dae-jin put out his stun gun, thus blocking the blow. The guy smiled and prepared to smash his opponent into the wall. No one would dare to doubt him anymore. He swung and with great force kicked the main character right in the stomach. He didn't have time to react, and flew off to the other side, screaming in pain. The blow was so hard that the boy's breath was cut off. He flew high up. The shock was strong, and the boy in a few seconds found himself in the air, flying straight into the crowd of angry people ready to tear him to shreds. After flying a few more meters, the guy slammed loudly to the ground. His back ached, but he felt no pain. He almost fainted from the adrenaline. His weapon slipped out of his hands. There were quite a few people crowded around as he over, scattering them left and right and telling them to just merge like that. They started laughing around. Well, this scum is now helpless. It won't be a problem to straighten him out. The guys began to cluster around him, overhanging him like a roof. They all had rebar in their hands. Before the protagonist knew it, a barrage of blows fell on his head. The rebar hit him right in the head. His eyes went black, but he had to hold on. The blows and blows came one after another, but the protagonists tried to hold on. Virabotok came closer to him and said, "Judging by the way he's acting, his little mate still isn't dead." His voice sounded as contemptuous as possible, like he was talking about some kind of animal. 348, he continued to be beaten, but he endured. That bastard's voice rang out. He should have eaten before going out after all. What an idiot. The guy held on with all his might. This was his cunning plan. Suddenly, with all his strength in his fist and ignoring the pain, he grabbed the leg of one of the scum standing next to him. Now he had a chance. He gathered all his strength in his fist and pulled his leg back as hard as he could. The guy standing next to him couldn't help himself, and a surprised gasp struck everyone around him. He flew straight down, like some kind of rag doll. The protagonist was like a Terminator. He was not afraid of any trials at all. All this pain was just a toy for him. He grabbed the man's leg and swung it like an Olympic projectile, aiming it straight at Dae-jin. As he swung it around, he threw the man right at him, and the guy let out a loud scream and flew straight forward. Suddenly, the protagonist was awakened by some incredible power, and he turned from a mere man into something more. And his rage betrayed his strength. Adrenaline went off the scale and his muscles made stone. However, the man dodged in time and his friend's body flew past him. His slippers even flew off his feet. A few meters later, he fell to the ground, and there was a loud crunch of bones. Jin stretched out in a smile. Wow, this guy is more interesting than he looked. The guy was pleased. Now he's going to have some real fun. Yeon-ha got to his feet. From this angle, he looked as threatening as possible. He wasn't afraid of the pain of anything around him. He wasn't scared of the many people who wanted to kill him. For a moment, there was silence. But after a second, one of the students rushed at him and, waving a rebar, shouted at him to finally die. However, the protagonist put his fist forward and the rebar hit him. Much to his surprise, the metal structure began to bend. And soon, the fist reached its target. The man did not expect such a thing, and his face crunched. The sound of bones breaking could be heard. The blow was so strong that he was able to bend the rebar and still reach the face of the offender. Now he did a somersault and flew backwards. However, the protagonist didn't even think of stopping there. He dodged and hit another one. The guy with one blow flew backwards. All the people standing around were in a real state of indescribable horror. What the fuck was that? The kids had genuine terror on their faces. It possessed them completely. It was the first time people had ever seen such power. The guy ran up to another scum and knocked him out with a powerful uppercut. His eyes glowed like a demon's. No one could believe what they were witnessing. He was knocking them out one by one in just one punch. The guys watched as the protagonist hammered one by one into the pavement with powerful blows. Holy shit. This was something that really no one could have expected. The guys watched with their mouths hanging open. What a psycho. Now even they were scared to look at it at all. Nobody wanted to go near him. He's a fucking monster. The protagonist came forward with heavy steps. From this angle, he looked like a killing machine that was built for one purpose only, to destroy all his enemies. The guy looked out into the crowd, and his gaze made it clear that he would kill anyone who got in his way. His gaze blazed with rage. He was a true monster at this moment. Everyone who stood in that crowd was horrified. "Come on, let them come out." Suddenly there was a voice. He said he was going to attack from behind. The voice was nasty, and the main character recognized it immediately. It was that main degenerate. Dae-jin! Dae-jin stood behind him, approaching the lift shaft. The guy grinned to himself, and with his taser in hand, he stood nearby, ready to get away as quickly as possible. Annoyed, he said that the main character was very hard to break. The man roared, "Where is he going?" The protagonist, with burning eyes, rushed after him in pursuit. He was like a real beast. Would he really let this bastard go now? Those bastards. Jin Sung smiled again. And that smile made the protagonists even more furious. He's getting away. His smile stretched even wider. Don't you get it? He's not going to get into a fight. Why would he do that? The man saw the lift doors open, and his eye caught a real horrible sight. The moment he saw it, his heart skipped a beat. How could anyone even create such a thing? Who did one have to be? The lift doors finally opened, and a truly horrific sight stood before him. His mate lay murdered, and written in blood on the lift wall was the phrase, "Hunt the pig." The guy turned around and looked over there. Why would he do that? The protagonist's fists clenched to a crunch. He was ready to tear him apart now. Except this creep was incredibly slippery. He was so angry that he didn't look like a human anymore. He's a complete degenerate. The guy didn't know where to put his anger, which overflowed his body from head to toe. Jin smiled and told him to think twice. He doesn't realize that the more he resists, the more he ruins everything around him, ? Because what happened to his friend is just a consequence of his actions. It was his fault after all. Hearing these words, the guy stopped. He didn't understand anything. What is this degenerate bastard talking about? He smiled and pointed his taser directly at the immobilized body of his comrade. Guy ordered the protagonist to get on his knees if he didn't want him to turn this pig into a steak. Guy Day lied, completely immobilized, blood dripping from his face. "Come on." The guy wouldn't relent. He was incredibly eager to have his head bowed down in front of him. The protagonist realized that he had no choice now. He wanted to save his mate's life, and he had to kneel down. If he lost another mate, he wouldn't forgive himself. Jin took the fat man's head in his hands and clapped his hands together. Great. Why couldn't he be so obedient before? For starters, he should do something else. Return the favor to his boys. The silhouettes of the others were already beginning to loom over him, coming closer and closer, waving their sticks at him. And then, as if at the behest of a conductor, they swung their bats and began to drop them on the protagonist one by one. The blows came one after another. The pain was really hellish. How dare he go against their brother? The guys were beating the protagonist half to death, but he just cringed at the blows. Jung smiled contentedly and took a drag on his cigarette. It was just a beautiful sight. He was incredibly happy that he was finally able to break this monkey. Eventually, the beating ended, and the protagonist, completely bloodied and exhausted, continued to sit on his knees. He lowered his head and didn't even raise his gaze. He didn't feel like living right now. The outcast approached him step by step and looked up at him. He only saw him as prey. Now he would kill him, and this guy would never dare to come near him again. Everyone would be afraid of him. Jin knelt down and began to speak in a measured voice. If the protagonist wants this to be over so his six doesn't die there in the hospital. He leaned over to the protagonist and looked into his soul with his nasty eyes. The man averted his eyes, disgusted by the very realization that he was next to this bastard. Would you be so kind as to do something? His voice sounded sly, like a fox's. The guy continued to sneer. He said that the main character is the most interesting person in the whole school. So if he moves under him, he'll make sure he always has money, power, and women. The guy smiled as if mocking the protagonist. They'll be able to crush everyone and make their school the best in the world. He's also the kind of person who believes that strength is the best way to solve problems after all. The protagonist lowered his head. It was true. He was completely right. Apparently, the protagonist was also once like that. However, the guy continued to sit silently in front of him and stared at the floor in front of him. Jin looked in front of him, still waiting for an answer. That was right for high school students. Strength is the best proof of superiority. It's literally all they have in these years. It was the only thing that made him a monster. And he had so much to endure, so much to lose. He remembered all the times he had to save his friends from certain death. He knelt in front of the freak and said nothing. Anger was boiling inside him, and he was preparing to do the thing that would end it all. The image of his friend, who was now lying in the hospital, and there was no telling what would happen to him afterwards, flashed through his mind. Did he really deserve this? Except he'd learnt the fucked up part of life. He lifted his blood-soaked face and looked at the bloodshot eyes in front of him. He gathered all his anger to make one last attack. His patience was running out. Now only one shot had to be bet. It only took a second for him to grab Jin by the throat. He didn't even have time to react. The guy only managed to let out a stifled scream. In the next moment, he grabbed his legs. These scum could only get wise when they experienced the same thing he did. He pushed with all his might and with tremendous force, slammed his opponent straight into the ground. Right now, he was more confident than ever. The guy smiled and asked, "The protagonist forgot what?" He squinted his eyes at him with his radiant smile. He still felt his superiority. However, the protagonist wasn't going to stop there. He hit him in the face with all his might, overcoming the pain with his broken arm. There was a crunch, and the protagonist's nose fell right into his skull. Several teeth flew out and scattered in different directions. Suddenly, one of his henchmen shouted, "What does he want this fatso to do, die?" The guy had already prepared his rebar and held it to his mate's throat. However, the protagonist didn't stop. He hit with renewed vigor, blood already staining his face and clothes. "Well, let's see. Let him try." Taiji suddenly smiled broadly. This guy was alive. This fatty can't just be understood. Let's see who dies faster, him or that fucking degenerate. The protagonist swung his plastered arm again and aimed the full force of his punch right at his opponent. He just lay there, unable to even move. His whole body was numb from the force. What the fuck is going on? How the hell do I stop him? The protagonist knew no mercy. He looked at him with eyes full of rage like a rabid beast. He's going to finish him off. Still, this degenerate didn't switch off and held the protagonist's arm with his hands. Is he crazy? Let him look back. The protagonist was so engrossed that he didn't notice that another degenerate had crept up behind him and was already bringing his rebar over his head to finish him off once and for all. The blow went straight to his head, and now sparks would fall from his eyes. The protagonist didn't expect that, and all he could do was groan. Taking advantage of the moment, the guy intercepted his arm and immediately threw him to the floor. Then he stood up and pressed his feet directly to the floor. The main character couldn't move. The blow was really strong. His arm twisted to the other side. The guy felt unbearable pain. The initiative was intercepted. Now to get out of this grip will be very difficult. He grabbed his taser and prepared to deal with the protagonist once and for all. It's just a creature to be exterminated. Now no one could stop him from doing so. Charging his stun gun to full power, he brought it to the protagonist's throat. He will kill him. This man will never live again. What a fucker. He grabbed the protagonist's face and began to squeeze his throat harder and harder. What? What's going on? Let's see who dies the fastest, that bastard. He won't even live for an hour. Jin's face was stained with his own blood, and he looked at his opponent like a living puppet. Are you softening up already? Where's all his strength and vigor? Where did it all go? The protagonist didn't know what to do next. He looked at his opponent with a frightened look, already resigned to his part. Jin had run up to the kid a few hours ago and surrounded him with his gang. He seems to be friends with the protagonist, begging sign. He presented machete to the kid right to his throat. The kid couldn't remember himself from fear. Well, he's bringing him to him now. It would give him the right to resort to extreme measures. The kid said in a friendly voice that he would not do that, but the blade of the dagger came almost close to his throat. After these words, a hail of blows fell on him. He was kicked. Why? Is he having trouble? Bringing him in, kicking his arse and letting him go, is that a disadvantageous proposition? The boy endured. He shrank back and protected his head with his hands. Or would he rather be maimed? He begged to be stopped. The boy struggled to break free of the grip and, tearing his clothes, rushed at the bastard. Naturally, the boy didn't expect such a lunge, and the boy's fist came close to his face. A few seconds later, there was a scathing blow, after which there was silence. The boy had not expected this. This weakling, who can't even stand up for himself, suddenly thinks he's a hero. What does he think of himself? He opened his eyes, and in those eyes was the thirst for death. What did he just do? His voice was as quiet as possible. He felt that this kid was going to be the end of him. He had given him a choice, so why not use it? The boy had quickly knocked out his opponent and was now dragging him by the hair somewhere in the distance. Naturally, there was nothing the boy could do. He was physically very weak. The bastard was dragging him by the hair somewhere towards the fence. After all, he knows no one will be sorry if a filthy scum like him dies. The guy yanked the boy's head forward and repeated his offer. The kid saw his death in front of him now. He only had one choice: either die here and now or give up his mate. Both appeared to him to be simply unbelievable. He brought his head right to the edge of the precipice. They were on the roof of a multi-story building. If the boy falls from there, he will definitely not survive. Either he beat his mate, or he was finished. Jin leaned his head against the concrete railing and ordered him to choose. The guy stutteringly tells him not to be stupid. This is insane. Jin smiled. And that kid looks like he's got a good friend. That's right, that's the way to go, and you should never betray your friends, even if your life is on the line. Suddenly, the irreparable happened. Jin let go of him and the kid flew straight down, straight from the 4th floor to the ground. Well, he made his choice. Now he's flying straight down with his back on the ground. If he falls, he's dead. Now the degenerate was sitting on the protagonist, trying to strangle him. He was laughing and saying, "You should see the look on his face right now." Had he already regretted messing with him? However, the protagonist didn't think of backing down. Through his teeth, he muttered that Jin was just a stupid bastard. Just like his friends, who had already approached the protagonist's friend and prepared their armatures to deal with him. Well, today the protagonist will die. However, not only him, but also this stupid friend. The guy swung round and prepared his taser for the final blow. He looked at his prey. Now he will be finished. His power saturated and his blood repeated his name. This time completely. However, something strange was already happening behind his back. All of his scum were slowly starting to thin out. One of them already had a large rebar sticking out of his throat. Gite standing, Yi held one of them by the face. He turned to Jin. There were notes of madness in his voice. Though his face was mangled, the guy was alive. And now he was furious that his friend had been beaten so unceremoniously. He swung his victim to the side and the kid flew straight into a pile of others, now dead. Day ran straight at the main freak, and with his whole body piled on top of him. But he wasn't so easy. The kid covered himself with his arm, but still flew off in the opposite direction. Fatty walked over to his mate and helped him up. It's all right now, he's not alone. Jin wiped his nose of blood. It looks like these suckers have been drugged with some kind of drug, but how do you kill them? Looks like they need to be made to realize they're not getting out of here alive. In principle, he could let them go. But today, he's not kind enough to be so generous. The guys started to crowd around our heroes and immediately rushed at them, waving the rebar. The fat man turned to his friend and said it was his turn to cover. With a swing of his weighty fist, he knocked out one of the bastards with a single blow, and the lifeless body of the student flew into a neighboring corner. However, the protagonists weren't far behind him either. With a powerful uppercut, he knocked out several more people. The guy became furious again. He felt that he was not alone now, and it was as if he had more strength. He dodged the rest of the attacks. His mate had said he only needed to focus on one target right now. Let him take on their ringleader, and Fatty would deal with the rest. He'd had enough rest, and now he needed to stretch his fists. Jin stood back and watched as his army beat the two poor bastards. The sounds of blows could be heard from everywhere, but he couldn't see the whole picture. The boy sighed heavily. People need to learn to accept their fate. He squinted his eyes straight into the thick of things. Suddenly a scream came from the crowd and the body of one of his comrades flew high into the air. He looked up in surprise. What the hell had just happened? Suddenly, from the thickest part of the crowd, the main character appeared. He ran straight at him, waving his huge fists. No one present could stop him. Swinging round, he aimed straight at the guy's forehead and pumped his name at the top of his voice. He gathered all his gambling, all his power and hatred into this blow. It had to end him once and for all. Jin swung his taser to deflect the attack. When is that bastard going to die? How long does he need? Now they clashed with each other, and it was only their battle. The opponents were of equal strength. The protagonist blocked the stun gun blows with his cast. They looked each other straight in the eyes, fury blazing in both men. The protagonist just wanted revenge for everything his friends had suffered. Jin squinted his eyes, glared at him, and grinned as he continued his onslaught. He wasn't even going to retreat. The opponents were not inferior to each other in strength. However, suddenly a painfully familiar voice was heard. A few more people appeared. "What are you idiots doing? What the hell is this?" The voice seemed vaguely familiar to the protagonist. In front of them stood another man watching with rapt attention. He was looking straight into the crowd of people who were crowded together, blocking his view. "Our heroes are fighting. Why are they just standing there?" The guys stopped fighting, and it's like they were distracted from each other. Out of nowhere, surrounded by his faithful followers. "Doc-san, isn't there a match scheduled for today?" The man looked at his friend in surprise. "No, there are no scheduled matches today. By the way, his name is Tak Bei." "What? Who are these question marks?" The students came closer and started to look at the man. "He doesn't have to care. He doesn't want to get his arse out of his way. If he wants to die, the man can build it." Jin yelled at the protagonist that he would kill him. Make him shut up, finally. The protagonist suddenly stopped being frantic. Charles walked closer to them, and everyone turned around in surprise at the guys. For some reason, they had been distracted before. Charles came closer and closer, and ordered everyone else to step aside and give him way. A whisper of this spread through the rest of the men. They seemed to know who would win this fight. Charles smiled and wondered what was going on here. Suddenly, he shifted his gaze to the fat man. This person seemed vaguely familiar to him, and the man smiled and greeted him. Then he said good-naturedly that it had been a long time since they had seen each other, to which the fat man merely said nothing, and continued to stare at him with a wary look. He coughed and came closer. The man asked in amazement, "What is going on here?" At this time, the rivals continued to stand opposite each other without doing anything. Charles still didn't understand. Why did they choose to fight today, but BTW, great shots? He folded his fingers into the semblance of a camera. Do they look good? He looked at the fighters who were locked in battle and who didn't even realize what was going on. That's impossible. They're 500 points apart. They have a rule. Today, however, was a special day, and they could throw them off. Charles looked closely at the main character's plastered hand, which continued to block the working stun gun. "Okay." The man turned to his charge and again got his name wrong. What is he even talking about? The man snapped his fingers and smiled even harder. He had finally come up with it. Unprecedented excitement could be heard in his voice. Now they're going to add a new category of matches. The opponents crossed their weapons and looked at each other as if they were prey.